Thank you again, Ron Jenkins on the bass. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We are Jazz Funk Soul. God bless you. Hope to see you again soon. God bless you real good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and then
number
you say
one?
Nothing,
nigga.
stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You you pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know. It's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
Video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm going to see if I can get it.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro.
His whole nose.
You know how to fight with him? Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids. It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed, putting your knee on the neck in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet, or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and people were. I guarantee you more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing.
Right.
Not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper. Don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a bed of murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. Like, so the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers. And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit.
In a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, like, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now, if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's represented? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, welcome back to the show. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is this? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there,
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right, well, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spicy,
yo.
Yeah, listen. Did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out, like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dress like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why.
Yeah.
But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder. That shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He was in blackface.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was so good in blackface, that nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or, I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember Soul Man I forgot, C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man. Funny movie. Was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology. And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Well, that's what he said.
I mean,
and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you supposed to be late and not know what happened.
And then not apologize.
Pop up and say, oh, my bad.
I didn't know y'all was mad, but y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things like that whole Eddie Murphy thing? Is we laughed at it, and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that, comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny. It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right. That
he was imitating his friend.
Anything, yeah,
that was Chris Rock. He was doing
right.
So it's like if Chris laughs and says, "I'll go ahead," then why can't we?
Yeah. Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface, and you're trying to demean somebody, and you're calling somebody that needed you for help, and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
her blackface was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you.
But I think that society is, comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah. It is different.
You do that,
way different
on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to hide. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right. That's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
well, they
racist.
tried to bring up the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle Obama and Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
Yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
I tell you, Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This is what's been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. What? Finally, she wearing off. Yeah, she started to get.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was the point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck deal, usually.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me. No. He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I really... I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was like, because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day or it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
She gonna put in week 3. She finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because, you know, she's kind of like one of them highbrow brothers.
That's not true.
And you know, consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I saw. Well, I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. I remember I was in New York, you know, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot, and for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking off, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that. And I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, you know, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me, because I've told you this many times, and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man,
that made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL giggling. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go.
Yes.
Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, well, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean
appear
like
different.
the way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole effort. Because now there's such a, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake.
Right.
But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer, is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer.
Yeah.
And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're gonna get. They need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart, if they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is, unlike a hurricane and unlike, a tornado, those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think, like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things...
You are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let me tell you something.
He's in triage.
If I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time while I'm doing it.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it. Yeah.
No, you know
David
what
Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are going to be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people going to find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room. Mm-hmm. I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food.
Right.
But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life. Sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
The thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think opens open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
She be checking you too.
hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have.
Yeah.
Because most people only want to be seen, like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
No, I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers. Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kid is so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. You know, no one gonna go confuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent, people who are original, people who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'd be doing this anyway. So I'm glad that it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, right, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, don't throw it as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And and none of it is off limits. When you want to If you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you do.
That's
You know
true.
what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy, drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well,
that
a bad
kill
relationship will
people
lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you
You
excited?
gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you
like
got,
it.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep
son of a
bragging.
bitch.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You still, you play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
And then you
number
say
one?
something
Nothing, nigga. We ain't got
stupid.
nothing.
It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah,
That's it.
furniture is necessary. Just so you know. It's good to laugh a little bit, though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is.
With this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
Video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the
all
video?
Because
We
do.
I've had a hard time. I'm gonna see if I can get it.
You ain't even resisting the rest.
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting the rest, bro.
His whole nose is
Fight with him? Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
Kill me.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
Why you don't do drugs, kids? It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed. Putting your knee on the neck of a suspect is allowed anywhere, is trained anywhere on any police department in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body. Mm-hmm. And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to kill. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and people were, I guarantee you, more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing, not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper, don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a bed of murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired. Mm-hmm. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. Like, so the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit.
In a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's representing him? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, welcome back to the show. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is this? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there,
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spicy,
yo.
Yeah, listen. Did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dressed like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why.
Yeah.
But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
that
yeah.
shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He was in blackface.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was
heavily.
so good in blackface that nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember what Soul Man I forgot C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man.
Funny
it was
movie.
Hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology.
Yeah.
And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Well,
That
that's
shit
what he
was
said.
I mean,
and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you supposed to be late and not know what happened.
he just
And then
supposed to
not
pop
apologize.
Pop up and say, "Oh, my bad."
I didn't know y'all was mad, but y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things like that whole Eddie
Since
Murphy
2000.
thing? Is we laughed at it, and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny.
Right.
It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for it.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right.
That
he
we
was
know of.
imitating
He hasn't
his
said
friend.
anything, yeah.
Yeah, that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughs and says, "I'll go ahead," then why
Right,
can't
yeah,
we?
Yeah.
Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx
yeah.
came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic. See, her blackface was so nice it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, "Hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real."
Oh, that's you.
But I think that society is comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that,
Way different
on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to hide. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right, that's the problem.
you know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
Well, they
racist.
tried to bring up the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle
Jesus
Obama
and
Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This has been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. What? Finally, she's
wearing off.
Yeah, she started to get.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was a point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck D.L. Hughley.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me. No. He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was like, because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day or it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
She's going to put in week 3. She finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because, you know, she's kind of one of them highbrow bros.
That's not true.
And consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. I remember I was in New York, you know, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot. And for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking off, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that, and I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, you know, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me. Because I've told you this many times. and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL giggling. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, never been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go. Yes. Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, well, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean like the way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole aspect. Because now there's such a, you know, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake. Right. But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer. Yeah. And they might separate the tables and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're going to they need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they can come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart. If they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, you know, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let me tell you something.
If I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it. Yeah.
No, you know
David Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you like I mean, just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are gonna be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people gonna find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is very. Here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room.
Mm-hmm.
I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food.
Right.
But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life, sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
But the thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
She be checking you too.
hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen, like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine, and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers. Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kids are so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. No ain't gonna go fuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like, all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent. People who are original. People who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'd be doing this anyway. So it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, right, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, don't road as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And and none of it is off limits. If you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you do.
That's true. Know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy: drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you got, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop, because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head, or somebody around us going to pay for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut. What are you doing, Jeff?
I'm playing the air bass, baby. That's a dope jam.
Okay. They have a contest. They have like
an air bass contest.
They have an air guitar bass.
Yeah, I took.
But can't nobody, when it's air, you can't tell what it is.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You can. Oh yeah, you can.
That looks oddly scary.
You can feel it.
That looks like the uncle you never wanted to visit.
You're a real bass player. You do this, you gonna call me.
See, you about to lose your job.
I love that.
That was Janika Charles, I think her name is.
I love it.
You know what's great about this story is that there is such a.
You gotta tell them what the story is.
Okay, so. There's a video that's gone viral of a young woman who is now was in cuffs outside of a club. Now, they thought she was trying to sneak back in or something, and she was like, no, I basically left my bag or whatever. And so the cop put her in cuffs, and she was like, what are you detaining me for? It's gone viral.
Why am I being detained?
Right.
You about to lose your job.
And now everyone has remixed it. But the thing is, she was homeless for a while. She was on drugs for a while, and now because of this, first of all, her family was able to find her because of the video that has gone viral. There she go. And someone set up a GoFundMe account. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her, and so now things are looking great.
We got to say something. You about to get a job.
Yes.
You about to get a job.
Your job. I love it though. It was cute.
So of course I write books. I've probably written my new book is called Surrender White People, Our Unconditional Terms for Peace, and it really when I write, I wrote how not to get shot and other advice from white people. When I write, it's always from a position of what I see and the fact that the country is going to be pretty consistent. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I'll start writing and shit will happen, and it'll look like I was ahead of the curve, but all I'm really doing is watching history.
Right.
Repeat itself.
Because it's interesting because everything that has happened will happen again. But now I don't know what will happen from this event. Like, I don't know if we're going to really change as a nation. I don't know if we're really, because America's been always pretty predictable to me. But now I'm flummoxed. Like
I don't know that I've ever seen it quite like this.
That's the
though.
truth. Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? Like
fair.
The number of people who are speaking out, the number of people, white people who don't have to stand in harm's way and stand in the gap, are doing so. And I don't think I've ever seen that before.
And it's disturbing, and it'll fuck up my next book. But
It's disturbing.
No, really, I'm like.
I think we're changing as a species. I don't think it's just.
You mean the humans?
I think as humans. If you follow any of it at all, we're moving into the age of Aquarius. That's why you have
like
this
the song.
I was going to say
yes,
that song.
exactly like the song. There is an open awareness. This is how you get millions of white people to go, you know what? This is wrong. It's not them. It is a overall consciousness that's changing.
So what happens after the song, though, when the song is over? Like,
you got
happens?
2,000 years worth of it. So.
Right. but I think we've had times like this. I think that there were times somebody had to say we wanted to end slavery. Somebody had to say we wanted to have an end to, separate but equal. Somebody had to say. So I think we've seen times like this. But I don't know that we've ever seen a time where people were this keen to it. Like
sure.
It's people getting shot in the face with rubber bullets and hit in the head with metal batons, and wearing shirts that say Black Lives Matter, and I'm really I keep saying this, I'm really hardened, hopefully, and not even cautiously. Look, if I'm foolish for hoping things that don't exist or aren't real, then I'll take the way. But I want the world to be better for my children and for not for you, Jeff, because you don't deserve it. But I'm just talking about
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I think it's great that you're hopeful, though.
Yeah.
I've in all the years that I've worked with you, I've never heard you say
that's not a
that
word
you
I've heard
were not being cynical about something and that you were being optimistic.
Yeah, I don't believe I believe we've been alone so long. It was a great thing. I've been in the dark so long that now the light hurts my eyes.
Absolutely.
And that's pretty much kind of how I feel about it. Yeah.
Well, like we were talking about it, do you know why there is a black church? It's because white folks wouldn't let us love God together. Now we're getting to a place where these people are putting that God to the Pepsi challenge and going, really, if I really believe this thing I read and I believe this God I serve, then I got to see this as wrong.
Did you say the Pepsi challenge?
Yes, Jesus is taking the Pepsi challenge right now.
I thought there was a guy for me to build a black church for me to build a building fund. I didn't know that.
to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a producer, a motivational speaker, and a best-selling author. Don't say anything. Please welcome Devon Franklin.
There he is right there.
Yo.
I know right
What's
away
up,
he
y'all?
wants to start, comparing how many books he has as the bestseller.
No,
Yeah,
I can
He
be
does.
happy for another young man doing what he did. I mean, I got 3.
See?
That's not the point.
I knew it.
Who's counting?
And I didn't even and God didn't, I didn't even say God in mine. So one time. So
Wow. Forgive him.
I talked to there are a couple of people that I am always interested in their perspectives, and particularly depending on what the backdrop is. Kirk is one, and you're the other, and it's for entirely different reasons. We are faced with a lot of problems as a nation, and as a community. And they, like, the COVID affected us disproportionately, black people disproportionately. Obviously police brutality, bias, racism affects us disproportionately. And throughout that, you see this black people who have needed faith, I think, more than any time in my existence. I think that faith is so much more important. Do you think that the faith-based community is doing what they're charged to do, what they should be doing in such tumultuous times?
Well, the answer is yes and no, right? So when you say the faith community, I'm looking at the entire faith community.
Sure, me too.
Which is not just black folks, but
Me too.
white,
That's exactly why I asked it that way. Right.
So what I do see is, for the first time, when we've seen all these racial issues and police brutality before, I have never seen this many white people in the church speak out and then want to figure out, okay, well, what do we do? I mean, so I do see that there's a desire for understanding and common ground on behalf of more white people in the church than I've ever seen before. So that's what I'm optimistic about. However, I think when you say, is the church doing enough? I think the answer has to be no. I was just having a conversation with a white pastor friend of mine, and I was, talking to his congregation. I said, listen, here's the reality, that when you look at the Sermon on the Mount that Jesus gave, it was his first sermon. And in the text, Matthew chapter 5, he says, you are light. And he was talking to the Israelites at that time that were under Roman oppression and heavy taxation, and they didn't feel like they were the light of anything. But he said, you are the light of the world, and you don't hide that light. And so I said, as Christians, we are able to take part of that promise. And I said, but here's the issue. If white people in the church do not start speaking up for black people and other people of color around issues of injustice and police brutality, then it's impossible to use their light to point people to Jesus. Why? Because Jesus, the one that we profess to follow as a Christian, was all about justice. He was all about, coming against those that were being oppressed. And so if we're supposed to be the light of the world, and we're lighting people to Jesus, but we're apathetic to what's going on in the world, people who do not know Jesus will not want to know Jesus if the Jesus we serve is not concerned about issues like police brutality and discrimination and racism. So it's important to know that, yes, I think things are changing, but I think the church has to do more. I talked about this also. I said, listen, we got to stop in the church, especially as Christians, we got to stop allowing a political party to hijack the vote and the voice. At the end of the day, the only thing we should be voting for is the kingdom. And Jesus, when you look at the kingdom, is all for those who are being oppressed, being brutalized, those who can't always do for themselves. And so too often in the church, we allow a political party to hijack a vote. No, at the end of the day, when we meet God, he's not going to say, what political party did you vote for? He's going to say, did you fight against police brutality? Did you fight against injustice? Did you fight against racism? Did you help those who needed the help the most? And unless we do that, we are going to continue to lose our influence and our impact in this culture.
That's exactly why. Now, I think that they are the light. I think that people who are silent about this are the light. Unfortunately, that's a helicopter light. That's a searchlight. There is, I think, a incarnation of Christianity that is about supremacy, that is about power, that is about might, that is about subjugation. And I think that they have perverted and I think been a detriment to an antithetical to what Christianity is all about. When to me, it is a simple notion. Whatever I wouldn't like done to me, I shouldn't wantonly do to someone else. And when I watch, and let's be clear, the reason that we have the people in power that we have in right now is because white Christians say we not only can, but should. There are Christians right now who believe that what is happening is God's work. And that can't be either somebody's lying to me. Somebody's lying. Either it's your interpretation of it or it's theirs. But there can't be it is a binary choice. Who's right? The people who support the brutality and money and military might, or the people who have a different view of it? Because somebody has to be right.
Right. Well, look, I think that when you go back to Scripture, and you look at what it means to be a Christian, you cannot say that you follow Christ and you are not involved in ending systemic racism and injustice and fighting against police brutality in this country. You just can't do it because one contradicts the other.
So you would say are they not Christians?
Here's what I would say. It's not that they're not Christians. It's just that they have allowed what it means to be a Christian to become so narrow that they're missing what it means.
Then they're not Christians. Because I was going to say, I don't think they know that they're not Christians. Because they always do everything in from their own mouth in the name of God and God bless us all. Whether we're talking about kids in cages or whether we're talking about police brutality, in their mind, they really believe they're doing it in the name of Jesus.
So did Pontius Pilate. He believed he was doing the right thing too. Like here's my dilemma. I saw a man tear gas people and brutalize them to take a picture holding the symbol of Christianity. And Christians said, thank you. That to me is the conundrum we find ourselves in. What was more Christian? So the symbol, what should I glean from that? What should I take from that? What does that mean?
But what you should be gleaning is that Christianity is being hijacked by a certain conservative sect. And so this is why, when that photo came out, I did some interviews around that and I was very vocal. And I said, any Christian who's really a Christian should be offended by this picture, should be upset by this picture, because this is it. If he read the one scripture that matters the most, love your neighbor as yourself. If this administration was living by that one scripture, and if he actually was following the book, then we wouldn't see half of the things that we're seeing in the country today.
But we only see those. We only see those, Devon. We only see those because his core supporters are evangelical Christians, and they agree and say it should be so. It could not. If support among here's the absolute truth. If support among evangelicals Christians waned, he's reined in.
Yes. Okay. But here's what's happening. And I believe that we are seeing a waning. That Bible moment, the tear gassing, his response to, George Floyd and so many things that he's been saying and doing, I have seen and the people that I know in these circles, that support is waning because it becomes really hard to say, yes, I believe in Jesus and I want people to give their life to him and I support this man. The two become really hard to do. And I have seen more so than ever before, a lot of people in these conservative circles starting to say, I don't know. I don't think I can do that. I don't know. Like we're seeing, again, we got a long way to go, but I am seeing for the first time much more progress in the thinking and the hearts of white men and women within the evangelical community than ever before as it relates to their support of this administration.
Do you think that prayer has brought us here? Do you think that there has been, because I agree, I do see a changing and a waning. I don't know what to ascribe it to. I don't know if it was COVID and the fact that people didn't have things to distract them. They were home and they actually started to listen and hear. I don't know if it's just the preponderance of things that happened and the succession of things that happened were undeniable to people. And I don't know if it's prayer. Whatever it is, I'm grateful for it. I don't care how it happens.
That's the truth.
But what do you ascribe this change to? What do you ascribe this détente to? What do you think?
You know what? What I think you're hitting it, on the head. I mean, when you look at the pandemic, what the pandemic did. Again, it's tragic and all the lives that have been lost. My heart goes out to every family affected by the virus. What the virus did and what the pandemic allowed were fewer distractions. We were more connected than ever before. There were no sports going on TV. Churches were closed. You couldn't go to restaurants. You can't go to movie theaters. So we were less distracted than we probably have ever been before. In this generation. And so when, Ahmaud Arbery, when that video came out, it started. Then the news about Breonna Taylor and then seeing the video about George Floyd, I think because we were less distracted, it allowed everyone to connect to the dehumanization and the brutality of that moment. And I think what it did is it stirred something up in people saying, wait a minute, this is what we've been allowing to happen? No. And so I was just at the Black Lives Matter march in L.A. Over the weekend, man. We're talking, had to be 100,000 people.
Sure.
And it was Black people, Latino, it was Asian, it was Middle Eastern, it was Native American. I mean, it was every race and creed, white people. And I was like, got it. The pandemic has served a powerful service for us because it has allowed everyone to wake up and say, no, not on our watch. We're going to fight this thing. We're not going to allow it to happen. And so I think the pandemic played a part in that. And then I do believe in the power of prayer. I do believe in the power of prayer. And I do think that praying and doing. So it's not just about a matter of praying. You got to pray and prepare. You got to pray and do. You got to pray and protest. So I do think that spiritually there's, God is at work. And then we as the people got to continuously take action until change really happens.
Yeah, because we still have a lot of those people in power who don't believe that. And they have not been distracted, and they've been seeing and watching what's been happening to young Black women and men in the streets, and they still didn't believe it, and no amount of COVID or anything else convinced them that Black people were being treated unjustly. They thought that perhaps we were just exaggerating the truth or overreacting, and you still have a lot of people who are against, the necessary, the need to kind of have police reform in this country.
Yeah, but that's a process, right? I think we just got to continue to be loud and continue to be vocal and continue to mobilize, continue to organize. I mean, listen, when NASCAR comes out and says, we're no longer allowed Confederate flag,
that's huge.
We got to pause and say, wow.
When football players are as big as y'all on Sunday. Let me tell you something. Do you
know what I mean? We gotta say progress is happening.
Do you think that because I'm a cynical man and you know that?
Yes, I do.
Do you don't say it like that?
I think he's right on the money.
Do you think that God used the pandemic to make us be still so that we'd hear some of the things that we wouldn't have before? Do you think that it's that literal?
Listen, God's ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. I probably won't fully understand his intent and his permissible will until we get to heaven and say, God, tell us about this.
Right. Well, you tell me what it's like, because I won't be there. But let me tell you this. It won't be me.
I can't wait for the moment when you get to heaven and you're like, what? I don't believe it.
What you'll say is, how did this nigga get here?
Yes.
What's interesting to me is I feel more hopeful. I think it's brave to hope, and I think that cynicism is a form of cowardice, which I fully admit, and I think it's brave to believe in things you can't see. I think it's brave to accept the bending of a will to an entity that you ascribe to, and I am hopeful because I've always believed that if people could see, they could do. If they could see, they could believe. If they could hear, like my mother always go, if you can hunt, you can hear.
I like that.
But I think that it is we're in such a precarious position that we have to be consistent and truthful, even if it is dangerous. Yes. And I think that Christianity, if they stepped into the gap right now and had a consistent, ethical mantra, it would matter. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to not do what we know is right, even if it's inconvenient?
Is it wrong to not do what we know is right? Of course.
Because
yes,
I think that it's wrong to murder people. It's wrong to place more in money than it is in people. It's wrong to build your military might and your will and ethos and EIDs are bankrupt.
Agreed.
It is wrong. And that is that's the line of demarcation. That's what we're seeing right now. Would it be wrong to not take advantage of this moment?
It would be absolutely wrong. It would, no doubt about it. I mean, going back to the idea, is God in this, or is God allowing this? Is he using this? I do believe in the scripture that all things work together for the good of those that love him and are called according to his purpose. So, do I think that, when God looked at the world, that he said, oh, I'm okay with this. I want this to happen. I don't believe he's the originator of it, but I believe he's allowed these things to happen. And when you will see that, the good that's coming out of it, again, these are horrific things. Right. So we don't want to ever underscore or underplay the tragedy of COVID or the tragedy of losing George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. Those are tragedies. Yet through the tragedies, we are seeing some good, so that these things did not happen in vain. And one of the good things that is happening, that has to continue to happen, is solidarity, staying in the fight, and maximizing the moment. Because we all know that in a moment, everybody's focused, but then all of a sudden, everybody gets back to their life, and what could have happened didn't happen because we did not maximize the moment. So it's important to lean all the way in. It's important to break down as many barriers as we can. It's important to vote. It's important to donate. It's important to protest. It's important to get as much progress as we can in this moment before the headlines change, the news cycle change, and then people aren't as connected as they are right now.
My favorite passage, my favorite, I used to love the trials of Job. I loved it. I loved it.
Okay.
And I loved it because just by being faithful, he got all his women back. That's not the point. That's not what I'm saying.
That's true. That's accurate, though. That's
so
accurate.
Beneath where I'm going.
I'm not shocked at that.
But he looked at what was being inflicted upon him as a test. And he persevered through that test. And consequently, his perseverance bore fruit that he wasn't guaranteed. He didn't know. It could have been just my death and my suffering is going to be a testimony. But what he did was persevere and believe in what he believed in, and he was rewarded. And I think, much like Job, we're being tried as a nation, as a community, as a race, as a human condition. And
yes.
how we come out of that will decide how we stack up in whatever deity or belief you ascribe to. I literally believe that.
I think that what you're saying, I get it. And I think that, one of the powers of this moment, right, going back to like God's permissible will. And I think maybe one of the reasons why he may have allowed the pandemic, right, is that I think he wants us to really get back to him and to each other. We got to get back to what really matters. Think about how many things we.
But when was that? Let me point, because it's interesting when I hear. When was that time that we need to get back to? When did it happen? Because I missed it.
Well, here's the reality, right? We're talking about when you look at scripture, right? When you look at the world we've lived in.
Sure.
I don't know that until this pandemic that we really got to a place where collectively.
So we need to get to it, because not back to, because going back is not going to be optimal for us.
Well, here's how I look at going back.
Okay.
Right. I look at the origin of a relationship is the time when when we were with God, when we committed our life to Christ, when we started the relationship, it was because there was a need. And that relationship was good. That relationship was connected. And then we started doing life. And then we got busy, and then we got plans. And so the relationship kind of got fractured. So, I mean, on a personal standpoint, if we believe in God, if we are Christian, we got to get back to the reason why we believe in him, why we started this relationship and made this commitment to begin with. And I believe the pandemic has allowed clarity on that. And you're right. For those who may have never had the relationship, this is the beginning of a connection that they may have never thought they needed.
I had it before. I had it. I used to believe. I used to want to be a preacher. I used to believe.
What?
Yes.
I know. Difficult
when
to
I was
believe.
a kid. That's all I wanted to do.
So
I
then
used
what
to
happened?
What happened?
America happened. America happened. Christianity happened. Hypocrisy happened. Brutality and anger and selfishness and pettiness happened. I am a product of all I've seen, and I didn't come through it. I just didn't respond to it the way you did. The hurt people hurt people. I am the cynicism that you showed me, not you, the person. What I am is quintessentially, undeniably, unapologetically American. That's what I am. I'm a black man in America. That's what happened to me. I'm a black man who watched Christians and people who were supposed to love God do the things they did. I am you. I'm a reflection of you. I'm what happens when you don't respond the way you do. I'm the anti-you.
Well, but you know what I find though, and I hear what you're saying, but I also find.
Let me take this drink while I do that.
Let me take one
Take the drink.
He's a bizarro DL. You a bizarro DL?
But DL, what I find is, one of the reasons why, I've always been a fan of yours, is that, like even with what you just said, and I hear it, I also look at your life, your career, your impact, your voice. And I think that this is really important for anyone listening right now, that it's so important that, yes, while you may have had hurts and others have had hurts, to still press into your gift, to still be excellent, to still find our place in the world. Because even through the hurt and all the challenges you faced, you have a voice that matters in the culture, and you were able to channel it into this. Because heaven forbid, those things didn't happen to you, and we never got the deal that we get now. So yes, I understand that, but I also find it remarkable that even in the face of those things, look what you have done and look what you have created.
I believe
you. I
believe you're right, and I'm going to believe again. I'm going I ain't going to church because that's too expensive, but I am going. I hope and I want me to be wrong and you to be right, and I'm betting that that's true. And I always love talking to you, man.
Oh man, you're my brother. I always love talking to you, and I'm placing that bet with you. I'm placing that bet on belief. Absolutely.
So if I win, you pay me, or
Okay, all right. I just went back and did a queen check, and the queen is here. Yes. I did a queen check. I said, is the queen here? And there is a queen on the stage. And I will tell you, she is the #1 diva of all divas in our music, okay? Now, your kids won't know Mesa, but the grown folks will, and that's all that matters. Coming to the stage, one of the most beautiful voices that you've ever heard and sweetest spirits that you've ever heard. If you have music like from Incognito, and you heard that beautiful voice on there, that's our Queen Mesa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your gateway jazz hands together for the queen of contemporary jazz music, the vocalist, the Queen Mesa! Why don't you love me? Won't you love me? Why don't you love me? Won't you love me? Have you ever been through some rough and stormy weather? Sometimes I know that it gets hard. Maybe I'm just a bit too optimistic, but I tend to think love can conquer all. But you've gotta want it too. You gotta want it too. Want to love me, want to love me, want to love me good. Why don't you love me, don't you love me like you said you would? Don't you think that maybe that you should love me good? Baby, won't you love me good? I think you misunderstood. I need more loving. Maybe not the physical, I'm talking about the mental. I need more loving, yeah. Oh, don't you love me like you say you would? Don't you think that maybe that you should love me good? I won't give my all until I know it's true. I will be the one sitting all alone, waiting for the day when my true love comes along. Baby, I will wait for a higher love. Baby, I'm gonna wait for higher love. Yes, I will wait. I won't settle here for a love untrue. I will give my all I will be the one sitting all alone, waiting for the day when my true love comes along. Baby, I will wait for a higher love. Baby, I'm gonna wait for higher love. Yeah, yes, I will wait, baby. Don't sit da-ba-da-da-da. A higher love. Oh, baby, yeah, yes, I will wait, baby. Oh, yo esperé para un amor más alto. Yo esperé para un amor más alto. I will wait, baby, yeah, yeah. I will wait for a higher love, baby. Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. Don't know when it will come your way again. Am I wrong? Don't Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way again. Am I wrong, baby, for loving you, honey? Am I wrong for needing you, honey? Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way again. Should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way. Baby, baby, am I wrong? Am I wrong? The song we're gonna do for you now is a song that was written. How you doing, St. Louis? Oh, so glad to be here at the Gateway Jazz Festival. Let me tell you, we had a good time today. We got off the plane and went right to Sweetie Pies. Oh yeah. We got there at 11:15 and waited in line. First people in line today. So proud of myself. This song we're gonna do for you now is a song that I wrote about a man that I wanted that I couldn't have. A friend of mine introduced us, an ex-friend of mine, I should say. And I talked to the man on the phone for about 6 weeks. And I was starting to feel this man, you know, I was starting to get excited. And we decided to meet. And I got catfished, y'all. Oh yeah. I found out in the nick of time, before I gave him all of this, I found out he was married. And homie don't play that. I'll share everything I got, my house, my car, my money, cheeseburgers sometimes, I feel like it. But I don't share men at all. And it's a little, you know, I've been a little by myself for a long time. It's okay. I've found the perks of being alone. I can watch The Walking Dead all day. Nobody got to tell me nothing, ask me to cook no dinner, nothing like that. I can hang out at Walmart as long as I want to. Nobody be calling my phone, ask me where I am. So some good stuff to that. But this song I wrote about him to make myself feel better instead of eating more cookies. I decided to write music to heal myself. This is called Hypnotic Love. Take over my mind. I surrender to the rush of your time. You're making me weak. So incredible, your control over me. I can't resist no matter how I've tried. Your love has got me hypnotized. Oh yeah, closer and closer, subduing all day. Over and over, subduing all day. I ain't going nowhere. Hypnotic love. I can feel it when you're standing next to me. I'm attracted to your energy. I can feel it when you're standing next to me. I'm attracted to your energy. Stronger than the force of gravity. Hey, you're making me high. Cast a spell on me when I looked into your eyes. I'm wanting you more and more. Baby, you make my heart soar. Make my heart soar. Oh, baby, closer and closer. Hey, oh, Yes, I'm gonna be strong. Don't wanna make you uncomfortable every time I'm wrong. I'm not gonna gear up if you just let me be sweet to you, baby. I wanna be your everything, baby. 'Cause boy, you mean every little thing to me. Oh, baby, friendly, yeah, yeah. Pressure from midnight into the sunshine. Oh, I don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Until the rain begins, don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. I don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Until the rain begins, don't wanna get wet till the rain begins. Break it down for me, fellas, right here. I just want it to be easy, baby. I don't want to fuss or fight with you, baby. I just want to love you. I just want to love you. I just want to love you, baby. I don't want to fuss. I don't want to fight, baby. Friendly pressure, baby. Friendly pressure, baby. Oh, somebody, Thank you. This next song we're going to do for you is a song that I wrote for my son Jazz. In 1999, I was on tour with Incognito. We were in Osaka, Japan. I was 6 months pregnant, and I was on stage when my water broke. Oh, yeah. I gave birth to my son there. He was only 2 pounds. They told me he wouldn't survive. But by the grace of God, my son is now 17 years old. In his last year of high school, has a beautiful girlfriend and wants to be a filmmaker. So we are blessed, very blessed. When I was in a hospital bed, I didn't understand what was going on with me. I was so far away from my family, and Incognito had to go to Tokyo to finish the last week of shows. So I was there by myself in Osaka, Japan, couldn't speak the language, and it just had emergency surgery to have a baby. It was probably the most terrifying and most beautiful times of my life. When I was in the hospital bed, across my mind kept coming these words like ticker tape over and over and over again. I think I was losing my mind, but I got it back somehow. I knew my baby was coming, but he still came out of the blue. Boy, I'm so glad you're here in my life now. love song each and every passing day. I would pray that you would come my way. Was feeling weak but I stay strong, strong enough just to hold on to. Witness the answer to my prayers, and like a bolt of baby, out of the blue into my heart. Wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here in my life now. It's gonna be alright. Out of the blue comes my dream. My selfish love is what you bring. Boy, I'm so glad you're here in my life now. Everything is gonna be alright. Baby, now you're here with me. My heart is singing joyful melodies. I never had a love so rare. So wherever you go, I will be there, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Boy, I'm so glad you're here. Now everything is gonna be alright. Straight from my dreams is what you bring. So glad, baby. Do I do? Hey, come to you, baby. Yeah, baby. Come to you, yeah. Hey, this is on guitar, Mr. Richard Tucker. Out of confusion, pain, and despair, the universe has finally answered my prayers and sent me an angel from above, yeah, baby, full of joy, happiness, and love. I'm so beautiful. I love you. I love you. Mommy loves you. So glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Out of the blue to my heart, wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here. Out of the blue to my heart, wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here, baby. Out of the blue. Out of the blue, out of the blue, out of the blue, out of the blue. All right. Song we're going to do for you now is a jazz standard, mostly known to be sung by Miss Barbara Streisand, but my favorite version is by Miss Sarah Vaughan. I'm going to feature on sax Mr. Carl Cox, on piano Mr. Damon Bennett, and on violin Miss Chelsea Green. This is dedicated to all the lovers out here and to all of us who want to be in love. This is called What Are You Doing the Rest of Your Life? What are you doing the rest of your life? North and south and east and west of your life. I have only one request of your life, that you spend it all with me. All the seasons and the times of your days, all the nickels and the dimes of your days. Let the reasons and the rhymes of your days all begin and end with me. I want to see your face in every kind of light, in fields of God and forests of the night. And when you stand before the candles on the cake, oh, let me be the one to hear the silent wish you make. Those tomorrows waiting deep in your eyes, in a world of love you keep in your eyes. I'll awaken what's asleep in your eyes. It may take a kiss or two, and through all of my life, summer, winter, spring and fall of my life, all I call of my life is all of my life with you. Is all of my life with you. Oh, yes. All of my life with you. Sa-da-dee-da, sa-da-da. All of my life with you. Miss Chelsea Green. That's Miss Chelsea Green, y'all. Oh, yeah. And now we're going to feature Mr. Carl Cox on saxophone. That's Mr. Carl Cox, y'all.
Wanna spend my life with you. Oh, baby, I wanna spend every day, every night, every day, every day and night and night and day and day and night with you, baby. I want to spend all my life. I want to spend all of my life with you.
Thank you, thank you. Yo, we're running out of time. I gotta skip a few things. One thing I want to do for you now is we're gonna jump into the new album. I have a new album out called Love is a Battlefield. I covered Pat Benatar's song from the MTV world of the 80s. And so I wanted to do this real fast for you. Or I could skip. I don't know what to do. Should I do that song? All right. We're going to do Love is a Battlefield. This whole album is dedicated to something I do on Sunday nights called Karaoke Sunday. Anybody see that? On Facebook Live at 7:30 every Sunday night when I'm home. I sing to people who can't come to my concerts and play songs that people don't normally hear. And this is one of the songs.
Begging me to go, making me stay. Why do you hurt me so bad? It would help me to know, do I stand in your way? Or am I the best thing you've had? Believe me, I can't tell you why, but I'm trapped by your love and I'm chained to your side. We are young, heartache to heartache we stand. No promises, no demands. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Both of us knowing love is a battlefield. When I'm losing control, will you turn me away or touch me deep inside? And when all this gets old, will it still feel the same? There's no way this will die. But if we get much closer, I could lose control. And if your heart surrenders, you'll need me to hold. you. Thank you, thank you. This is the title track from my third covers album. I did two more. One a long time ago called Sweet Classic Soul, and another one called Feel the Fire. And my boss today, Marvin, wants to hear Playing Your Game, so we're going to play a little bit of that. Playing Your Game, baby. Go, but don't you know you can't hide? When you give it up, it's only enough to get me high. You're playing a game, it's so plain that you want me to win. And I'm willing to play, yes, whatever you say, if love is the end. Playing your game, baby, your game, baby, just you and me. Playing your game, baby, yeah, your game, baby, nobody but you. Stop. It only got what I need. I can't remember the words. Oh, yes, indeed. When you give it up, it's only enough to get me. See, come on, baby. You're playing a game, baby. It's so plain that you want me to win. If love is the end, your game, baby, just you and me, playing your game, baby, yeah, your game, baby, nobody but you and me. All right, y'all. We got to fly through this now. We got to fly through this. Y'all ready to have a dance party? Y'all remember that song last night, The DJ Saved My Life? Well, I wrote my own. Want to hear it? Here it go. It was clear you're the one for me. I'm feeling all the things that you said, boy. You're full of positivity. I never thought I would ever find a perfect love like you. And it shows whenever you call my name, I come running straight to you. It's the magic that you do. Something I never felt before. a statement. Bend it on, keep you going. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. You can chair dance, it's okay. Night a DJ saved my life with a song. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Take your time. Oh, I know St. Louis. I know y'all know these songs. Come on now. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Just a touch of love. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Just a touch of love. Gives me peace of mind. Gives me peace of mind. Hey! Hey! All right, y'all. Come on now. Heartbeat, you make me feel so weak. 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 Uh-oh. Come on, y'all. You can ring my bell, ring my bell. 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 Oh, shoot, one more. We're gonna keep going now. I can feel it when you walk, even when you talk, it takes over me. I wanna know, do you feel it too? There's something starting now. It's the same feeling I always get. I think about you. Yes, I do. Something about the music, it tries to make me dance. Something about the music, it tries to make me dance. He turns me on and out and on about, yeah, yeah. Something about the music, it tries to make me dance. Something about the music, it tries to make me dance. He turns me on and out and on about, yeah. Day and night, anytime that you wanna, baby, I'ma keep it real for you, baby. I'm caught up in your love. Anytime that you wanna, baby, I'ma keep it real for you, baby. I'm caught up. I'm caught up. Thank you, St. Louis. I know we have to go. We're over time. Can I just do one minute? She's cutting me off. You gotta cut me off, y'all. All right, what we're gonna do? I'm gonna sing off the stage, okay? This is the last song, a song written for me 26 years ago. by the leader of Incognito, Bluey. He wrote this song because I fell in love with one of his band members. This is called Deep Waters. Is it a crime? Leave it. I'll leave it. For me to be feeling this way, I'm going out of my mind. And there's no change from my runaway love. Is it a dream? Is it a dream that I'm throwing in the wishing well? I'm losing control, body and soul. Ah, yes, standing here waiting for a train that may never come. I saw the signs, I read the book, I should have had a second look, but boy, you caught me dreaming. And there are times you'd come around and we'd agree just to be friends. Tell me who was fooling? Deep waters, I'm drowning in. Deep waters, slowly drowning in. Deeper, deep waters, I'm drowning in. Deep waters, slowly drowning in. Deeper. Where words have failed me before, what do I do when I'm feeling so blue? And there's no place for me to run and hide. I saw the sun inside your smile and wished for more than just a while. 'Cause boy, you caught me dreaming, dreaming. A giant step into the dark. We threw caution to the wind. Tell me who was fooling? I'm drowning, baby. Deep sugar, yeah. Thank you, St. Louis. I'll see you again next time. I love you. Come visit me at Mason.com and come see me on Facebook Live tomorrow night, 7:30 East Coast time. On sax, Paul Thomas. On keyboards, David Bennett. On guitar, Richard Tucker. On drums, Tim Hudson. On bass, Charles Baldwin. On violin, Chelsea Green. On vocals, Angela Phillips and Soul Edler. I love y'all.
Hi, I'm Salome. So today I'll be preparing you one of my favorite dish, Italian dish. So I'm gonna start with the sauce. Usually in Italy, the first things they do make their sauce. So I'm gonna show to you how to make Italian delicious sauce. So I have my onion, chops, and garlic. This one here, got my pan, and put the onions first, and then garlic. Then I'll grab my olive oil. olive oil. The Italians, they love olive oil. I love olive oil. It's good for you. Just a little bit. Put back the olive oil. Yeah, when I used to live in Italy, this is what I used to make always. So, yeah. Like that. This. Mix. In the meantime, I'm gonna. So one thing about the Italian is they don't just make the pasta. They have to have first course, and second course is always appetizer. So I'm gonna start with, I'm gonna show you how to make bruschetta, and here in America they call it bruschetta, but actually it's bruschetta. So I'm gonna put my bread in the pasta for 3 seconds. I'm gonna wait for that. The meantime, for second course, I'm gonna start with chicken. I'm gonna season my chicken, always with olive oil. I used to do this when I was in Italy. I learned so much from the Italian. So add always garlic, it's good for you. Then rosemary. I love rosemary. Okay, and a little bit thyme, just a little bit. Then I'm gonna check on my onion for the sauce. So I have that all mixed. Now I have my tomato sauce already here. So you're gonna add that on the pan. Oh, that's good. Put that there. And we'll mix this. In the meantime, I have the water here for the pasta. Wait on that. I have the pasta ready. Yep, bread is ready. We're gonna add more than one bread. Okay. Chicken is seasoned. So you have to turn the chicken. You have to do the other side also. Ready. Now, I'm gonna put the pasta. Okay. And you mix your pasta. Let that cook. You just check on the pasta every second. Now put the olive oil the other side of the chicken. Just a little bit. Now this is my favorite part. The Italian, they always use seasoning. So just a little bit oregano. That's that. Garlic powder. I love garlic powder. The Italian, of course, they use garlic powder. I used to do that when I was in Italy, especially when I was visiting Amalfitane Coast, Positano. It's fresh, it's easy to make, especially summertime. That's that. Okay, I'm gonna check all my sauce over here. Almost ready. Check on my pasta. I noticed that here in the US, the people, they put oil in the pasta so it doesn't stick, but the Italian, they don't. So I do it Italian way because that's where I learned. That's how I learned to make the pasta. In the meantime, I have a cheese, Parmigiano cheese over here. My favorite cheese, I love cheese. Of course, the Italian, they are well known for cheese. My bread is ready. There you go. We add one more for the bruschetta. So I have my cheese. I'm gonna make this for the bruschetta. They use the mozzarella cheese. to make bruschetta, but I like Parmesan cheese because I like the dryness. Tastes very good. Then now I make a different way. So gotta have tomato to make bruschetta. I have that ready here. Then I have to slide my tomato around. This is actually used to be my snack when I was in Italy, Milan. So I went to school and I studied in Italy for fashion and merchandise. And this was very simple and easy to make. So I used to literally make this almost every day because I was a student. You know, I don't have a lot of time to make other stuff. And so I've got my bread ready. So what you do is grab your tomato, put it over here. It's very simple and delicious. Let's sit down with this. We have that. So now we're gonna add olive oil again. Olive oil for Italian household is like having all the seasoning and everything you need. You must have olive oil. And then I add a little bit of black pepper, just a little bit, not too much, because it has that taste. I'm showing you a different way to make bruschetta. Okay, I'm gonna grab my cheese and then add the cheese on the bread and tomato. Look at that. That looks yummy. That's that. Let me check on the pasta, because the pasta always the time they're like al dente, not super cooked. Okay, that's almost ready. Then I'm gonna check on my sauce. The sauce is ready. Perfect. That's done. Now, in the time I'm waiting for the pasta, I'm gonna come back to my chicken. I'm gonna start with the chicken. I have my pan ready. Then we're gonna wait just for a few minutes to get a little warmer. In the meantime, one more thing I have to add on the bruschetta is anchovy. Not a lot of people like anchovy, but of course this is Italian meal today, so I have to put the anchovy. The bread and the cheese. You can always remove the anchovy. I know it's too salty if you don't like it, but I love it. Very good. That's that. Now, what I have here is I have honey. So you wouldn't think you can add honey. Just a little bit. A little bit on the top of the cheese. Like some people, if they're on diet, they might not want to eat the bread. So what they do is they put the honey in the cheese. You see? You just eat it. But of course I love the bread, so I'll eat with the bread. We're gonna check the pan for the chicken. Yep, that's warm. Now, look how seasoned it is. Gonna come over here. Put the chicken. Yeah, gotta get that. Yeah. Then you always mix it with the leftover the oil. Yeah. Gonna just do like that. I'm gonna take on my pasta. Like that. In the meantime, now I have the chicken, the pasta, the bruschetta almost ready. So in the meantime, I'm gonna work on my salad. Italian house, you always find wine all the time. First, I'm gonna triple my chicken. Oh yeah. There we go. This is looking good. After it's good, we got salad. Always olive oil. Like I said, the Italian. I use olive oil all the time. Now, gotta add black pepper on the salad. Mix my salad. So I put olive oil with pepper. Alright, I have my salad. I already have olive oil, black pepper, and then my favorite part, berberry. A little spice, you just add a little bit, don't need too much. They love spicy to the Italian, I'm telling you. And garlic powder, just a little bit garlic powder. There you go. And vinegar, of course. Just a vinegar, here you go. Now you have to know one thing, not one thing, a lot of things about Italian. They don't eat just one thing. So they have to have, like I said, the appetizer, the first course, and then secondo. Secondo means like, will be the chicken secondo, and then salad always, and bread, and a glass of wine or two. So mix the salad. I have my salad ready. I'm gonna check on my pasta. Pasta is ready. Oh yeah, pasta is ready. I'm gonna turn this off. Get my pasta. Here you go. That's ready. Okay. That's ready. I'm gonna bring my plate with the pasta. Got sauce ready. I'm gonna add the pasta here. All the pasta. Now the sauce is ready. So what you do is very easy, simple. Just add your sauce on the pasta, and then you mix it together. And always with the pasta you have to have Parmesan cheese. That's good. Look at that. Can I add a little bit more? There you go, that's that. And lastly, I'm gonna check on my chicken. Go nice and brown. Chicken is ready. Okay, off. So we have pretty much everything ready. So I prepare bruschetta, and then I have the salad, the pasta, and the chicken. So everything I prepare now, it took about 20 minutes. And it's very easy, healthy, just like the Italian, they always go to the fresh market, get all the fresh stuff. So that's what we did. We have salad, bruschetta, pasta, and chicken, just like Italian style at my kitchen. This has been home cooking with me, Salome. Ciao. Hello, I'm Salome. I'll be preparing you Ethiopian food, an American style. So I have lentil, cabbage, collard green, we call it in Ethiopia, gomme. I have tomato salad. I have pita bread right here. Usually we use injera in Ethiopia. So I usually kind of mix it up multicultural. So we're gonna start with the lentil. So I'm gonna put the garlic first. Everybody does it a different way. And then you add a little bit of onions for the lentil. And then oil. I love using avocado oil. It's super healthy, super delicious. Oh, perfect. Then we're gonna start. Okay. So just kind of stir the garlic and onions together. Just gonna wait for a few minutes until it gets very heat. And then I'll come over here, grab my lentil. So all you have to do is just add lentil without making mess. And then you stir together. Now, everybody in Ethiopia, they make the lentil a different way. But this is the way I like to make my lentil. Then all you have to do, add a little bit of water. Just a little bit. You don't want to burn. And then mix it together. And then of course my favorite part, the spicy part, the red pepper. In Ethiopia we call it berbere. Got my berbere right here. So now this is for American taste, so I'm not going to put a lot of berbere, just a little bit. Look at that. Put that in here. Then take it. Okay. Add a little bit more water. Here you go. So lentil, usually in Ethiopia, we eat it during fasting time. But I make lentil at the house 3 times a week at least. So let that cook. Then close that. So I have pre-chopped my cabbage. It's already ready. So I'm gonna start with your cabbage first in the pan. I do it a completely different way. Because in Ethiopia, first of all, they have the garlic, onion first, and then the cabbage. But I do it the other way around. That's how I like it. And then I'll come over here. Just a little onions. Of course, I'm making always a mess. There you go. That's that. And always olive oil, avocado. There you go. That's enough. There. Then, of course, a little bit of berbere. So, I love seasoning. It tastes really, really delicious. That's good there. And then we put the top. I'm gonna let that cook for about 10 minutes. Yeah, that. And then I'm gonna check on my lentil. Oh yeah, almost ready. Smells really good. So I have my lentil, my cabbage. Then I'm gonna come over here, grab my collard green, which we call it in Ethiopia, gomme. I have my pot ready. I'm gonna put the gomme, the collard green first. Right there. Then a little bit of onion, always. This is the Ethiopian way, I'm sure you guys will make it a different way. That's that. I'm gonna grab my avocado oil. Add avocado oil. Drop back here. Then you have to add water. Here. Now, I have to put seasoning. So I got my ginger powder. Just a little bit for the taste. Just a little bit. It's really good. Then I have my organic black pepper. Sorry, it's basil. This is black pepper now. Just add a little bit. It's delicious. When you season, I season everything, all my food. That's that. You come over here. Mix all that together. Mix that. And now okay. That's that. And then we put the top. That took about 15 minutes. So I'm going to check on the lentil. Okay. That's that. Let the lentil cook a little bit more. Then I'm going to start with my lamb. All right. I'm going to season my lamb. So we eat lamb in Ethiopia. We call it bag saga. It's really good. But a fasting season, of course, no meat. And Wednesday and Friday, we don't eat meat. Just fasting. Do the lentil, the cabbage, the collard green, gum, all that good stuff. And if you're not meat eater, so you have all those green stuff. A little bit more. Yeah. And then I always remove the fat, but I don't like that part. This is completely a different way I'm gonna season. Now I'm gonna pick my pot over here and put my lamb on the pad. Like that. Remove that over there. Put the lamb over here. Now I'm gonna season my lamb. Always onions. Look at that. Onions. Pepper. Black pepper. A little bit oregano. It's really good. And then a little bit of the ginger powder. And then I'm gonna go over here, get my barberry. Of course, it's all about our spicy food seasoning. So I don't want to put too much because my American friend, they have to taste this delicious lamb. Now, look at this jalapeno. It's gara in Ethiopia, we call it. We love gara. I'm gonna put just a little bit. This is for American taste, so I don't want anybody to complain. But I'm gonna put this towards the end. So I have that ready. Then I'll grab my avocado oil, mix it with the lamb, onions, and the barberry. Add a little bit more. Doesn't hurt. Now, see this? It's all seasoned, looking good. What I'll do is use my hands to mix it. Look at that. This is how I do it. Everybody in Ethiopia, they do it a different way. I just feel like it's all mixed and seasoned together. Now, with my hand, I'm gonna come over here. The lentils already ready. So I'll move the lentil. I have my lamp right here. Okay. Let's say my lamp over here. I'm gonna reduce a little bit the temperature. Yeah. I'm gonna let this cook for 15 minutes or so. Then I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna clean up this mess over here. Put that there. Then I have my tomato salad. But first, sip of wine. All right, I'm gonna make a tomato salad now. I have my tomato already washed, ready. All this stuff we use in fasting season, but you can also make it all the time. Super healthy, delicious, it's good for you. That. Now, the jalapeno pepper or the cut I said earlier, I was going to use it for lamb. I will use it for lamb also for the tomato salad. So, the tomato over here. Okay. I have that. It's ready. Plates. What you do is you put the tomato, the plates over here, and I'll use the jalapeno or the cara. This is the tomato. That's it. And you add a little bit of carrot, not too much. And then of course seasoning, the most important thing. We'll start with black powder. There you go. I said black powder, it's black pepper. And then my favorite, a little bit elderberry. Just a little bit, not too much. And that oregano. Just a little bit. This one, the taste. And then the ginger powder. It's super delicious. It's really good. Ginger is good for you. Now, I'm gonna grab my spoon. Just you mix it all together. Look at that. I'm gonna add one more thing. This is the trick on tomato salad. You have that avocado. I love avocado. In Ethiopia, avocado, we don't just eat it. We put it in our hair and our face. So it's good for beauty also, not just for cooking. But I'm gonna check on my lamp. Oh yeah. Almost ready. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Gourmet, almost ready. Gotta check on my cabbage. Can't forget my cabbage. Oh yeah, looks really good. Yep. Almost ready. Let me try. Gotta taste it. That's good. So I'm done with this. You're ready? I have my rosemary over here, but I'm gonna use it on the lamp. We call it tips. That's almost when it's a little bit ready, so you add the rosemary. But in the meantime, I'm gonna finish up my tomato salad. To clean up all this mess over here. There you go. Then cut my avocado. Slice my avocado. How about this? The easy way, without hurting myself. So what you do is you just chop it very small pieces. And you put the tomato over here. And mix it all together. So tomato salad is already ready. So we're good now. So I'm going to check on my lamb, my gourmet, collard green, and then my cabbage. It's almost ready. My lamb is cooking. Done. Almost ready. Now I'm going to add the rosemary. And here, grab a few. The tubs means it's a lamb stew. What you do is you just go like that. You can add as much as you want. Hey, might as well throw on. It's really good. I like rosemary. I promise it's really delicious. Good. Like that. That's the gourmet. Okay. Pretty much everything almost ready. So now I have my pita bread. So like I said earlier, we normally use injera. So we don't have injera. This is for American taste. I'm gonna have the pita. So all the food I made, the lentil, the gourmet, the collard green, the cabbage, the tomato salad, and the lamb stew all together. Ethiopian food, American style. This has been Home Cooking with me, Salome. Thanks for watching.
Now, I must read the disclaimer one more time. We want to welcome the global worldwide audience on GFNTV, and please be aware that by entering this area, you consent to your voice, name, and or likeness being used without compensation in films and tapes for exploitation in any and all media, whether now known or hereafter devised for eternity, and you release WGFN-TV, its successors, assigns and licensees from any liability whatsoever of any nature. Do not enter this area if you do not wish to be the subject of the foregoing and be seen by our global friends that love jazz all over the planet. So let's welcome them in. Give them a hand, St. Louis. Welcome all our friends in. We're streaming live on GFN-TV. Give it up, St. Louis, give it up. Yeah. All right. Yes. We don't want the global audience to know St. Louis is asleep at the festival. They say, well, they have neck bones and barbecue ribs, biscuits and cornbread.
Did you say neck bones? Did you say neck bones?
Girl, don't start me up now. I'm from Kansas. I'm country Kansas, okay? I really am from Kansas. Now, we want to say thank you to Moscato Light, our sponsors, WFSK, Jazzy 88, WFSK. Umbrellas about to pop down, please. Umbrellas down. Get your food, get your drink, get your spot, get yourself ready. And are y'all ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? He's in the back. He can't hear that, y'all. Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready, y'all? We got 30-some years of hits coming now out of this man. Are you ready for Najee? All coming to the stage, live and in color. Let's welcome the one and only Mr. Contemporary Jazz himself, the one and only Najee!
Or confident of Almighty God.
Gateway. What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing? I don't hear you. How y'all doing? How's everybody in the back doing? Y'all ready to help me out right here? Everybody put your hands together. Come on. Sean Northern. Thank you so much. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting live music, all right? How about a nice round of applause for all my friends? I don't get to see them often. All right, Mr. Brian Simpson, Mr. Kaylee Minucci, all right? And so many others. Oh, Mr. Nick Coleon, of course, Mr. Steve Cole, all our good friends back there. Come on, let them feel you back there. They back there. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. It's been some time since I've been to the Missouri area. I know, right? It's been a while. I don't know why we get to Chicago, we get to Kansas City. We haven't been here in a while. It's nice to be here, though. Thank you. And then in my allotted time, I'm trying to do as many songs from my previous albums as I can, all right? All right. So with that being said, if you will promise to sing along with me on some of these things, we're going to Take You Back. Is that all right? Are you ready? I still don't hear you back there. What? You know, I'm from New York, man. You got to show me. Or is that here? Right? All right, here we go, y'all. Come on. time with us so far? All right, we'll take it back. We're doing a song for a very special lady. She's not my ex-wife, but she got the house, I got the song. You know what's up. mind if I take a break from the soprano saxophone, do you? Play a little flute for you. Y'all might know this one. Everybody in the back. you doing, everybody? Y'all all right? I want to take a minute to recognize a couple of people in the house. I'm very fortunate to have my daughter here tonight, Salima. She's around here. I don't know where she's sitting. She's here with her husband. Where are you at, daughter? Over there. Oh, hey! What's up, sweetie? And then my son is sitting next to her, Fareed. He's next there, right there. And that's her husband over there. All right, fellas, so don't even try. And they moved here about a year ago to the St. Louis area, so if you see them in Starbucks, don't trip. Anyway, this next song I'm going to do, I'm obligated to do it. I wrote this song many years ago on an album called Just an Illusion. Y'all know it? Okay. And I wrote it for my other son, Noah, who's now almost 28 years old. And but since that time, I've had the pleasure of playing this with several people around the world. But this evening, I'd like to dedicate this to a few of my friends who passed on. As a matter of fact, I have a new record coming out on August 25th called Poetry in Motion. And thank you. I'm very proud of this record, too, because we have my first single was released last week, and I hear it's doing very well. It's a song called Let's Take It Back, which features Incognito as my backup band. Can you get that one right? Also on there we have Mesa. Mesa is doing something with me. Will Downing. He did a song with me that Al Jarreau and I had started to record, but then, Al got sick, and you know the rest of the story. So we ended up recording the song and making it a dedication to Al Jarreau and Prince. That's what we did, called We'll Be Missing You. And, of course, who else is on there? Oh, Eric Roberson is on there as well with me. And the legendary pianist, Mr. Bobby Lyle. And the smooth jazz guitarist by the name of Blake Aaron is also on there with me. So it's a very full album. It's one of those type things that I called up everybody and I said, listen, we need to do something. I didn't expect everybody to show up on one record. So when it comes out August 25th, that's what y'all going to get, all right? But with that being said, I'd like to just dedicate this next song to two people I've had the pleasure of touring all over the world with. One is, as you know, was Prince. Toured with him for 3 years and was a great experience. And, anytime I do press and people want to hear Prince stories, I always say, I have no bad Prince stories. All this drug stuff they're talking about, I never saw any of that. He was one of the most humble, one of the most generous human beings I ever met in my life, honestly, and I mean that, Also, Mr. Al Jarreau, we miss him as well. So this song is called Noah's Ark.
on, y'all give it up for Najee! Yeah! Shut it up. He shut it down. He shut St. Louis down. Bam! Knocked y'all out real good, didn't they? Najee, the man. Give it up for the band, the band. Woo! Now, may I ask, are y'all having fun yet? Finally, thank you. Don't let me get happy out here. We have a perfect day. We have an inaugural festival. We have great entertainment. We have the world's greatest jazz fans, all right? What else could y'all ask for? Yeah. Are you happy now? All right. Coming to the stage. I want you to show your love. And I told y'all early on, there's no charge for applause, okay? It's the only thing still free in our country, for real. Please, but the band members, oh man, he's bad. Give him a hand, y'all. Now, I really want y'all to give some thunder love to my brother. Now, you see, I'm dangerous on the mic, don't you know? To Mr. Somerset Jazz. He had a dream. Yes, he did. She said, Sharon K., would you stop? I can't help it. He had a dream. He said, Sharon, I think about St. Louis. I'm like, huh? Last year, he said, I'm thinking about St. Louis. Okay, and I was
So we travel into Black Africa to learn the story of the Nile Valley, a story generally told from Egypt. Today we're going to tell the story from a place that thrived before Egypt, alongside Egypt, and after Egypt.
The lands to the south of Egypt, generally called Nubia, had 5 important golden ages. The first golden age, which was called Tarseti, some people call that, in translation, the land of the bow. This civilization was older than First Dynasty Egypt by about 200 years.
They also domesticated animals here first and before Egypt, so pastoralism was very important. Depending on how far back, if you say 9,000 years ago, then you can say yes, it was probably more developed than Egypt. But starting from the 4th millennium BC, the center really is in Egypt and develops from there.
Sudan was often ahead of Egypt in terms of developing technology because it had perhaps a smaller population. In Egypt, there's not much need for human economy. You don't need to save on human labor because every time the Nile flooded in midsummer, you had a huge reservoir of human labor as long as you were feeding them a living wage.
The ancient Egyptians themselves said that they came from the south of Kemet, ancient Egypt, which is further up, higher up the Nile Valley, closer to the source. And they identified the mountains of the moon, which are in modern-day Uganda, as their place of origin.
Most historians now accept, even the European Eurocentric ones, that it is the movement of the peoples from the south to the north that gave birth to Kemet. However, what they fail to recognize that is not just the movement of these one set of Africans traveling from the south to the north, but also movements of other Africans coming from the west to the east. They met and collected together in what is now Kemet. That's why that civilization was so powerful, because it was a multicultural expression of the African experience. It was several sets of different Africans coming together in one place and creating a civilization.
We travel through Sudan, the largest country in Africa, to learn about a world that was already old before our world had even begun. The ancient land once known as Tar Seti, Kerma, and Kush, home to the Nubians. This is a place where early Europeans came to study and learn from Africans, and to study from the oldest people in the world, Africans.
So when you hear recent discussions on who were the black pharaohs, referring in particular to the Nubian pharaohs or the Cushitic pharaohs, those pharaohs they often call black pharaohs in a way to try and distinguish them from the others, but they can't be, because as we said, all the early dynastic and intermediate pharaohs were black.
This is home to the world's oldest recorded religion, a place whose kingship and political system continued to bring harmony and prosperity to its people for over 3,000 years. Today, Sudan is the largest country in Africa, rich in oil and other natural resources, but a country culturally split by the Arab African North and the African South. In recent times, this country has been greatly affected by civil wars and droughts. This is a place where the great Blue and White Nile meet to form the famous river Nile that runs through Egypt. This is an amazing land that predates Egypt, but for many is just another part of our world's hidden history. The question is, what happened? What was this ancient civilization about? And what left it in ruin? Why do we only know the story of the Nile Valley from Egypt? And why do we think that Egypt is somewhere separate from Africa? What do we still have and use today that was connected to this time period? We're going to peel back the pages of time and find out. I'm standing here on ancient holy ground, in an area that was once part of the Napatan Kingdom. Today this place is known as Jebel Barku, which is an Arabic term that means holy mountain. It goes by this term because in ancient times, for over 1,000 years, this area was the Kemetic and Kushite religious center of the world. Home to the Nubians, ancient Egyptians, and other traveling Africans.
Jebel Barku is a very important site, both in the history of Kush and in the history of Egypt, or Kemet if you prefer. The mountain had a particular shape, and both the Egyptians and the Kushites regarded this mountain as the holy mountain. That's what the Egyptians called it, the holy mountain.
So at Jebel Barku you have this great ritual religious complex which is set up in a monumental form that we see first when the ruler of Kemet conquers it, when Thutmose III is building his great temple there, and then it continues, and it's in that area that Napata is.
The city of Napata becomes a very important capital during this golden age of Kush. The site has a long history. We can trace it back to the 18th dynasty period of ancient Egypt, where the ancient Egyptians saw it as sacred to their deity Amen.
Really remarkable point in the landscape, and again you have to be in the landscape, or you have to have the photograph of the landscape to understand how different it is and why it attracts attention. And people have different theories about that, but they don't tell us. They just call it the Juwa'ab, and they saw there a certain kind of form of sacredness.
So the influence of the Sudanese Nubians in Egypt is quite clear, but on the other hand, the influence of the Egyptians themselves in traditions, in religion, is still people having different minds of is it originated from there or is it being acquired or adopted as gods by the Nubians.
So here at Jebel Barkal, in between Upper Kemet and Lower Nubia, we find much shared culture. And there's much debate around whether it started deep in Africa, at the heart of the Nile, and spread upwards, or if it started in the north of Africa, at the bottom of the Nile, and spread down into Africa.
We must have in mind that these political borders were not there.
But the boundaries were constantly shifting in any case, and there'd always been a lot of trade between these two separate states, if you like.
When you talk about Lower and Upper Nubia, you're talking about a span of land where people have got blood relations and they have got some sort of culturation and acculturation always happening there.
There'd always been a very strong relationship, and to me, the more I look at the cultures from these two separate states, the more similar they actually become. And I think we need to try and move away from some of the images that we see that show Nubia in particular as a very different country. We know for a fact that, as I've said, there was a lot of trade between the two, and that also many of the people would move across the borders effectively over time. So there's always a very strong, close relationship, and at certain times, you know, they were the same thing. They were just one.
It's like the relationship between America and England. England is the mother and father of America. The population of America are predominantly English American. The presidents of America are English American. Even though America is an expression of the European consciousness, the vast majority of people are European, the predominant power is the heritage that England has given it. The Americans acknowledge this. They trace their lineage, if they can, back to England and come back to here. The relationship is a special relationship of power. Though America has power on this earth, England is its mother and father and recognized as such. That is precisely the way that one should look at the relationship between Kemet and Nubia.
The religion of the Kushites is quite interesting. One of the important deities was Amen. Now, Amen is the pronunciation that the Hebrews give it, and some scholars agree to use that pronunciation. Amun is the pronunciation given to it by one of the old European scholars, Plutarch.
In the language of Kemet, the word for hidden is Imen, or Amun is the way that we put it in English. And Amun is the name of God as creator who is everywhere and hidden, combined with Ra'ah, who's the energy of the sun. That's the metaphor for the creator, so Amun Ra'ah. But Amun is the hidden part, very much like the Christian, Jewish, Muslim concept of God as everywhere and invisible.
The sun, the symbol of the creator, was reborn every morning. It reached its highest position in the day at noon, where it was known as Re. Re represented the creator, God, the sustainer of life on high at its highest point. When the sun set in the west, it was known as Amen. Amen is a Kemetic word which means hidden or concealed.
Amen was supposed to be unseen and therefore very all-powerful also, because Amen was responsible for creation. Amen was responsible for everything, knew everything, understood everything, could foretell everything, and so on, the great omnipotent and omnipresent divinity.
At this religious center, one of the main temples that is still here to be seen today was a temple that was dedicated to Amun. The ram was a sign that was always associated to the worship of Amun. It has been claimed that during the time of these temples, it was the astrological age of the ram, what we know as Aries, and that's why the ram was represented.
They all worshipped God Amun, who was the same god as in Egypt, the state god of the pharaohs, whose main temple was in fact in Napata.
Their deity Amen, they make it quite clear. Amen is a deity coming from Cush. And then during the Kushite Golden Age, they resurrect that same belief system, and then they build monuments sacred to Amen, and then Amen's wife, or Amen's consort, Mut. Mut was the goddess of Amen. What's important here is that same site, the Egyptians had their belief that that's where Amen and Mut came from. So that becomes a very, very important center.
Within the African systems, be they in Kemet, be they in Nubia, or be they in Kush, the male god has an equal and opposite female god. We see this representation in all African cultural systems that flow.
Every Netcher in Kemet had his female counterpart. So I reference Asar and Aset. They were Netcher who complemented each other. They were co-equals.
They are usually together in families, producing children. We have a man and a woman and a child produced as the union.
We tend to think of the deities as a family. It's not quite so biological, it's more religious.
In the beginning there was only Noon, the original ocean of chaos that contained the beginning of everything to come. Ra, the sun, was born and appeared to rise from the surface of the water. Ra then gave birth to 2 children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut then had 2 more children, Nut, the goddess of sky, and Geb, the god of earth. And so with them the physical universe was created. From the union of Geb and Nut, 4 human children were born, and so the story of civilization begun.
The Egyptian creation story, in many respects, represents the development of a civilization and the growing of Egypt, I suppose. And it's coming out of something that's very simple and coming out of nature, and then is being developed by man and being developed also into obviously one of the greatest civilizations that there ever was.
The spiritual world represented the physical world. So as it was in heaven, so as it was on earth. The Africans came together in Kemet to build a heaven on earth.
So what you see is this combination of balance and harmony. The essence of what we find within traditional African society is an understanding of the totality of life that is literally matrilineal and is paired with the masculine energy in order to maintain its force and its operation throughout society. If you suppress the female, you suppress 50% of the power of the creator.
It seems to be really important, and in many respects the sort of male and female seem to represent the 2 different forces coming together. And I suppose it's a bit like the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt in some respects.
Because they understood that it wasn't just about gender. It was about the understanding of the energy and how it moves, how masculine energy moves and how feminine energy moves, and how to marry the 2. Which created balance, life.
The idea was to create a land which was like the land that was up in the skies and beneath the earth. And in that sense, they saw that how they were arranged in families was also how the gods must also be arranged in families, and how the spiritual energies of the universe must also be arranged in families because they are arranged in families.
3 of the most important Neteru in Kemet were Asar, Aset, and Heru.
Or to give them the more usual names, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. These 3 deities originally came from Kush.
These are very, very important triumvirate.
Their stories are as much mythology as they are history.
Now, according to Diodorus Siculus, who was one of the ancient Greek historians, Osiris was originally a community leader of very early Kush. He doesn't call him a king of Kush, but he makes it quite clear he was a leader.
Asar is regarded as the founding father of Kemet. He unified the two lands. He established the first nation-state in the recorded history of humanity. He is said to have introduced writing, the writing which the ancient Kemites referred to as Medu Neter, or the writing of God when it was written, or the words of God when it was spoken. He is also said to have introduced agriculture and theology.
Also decided to take civilization to certain parts of the Nile Valley as well as to other parts of the world.
Asar married a beautiful Nubian woman by the name of Aset, who was his co-regent, not his inferior, his co-regent. And when Asar decided that he was going to travel to other parts of Africa to share his technology with his brothers and sisters on the continent, he left his wife Aset to run their nation.
And he was very successful, very admired, and this provoked the jealousy of his brother, Set.
And Set then plotted to overthrow his brother Asar.
Set, or Sete in ancient Egyptian, murdered his brother, dismembered his body into 14 pieces, and then scattered those 14 pieces throughout Kemet.
When Aset learned of the murder and dismemberment of her husband, she fled for her life, and then she went searching for the missing parts of her husband's body. Aset found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body, and as she found each body part, she cleaned it, she anointed it with oils, and she laid all 13 parts out, and she literally remembered her husband, wrapped his entire body in bandages, and created the first mummy in the recorded history of humanity. As Aset was preparing to bury her husband, she grieved because she was about to bury the man that she loved. She grieved because she was still a virgin. They had never consummated their marriage, and thus she would never bear children by the man that she loved. And according to the story written on many papyri in Kemet, carved on several temples in Kemet, the spirit of Asar came and impregnated his virgin wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, the virgin Aset gave birth to their son, Heru.
Now, in the case of Isis, or Set, she is the original Virgin Mother, and she is seen suckling Horus. He is shown as a child suckling his mother, and he's wearing the pharaonic headdress, making it clear that he was born a king.
Haru is the son of Osiris, and he's the embodiment of order. He has to take over the kingship, and he has to do that through a struggle.
So Heru was born, the son of a virgin. He was born with a specific purpose in life. That was to restore his father's kingdom, to do battle with his uncle Set and reclaim his father's throne.
Heru would then take up his father's struggle, in a way, against his uncle Seth.
One of those classic battles, not so much between good and evil, it's more a battle between order and anarchy.
And Heru eventually triumphs over Set.
At that moment, Heru was transformed, miraculously transformed into a falcon. He flew into heaven to meet with his father Asar, told Asar of his victory over Set. His father blessed him, and Heru then returned to Kemet as the legitimate heir to the throne. And when he ascended to the throne, the symbol of the Heru Badet, the winged sun disk, was a symbol that was carved above the entrance of every temple in Kemet to serve as a reminder of Heru fulfilling the reasons for which he was born. And at the moment Heru reclaimed his father's throne and was crowned the king of Kemet, his father Asar was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment.
According to Plutarch, what he says about Osiris is that Osiris was associated with the moon, and the moon has its lunar cycle and then disappears at the end of the lunar month, and then 3 days later is then reborn, and this is then the resurrection of Osiris after being dead for 3 days. So Osiris is then the god of death and resurrection.
And Seth or Zetesh, is never thrown away. He's an important part of the whole series of gods. He's not the annihilating factor.
Set was not purely evil. Set represented the forces of discordance.
Zetesh still has to be there. If you take him away, you're taking away part of reality. But he shouldn't be king. So that balance between Hor and Zetesh is one where Hor, Heru, is meant to be very much on top and ruling.
And our ancestors were very inclusive. And they knew for certain that, as I said, there was a little bit of good in the worst of us and a little good of bad in the best of us. And they represented that in this way.
So the reigning ruler in Kemet, and this is taken over to an extent in Kush, the reigning king is Horus, because he's managed to take over and rule.
I'm here at Naga, at one of the Kushites' most well-preserved sites here today in Sudan.
Temples were really important, both in Kemet and in Kush.
When you begin to look at the development of temples, the temples that we find in Nubia, the temples that we find in Egypt, the temples were universities.
In many respects, they were kind of mini universities. So you have your Egyptian elite living in the temples. They were developing languages, they were developing mythology, they were developing the religion.
There were places where the so-called priests, who were actually priest scholars, part of a system of learning.
And the fact that the temples not only acted as places of worship, but places of learning also.
One was the house of the book, and the other one was the house of life, Per Ankh, meaning house of the life, house of life.
The education was holistic. So you couldn't study maths without studying geography or biology. Everything was interconnected.
These priests that came out of these systems were to be the guardians or the custodians of this cultural practice. They were not theoretical religious people. They were individuals who were both warriors, both scholars, and both priests at the same time.
It might be important to look at the system of education as a system of formal learning and the system of socialization as a way or the way in which one generation was socialized into the fundamental values and rituals and meaning of life of the community and therefore of the society.
The belief was that you weren't born man or born woman, you were born male or born female. And through the process of passage, then you became male or you became female. The passage was intended to be arduous, rigorous.
They would have had to have gone to the temple and gone through certain rites of passage.
The socialization has to do with becoming an adult, with knowing your roles as an adult.
And the training was both physical, both mental, and both spiritual.
And a lot of this came to rest in the temple, where you had schools in the temple.
The temple itself was not to be worshipped. The people themselves understood that they were the most sacred thing, not the temple.
All the professions were premised upon somebody having completed what is called scribal training. To become a scribe was really to achieve the platform from which other careers took off.
What I also find very interesting and very attractive about the Kushite civilization was that, unlike in Egypt, where it was only the educated classes and the priesthood and so on who could read and write, in Kush they achieved a high level of literacy. That meant that humble people could actually read and write and were encouraged to do so.
In actual fact, I don't think there's any modern equivalent to one of these temples. They were both centres of scholarship, but they were also the centres of religion.
So the custodian, the intellectual custodian, was also a spiritual custodian. Was also the warrior custodian. In times of war, it was they that pulled up their cloth and went to war. It was also they that kept the spirit of that nation alive. It was also they who kept the intellect of that nation alive in books and study. So there was no separation. Kemetian philosophy is so monotheistic. All of it was part of the one science, which is life. This science was not separate from religion. So the science and the religion were combined together.
And it's that understanding that everything is interconnected, which is the spirituality.
Everything in the cosmos, in the universe, is related to everything else. We're all interconnected.
There is an understanding that there is one central energy source, but with different aspects. The aspects are represented by how we call in the Western world gods. But there is never a thinking that there isn't one monotheistic central source or power. There is the understanding, whether you're in Kemet, whether you're in Nubia or in Kush or in any of these kingdoms in the Nile Valley or any of the African kingdoms that follow subsequently, that there is one central source or energy from which everything comes from.
Clearly, they share the same religious beliefs as with the Egyptians, with some additions, so to speak. Some local gods were worshipped, like god Apedemak, a lion god. And you have to remember that lions were common here up until the early 19th century.
These historical sites found here in Africa are all that's left of the Nubian and Kushite cultures of people who lived all along the Nile Valley. These ruins are evidence of some of the world's earliest highly developed civilized cultures. These people had an understanding of astrology, medicine, philosophy. They had mapped out the world. They had circumnavigated and understood the planet that they lived on.
We find that the people of the Nile Valley were responsible for developing the first calendar of 365.25 days.
Now, because of the tropical or semi-tropical condition in the Nile Valley, there were clear nights and people could see the stars and the other heavenly bodies. And it is very clear that humanity began to notice patterns. Think about this. How long would it take, for example, for us to understand the movement of the moon?
The moon travels around the Earth every 27.322 days. Because of this, the ancients based their month around a 30-day cycle.
How long will it take for us to work out that the Earth goes around the sun once in every 365.25 days?
The calendar was utilized as late as 4,230 BCE. Now, in order to come to that definitive understanding of how long it takes the Earth to rotate on its orbit around the sun, you have to be able to make celestial observations for at least 1,000 years to identify the patterns, to then correct the patterns, to come up with the most accurate calendar that has ever been used by human beings.
The ancients of the Nile Valley based their year and months around the natural cycles of the universe. Each of their months was connected to an astrological sign, like our zodiac, and so their yearly calendar became a map of the Earth's human, earthly, and heavenly cycles.
And this is where the sense of time, the whole question of the calendar, the year, different months, came out of.
So you had groups of people who had time on their hand to observe their environment and then to produce great works that recorded their observations. So you had astronomers.
In terms of astrology, that was always, again, very important to the ancient Egyptians. And when people were born, they would actually have their charts drawn up.
We see water irrigation, we see aqueducts, we see underground heating, swimming pools, we see heated swimming pools.
We had people who studied rocks and minerals, geology.
These very brightly polished ones, that's again a classic Sudanese. I think that particular colour combination, those happen to be the colours of the modern Egyptian flag, but actually it's a very, to me, very Sudanese combination, that clear white with dark and red. Earlier in the history of Kemet, you get a lot of carnelian, the red stone, coming out of Nubia.
Precision drilling, iron smelting, precision iron smelting.
You had people who studied plant cycles, agriculture.
We see papyrus paper, we see glass making, we see stained glass, we see use of gunpowder, not in weaponry, but in religious services and religious rites.
You had people who studied building, how to build structures, what materials are best used to build structures.
This was a great golden age of pyramids, of temples, of writing, scholarship.
We see elements and a good deal of evidence, perhaps of electricity.
You had artisans who were responsible for creating great works of art, sculptures, paintings.
Gold smelting, silver smelting, the creation of refined industries.
These are classic faience beads. This is the colour that most of the material in this tray should look. Faience is simply desert sand, it's quartz sand, but it's ground down and fused at a fairly high temperature, and you add the colour from adding ingredients, so that amazing blue will come from copper filings that have been added in. So there's a very close link between the artists who are producing all of this material and the metal workers, because they're using the filings from the metal workers' floor. So the underpinning of order in Egyptian religious art and in the language is a pedestal. It's a block that looks a bit like kind of a carpenter's plane, something to make things smooth. And the word in the language of Kemet is ma'at. Ma'a is smooth, and it's trying to make things on a smooth path. That seems to be the metaphor they use, and ma'at almost means what is good.
One of the most significant aspects of spirituality in Kemet had to do with the concept of ma'at. Ma'at represented the ubiquitous powers that flow throughout the universe, that maintain the balance, the harmony, and the order throughout the universe and on planet Earth. Ma'at was represented by a female figure with wings and an ostrich feather. One later came to recognize this figure of a human being with wings as a prototype for angels within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Ma'at was fundamental to the Nile Valley because it was its moral code.
The ancient Kemetians believed, as did the Africans from the south, that when one passed from this existence to another, there was a point of spiritual judging. This spiritual judging was to weigh your heart with a feather. The heart had to measure itself and be balanced against a feather.
And you quite literally get the heart being weighed on scales to see if a person is worthy of going through to the next life.
We can actually still see Nubians wearing the feather of Ma'at, showing their connection to this moral order.
The people and the pharaohs tried to establish and maintain Ma'at. And they didn't have a word for evil, because that's, I think, what people think, good and evil, light and dark, do you know what I mean? But the opposite of Ma'at was Isfet, which was unbalanced.
Ma'at, the feather, would then be weighed against a person's heart. And if your heart is heavy and it tips against a feather, it shows that you have done things to have a heavy heart, meaning you're a guilty person.
The idea of the feather was a representation of the female aspect and also of air, but also of the lightness of being, the idea that your heart was not heavy. We still say it now. My heart is not heavy. My heart was light. I had a light heart, a clean soul.
They declare their innocence by reciting the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, some of which would sound very familiar to Jews and Christians. Those 42 admonitions were, I have not stolen. I have not committed adultery. I have not polluted myself. I have not polluted the land. I have not spoken ill of my neighbor. I have not spoken ill against God. I have not defrauded offerings. As a person's heart was weighed on the scale of Ma'at, as they recited these 42 declarations, if they were true to these declarations, then their heart would be as light as a feather. This is where the concept comes from. And so it means that they would be pronounced Ma'at Keru, true of voice.
The clean soul was the fundamental aspect. We see it represented in all the Kemetian philosophies, which they had taken from their mother from the south.
So the idea then of Ma'at is she represents keeping the law, keeping truth, keeping justice, keeping righteousness, keeping reciprocity.
And what this basically meant is that we had to say that we didn't do these 42 cardinal sins. And once we lived a life that didn't contribute to those, we lived a good life, a righteous life.
This event was recorded in the Book of Judgment by Jehuti, and then in the next scene of this very important document, of which thousands and thousands were produced, because every person who died wanted to have this document to help them be able to recall these 42 admonitions. One of the very last panels shows Heru, the son of Asar, leading the vindicated soul of this person to his father. And it brings to mind the passage in the Bible, I think it's John. So Heru was the way, Heru was the truth, Heru was the light through which the soul of man was brought before the Lord of judgment and then proceeded to go into heaven or hell to experience the next life.
Ma'at is also called Sit Ra'ah, the daughter of Ra'ah, the sun god, the creator. And although you find parallels for that in European Christianity, the church is called the daughter of God, so you can see that kind of idea that the great force that protects good is related to the creator.
So Ma'at represented the means by which a person can achieve their highest spiritual level of understanding.
This wasn't about religion, this was a way of life, of being, of relating to each other, because relationships was our highest value, how we related to ourselves. So before you can relate to somebody else, you have to relate to yourself.
It's often used as a kind of unique force that you don't find in any other society in the world. I'm not sure I believe that, because I think every society defines itself by what it thinks is right. So in Kemet, the word of the language of Kemet for what is right is Ma'at.
All of these ideas and concepts can be traced back to the Nile Valley, to Kemet, to Nubia, at least 1,000 years before the advent of Judaism.
Talking about the importance of spirituality and of spirituality itself, not only to Kemet, Kush, and other places in the Nile Valley, but to all African society that remain African, even unto today. And I think it's important for us to understand that to be African is to be a spiritual being, because our ancestors recognized being spiritual as the fundamental of human existence.
From the start, whether we look at the Nile Valley during the Tarseti, Kemetan, or Kushite period, we see a unifying system of understanding that gave the people their moral core. An understanding that may have changed slightly from generation to generation, but a knowledge of a divine force greater than themselves continued to be at the center of their civilization. Debates still rage about the length and continuation of the Nile Valley cultures and how interconnected they were. What we do know is that over time rulership changed between the different black rulers along the banks of the Nile. It appears that Kemet was roughly 3,000 years old before it had any interference from cultures outside of Africa. Asiatic people known as the Hyksos melted into the Northern Nile society at first, and then by chance took full control of Lower Kemet and ruled for roughly 100 years. During this time, Kemet was inflicted with corruption and a depraved form of leadership. There's still debate around whether they were fully kicked out or not. Society in the Lower Nile Valley continued to come under attack from groups outside of Africa.
When the Assyrians took over Kemet, they attempted to separate Egypt or Kemet from Nubia. Now, this was a hard thing to do since both sets of people were entwined. Their families, their culture, their religion was part of the same culture and religion.
In about 1,000 years BC, the Nubians moved in and took full control of Lower Kemet, bringing the whole region under Kushite protection.
When Kemet got into difficulties, it was the Nubians from the south who came from the south to the north to rescue Kemet.
The Kushites, they decided to go into Egypt and to take control of the situation, to sort things out, to restore traditions, to restore religion, to restore law and order, and to basically remind the people in Egypt who they really were.
They were trying to retake Kemet because Kemet was theirs. It was their bloodline. They were not foreign invaders. They were individuals who were part of the original bloodline, attempting to retake the bloodline and the land which was once their own. So that line of 7 or 8 Nubian kings was an attempt to give an African renaissance, to return Kemet back to African hands after the Assyrians were attempting to cut off Kemet from the Sudan or cut off Kemet from Nubia.
During the period of Kushite rule in Egypt, the way they administered that country was quite interesting. What would happen is the male pharaohs would then rule from the city of Napata. Female rulers would then rule from Waset, which is in Egypt.
In Africa, women didn't rule and men didn't rule. Men and women ruled equally with a co-rulership with different functions, where the woman was fully vested and the man was fully vested.
And what I find interesting and very attractive about this civilization is the fact that women could actually rule in their own right. So they didn't have to be, rulers because they were waiting for a boy king to grow up, or they weren't ruling behind the scenes while, the guy was the king and he was the official ruler. They actually ruled in and of themselves.
Now, who were these female rulers? Some people say that they were the wives of the Kushite pharaohs. Some people say that they were the sisters of the Kushite pharaohs. Whichever be the case, they formed a parallel dynasty. And that dynasty would be aunt being succeeded by her niece, and that kind of line. Iron, the center of that industry, was of course Meroe.
Meroe is already a city, a royal city, when the capital is further north at Napata.
The royal city of Meroe is very important to our understanding of the achievements of the Kushites because it was actually a planned city. It was planned, it had a water sanctuary, which are known as the baths, it had temples, and it also had spacious homes on the scale of aristocrats.
Today at this ancient site of Meroe, we can see the most amazing arrangement of pyramids. Here, like in other parts of the Nile Valley, it's still debated whether the pyramids were used just for burials or if they were astrological markers and places for holy rituals.
The city of Meroe dates back to about the 10th century BC, although this is controversial. If one looks at some of the older writers writing in the 19th century, They argue that Meroe is so old that it even predates ancient Egypt. But let's get with the conservative dates, 10th century BC. Scholars who have been to Meroe have all pointed out the same thing, the huge amounts of iron slag.
Meroe was a massive industrial center of antiquity and clearly a major center of iron production.
As a production center, it's long before the Industrial Revolution, but in a certain way it's an industrial city.
In fact, the early explorers call it Birmingham of Africa.
Now, why the Birmingham of Africa? Well, Birmingham, back in the day, was the center of England's iron working industry.
As an industrial centre, it was very, very important. The main thing that people think about when they talk about Meroe is iron. There was iron production there. Some people have even said they had steel production.
In this area, it was rich in iron ore, so it allowed Meroe to develop not just as a major political and, with Amun Temple, religious center, but also as a major industrial center, which perhaps traded with countries elsewhere.
There are reports that the Kingdom of Kush had trade routes going as far as India, and that many Nubians settled there, creating an area called Indus Kush.
That makes you look at how people inside Meroe related to one another and to the outside world in a new way.
Meroe has a whole series of pyramids in a very good state of preservation. There are at least 84 pyramids, and it's quite possible that many more have since been found.
I'm standing here in the pyramid complex of Meroe. Here in Sudan, there are over 200 pyramids that have been found here to date. This is almost twice as many as its neighbor in Egypt. These pyramids were built by the Nubians. And this is just one of the complexes that can be seen here today.
Gold and iron were two most important trading products in Kush. Gold has a long history because the reason why Nubia got the name Nubia in the first place is derived from the ancient Egyptian word nub, which means gold.
And what the ancient Egyptians are saying is that this is the land of gold. This is where we get gold from.
There was a reputation that the Egyptians had that gold was as plentiful as dust. Wasn't true, but this was a reputation that it developed. But where did the Egyptians get their gold from in the first place? They got them from the Kushite gold mines.
They traded with each other.
Herodotus mentions that gold was used to enchain prisoners. Now, he may well be exaggerating, but since there are images of even mundane things like golden tweezers, the fact that gold would then be used to make tweezers, that shows that it's not a far stretch of the imagination for Herodotus to say that gold would then be used to enchain prisoners.
Many of the things that we think of as advanced culture or advanced technology has its root within Kemet.
We know that pottery was first used in Sudan rather than in Egypt.
The Kushites throughout their whole history were always very good at making pottery. They were very artistic, and their pottery is some of the best in the ancient world. That was also manufactured at Meroe.
This is the great glory of Meroe, the pottery. Much of this has been conserved and restored. What's extraordinary is how thin they're able to make this pottery and how they choose every tradition open to them.
What's amazing here is this pottery is over 2,500 years old, and much of it is still usable today.
This is much more an Egyptian form. That's a little baby feeding cup. That's just the mud of the Nile.
Now, the last ruler, Shepenupet II, was on the throne when the Assyrians conquered Egypt. They made their conquest in 663 BC.
When the last of the Nubian kings, Tawentameni, fought his last conflict with Ashurbanipal, who was the Assyrian king in 664 BCE, we see Kemet being split from the African world, or an attempt to split Kemet from the African world. As the subsequent more barbarous invaders took control of Egypt, the kings of Kush were afraid that their central kingdom would be attacked, would be destroyed. So they moved their capital from Napata to Meroe, which is why Meroe grows when Napata declines.
The kings moved their burial ground, their pyramids, to Meroe, and perhaps they moved the capital city even earlier, around 500–600 BC.
So this dividing line that was set up by the Kushite kings was a matter of defense, a matter of safety.
After this, there are no more black rulers of Egypt. The rulers are now Assyrians or Assyrian puppets.
And essentially the northern part of Kemet became part of the culture and history and civilization of Assyria. Assyria became the focal point, the married line, the feminine line, the female line of Kemet was deliberately usurped by the Assyrian kings.
And therefore Shepenupet II was the last independent black ruler of Egypt.
As the Assyrian kings took control of Kemet, then we have a resurgence in consciousness in Nubia. The Kushite people, the Nubian people in the south, resurged because after 664, perhaps by 590 BCE, there were no further attempts by the Nubians, by the Kushites, to retake Kemet. That's why Meroe had a second renaissance. It had a renaissance before, but that's why it had a second renaissance, because the Kushite kings, the Nubian kings, were no longer trying to take back Kemet. That's why the Meroitic script was resurged.
Now, during the time of Kushite pharaoh Natarsen, the Kushites invent this script, which scholars call Meroitic.
And interestingly, they also borrowed from Egyptians the signs for writing their language.
But let's be quite clear. Egyptian hieroglyphics themselves date back to the Tarseti period, which is the first golden age of Nubia. So if we wanted to trace the origin of Egyptian hieroglyphics, we have to go back to very early Nubia.
Basically, for the longest time in Kushite history that we find evidence of writing, they were using the same hieroglyphs as the Egyptians were using. Both cultures used the same. But later on, when the kingdom became more centered in Meroe, they devised their own script.
But they borrow 23 hieroglyphic signs and a number of other demotic signs to write in their own language, which is the second oldest written language in Africa, Meroitic language.
They actually devised two scripts. One is known as the cursive script, and the other one is known now as the Meroitic hieroglyphs.
The script had 23 letters, of which 19 were consonants and 4 were vowels. There was also a word divider, so scholars know when the words began, when the words ended.
And it's only partly deciphered, so there's lots of mysteries in the work.
And there are 900 books and inscriptions written in this old script.
In terms of understanding the language, it hasn't been translated yet, and so that really hampers our understanding of the culture and the religion, and basically how the people saw themselves and what they'd like to say about themselves. There are a couple of people who are trying to decipher the language, and one of the ways that they wanted to do it was to speak to people who today speak what may have been a related language.
Time is running out because a lot of the languages of Africa are not spoken by more than literally sometimes a dozen people. And as the elders die and people don't capture these languages, we won't have that link. People in the landscape won't know what the sound was.
It appears that the Nubian Kushites created this new language to protect the last of their secrets from the invading foreigners. In doing so, they created a greater divide between them and their lost gem of the Nile Valley, Egypt.
Then Egypt is conquered by the Persians in 525 BC.
The Persian kings, like Cambyses, a ruthless and genocidal ruler who took over Persian rulership and then took over rulership in Kemet. This Cambyses attempted to invade Nubia and failed. His army died in the Nubian desert. That which was left was destroyed by the Nubian bows. If you don't know, then you should know that the Nubians were famous for having the longbow. Even before the 14th century Englishman said he created a longbow. I don't know how he came out with creating the English longbow. The longbow was the famous weapon of choice for the Nubian, the Kushite warriors.
Then it's conquered by the Greeks in 332 BC.
Then, of course, after the Battle of Gargamella in 323 or 325 BCE, Alexander the Great, a Greek, a Macedonian, defeated Darius III. In defeating Darius III, Alexander the Great then became a pharaoh of Egypt.
He took charge of Egypt, which is what we get the name from the ancient Greeks. That's what they called the country.
So the Egyptian world becomes part then of the Greek world.
And following his death, when his kingdom, which was so big it had to be divided up amongst his generals, a general called Ptolemy took charge of Egypt, and initially as a satrap, as an official who was ruling there, and then later as a king.
The Macedonian rulerships, Ptolemy, etc., he was a Macedonian Greek general, married into the Egyptian bloodline. Married into the female Egyptian bloodline, producing Egyptians who are Greek and Egyptian at the same time and facing towards Greece.
And he founded really the last resident dynasty of pharaohs.
So then Egypt then became even more divorced. And then, of course, there is the classic story. Whether or not there is historical accuracy to it is another matter, although we do have references to it, of Alexander's attempt to invade Nubia and the Candace Amerinus with elephants and warriors preventing him from invading Nubia. We have that recorded under several Greek scholars. The Macedonian rulers of Egypt did not conquer Nubia. Nubia remained essentially intact.
The Greeks had a lot of contact with Kemet, and they saw Kemet as a place where they would go to learn. So many of the famous Greek philosophers, mathematicians, scientists, playwrights, all went to Egypt to actually learn from the Egyptian priests.
The Greek rulership did not affect the religious systems in the same way that Christianity and Islam did.
The Romans started to interfere with Egypt about 100 BC. And that was because this Ptolemaic dynasty, the dynasty Cleopatra was the last ruler of that dynasty, had started to have a lot of dynastic feuds. So brothers and sisters had been sort of arguing and vying for the throne. One person would be exiled, somebody else would take control. And the Romans were starting to become increasingly powerful, and quite often the ruler who'd been exiled would actually run to the Romans and ask them to put them back on the throne.
Then it's conquered by the Romans in 30 BC.
For the Greeks and Romans, the Egyptians were Africans, and when you get depictions of Egyptians, they're always shown people with black skin, afro hair, sort of small noses, broad faces, full mouths. So they actually sort of have a caricature almost of what they see as an Egyptian. And the Greeks often confused Egypt with Ethiopia, so they'll quite often call the Egyptians Ethiopians. So obviously somebody with a dark face. And when they showed Ethiopians, they showed them in exactly the same way that they showed Egyptians as Africans. So there was no question at all that Egypt was an African country. It certainly wasn't seen to be European by either the Greeks or the Romans.
Now, the Romans and the Greeks and the Assyrians and the Persians came to Egypt because Egypt was the breadbasket of the world. The control of Egypt and the granaries of Egypt was fundamental to the control of any civilization that attempted to control the world. Not only that, but Egypt, through its trade relations with the South, had control and access to the minerals of the South, the iron, the copper, the gold, the silver. The Roman system of coinage was based on gold and silver. Therefore, they needed access to the mines of the south. So the control of Egypt was fundamental in getting the trade from the gold and silver from the south to the north. So therefore, the control of Egypt was fundamental. Egypt was the most wealthy nation in the world, and it remained so through Assyrian, Persian, Greek, or Roman rulership. Egypt still was the most wealthy, not just in terms of gold and silver, which was, you know, tenuous in terms of its commodity value, but in terms of grain, wheat. Rome as a civilization, like the Greek civilization, did not produce enough food to sustain itself.
The Romans saw Egypt, and the reason they really wanted Egypt so much was it was a grain source for their armies.
When Kemet was invaded by the Greeks and the Romans, they effectively ruined the country. They used it not for itself, they used it for their own country. So, for example, when the Romans were ruling in Kemet, they took all the grain from there and sent it to Rome as dole for their people, because the Romans had a dole system where they would give people bread to keep them quiet. That was their dole. And all the grain that made that bread came from Kemet. So basically they ruined the country completely.
But they also traded things like animals, obviously for their gladiatorial fights. A lot of the African animals were shipped over to Rome because the Romans saw Egypt as this sort of exotic and interesting, sort of another world almost. It wasn't just another country, it was a completely different world to the one that they were used to.
So when you overexploit a country like that and you take all of its resources and you use it for another country, obviously there's going to be nothing left for that country. And over time, Egypt became poorer and poorer, and I feel that this ultimately led to the final downfall.
So the relationship between Egypt and Rome was fundamental in Roman survival, not in Egyptian survival, in Roman survival.
I think Egypt was crucial to Rome's development, both from a political point of view, in that it gave it a very important and very wealthy territory, but also because a lot of people in Rome became very interested in Egyptian religion and Egyptian cults. And also, they must have been learning from people in Egypt, as the Greeks had learned from people in Egypt. So I think that Egypt was actually very important for Rome, certainly Rome's early development.
But all of this means, of course, that Egypt is getting more cut off from its neighbour from the south. It sees its relationship as being north. Its connections are northward, not southwards. It sees the south as a trade route, a source of supplies and minerals and grain. And we see further connections between the royalty, the royal families, the political people of Egypt, and we see with the south, because the south has cut itself off and it's been cut off.
Now, the conquests of Egypt changed the population. And so Egypt was already moving into an Afro-Asian direction.
The calendar was actually adopted by the Romans. They decided to adopt the Egyptian calendar, so we've actually taken that from obviously the Romans, then spreading throughout Europe. So actually Rome's quite a key and important player in us today learning about ancient Egypt, because it adopted so many different parts of its knowledge and culture and was very, very keen to promote it.
So as Rome tightens its hold on Egypt, and the failed attempt by Cleopatra and Julius Caesar to produce a line of individuals, that line being destroyed by Octavian or Augustus Caesar.
And at that point, finally, Egypt loses its last resident ruler, Cleopatra.
The line of pharaohs abolished. It's at that point that we have the end of dynastic Egypt under Roman rulership.
And it's after that point, when Rome takes control, that we start to, in many respects, I suppose, see the downfall of Egypt and the demise of Egyptian culture.
Meanwhile, in Kush, the pharaonic culture continues.
One of the great things about the Sudanese Meroitic Kingdom, they're one of these kingdoms that keep the Romans out. It's one of the kingdoms that the Roman Empire tried to conquer and failed to conquer.
I think also the further south that the Romans went, obviously, the further away they're going from the Mediterranean and from Europe, and so arguably the more difficult that would become for them.
I'm standing in the center of the once great city of Miro. Behind me is a temple dedicated to Amun.
Excavations done here in the 90s reveal temples with walls and statues covered with gold leaf, a remnant of Merowe's immense gold trade. At the heart of this ancient city, we find the remains of its spiritual center. Here, Amen was revered in temples of the highest splendor.
When they moved here, they built another temple to this god, the largest, as I said, apart from Napata, in the Sudan, which unfortunately now is in a ruined state, as most of the site is.
The royal city was walled with gates and towers. And one of the old sources makes it clear that the population of Merowe supported at least 200,000 soldiers and 4,000 artisans. And that would give us some kind of indication of what scale of city that we're talking about. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, made reference to a violet-scented fountain where people would wash and they would bathe in these aromatic salts. And the Liverpool expedition at the beginning of the 20th century excavated in Merowe and found that Herodotus was probably talking about this bath that shares affinities with the Roman bath. What's interesting about this capital is that only a tiny fraction of it has actually been excavated.
Perhaps I am standing right now on the ruins on the temple, which is still to be discovered.
In truth, at least 90% of it is still to be found.
I hope to do it in the coming years. We did some preliminary sondages, and we found, again, domestic remains, but also a fragment of a temple from maybe 300 BC, so we hope to find it.
So we can only infer from the little bit that we've seen so far, and the little bit that we've seen so far is very, very impressive.
Hidden under the desert surface of this ancient temple are the tile remains of its ancient modern beauty. Much of this area is covered with these types of tiles.
The modern-day neglect of these temples is only equaled by the invading nations that came in and replaced religions and took over the land of these areas.
The Nubian and Kushite culture began to slowly decline as the invading nations took control of the surrounding areas. As Rome became Christian, it began to spread its New World religion throughout its empire, taking religious control of the Nile Valley.
For the essential part, Kush remained essentially unchristianized. However, on the eastern side of Sudan, in a place called Aksum, they created a Coptic religious system. This Coptic religious system, though essentially African, had a different philosophical base to it than that which had been there present, and a different thinking process to that which had been there present.
The last of the Kushite pyramids is around 300 and something AD. And so it would seem that the last burials of the Kushites coincides with the punishing of the Red and the Black Noba by Emperor Ezana of Aksum.
This Aksumite kingdom was the kingdom that in 320 AD, CE, was the kingdom that eventually conquered Kush.
The end of Kush brought the end of roughly 5,000 years of royal culture in the Nubian lands of the Nile Valley. So as we look back over this ancient world, we can say that the ancient Africans of the Nile Valley had a civilization that lasted longer than the society we are part of today. At its peak, it had reached a great level of spiritual, social, economic, and structural development. This was a civilization of religion, astrology, medicine, philosophy, architecture, art, engineering, mathematics, and much of what was passed down to us from the Greeks and Romans actually came from the legacy of the Africans of the Nile Valley.
ሰሎሜ የወንዶች መልካም መዓዛ
Hello, I'm Salome. Welcome to Salome Styles. I'm your host and producer, and we'll be bringing you the latest in fashion and the designers who create them. Let's start on the runway.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
In 1927, Dewey Brown gained membership into the PGA of America, becoming the first black to do so. So Dewey Brown, for 7 years, performed all the duties of a PGA club professional. He gave lessons, organized tournaments, then very suspiciously, in 1934, his membership in the PGA of America was revoked. Come to find out, Brother Brown was actually a black man. Somebody found out, dropped a dime on him. Several months later, the PGA of America instituted its Caucasian-only clause in 1934. So for 27 years, blacks and other minorities and women could not play on the PGA Tour.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. Since the debut of Jackie Robinson with the Brooklyn Dodgers, the African-American community has gained great acclaim in the world of mainstream sports. In addition to becoming leaders in baseball, basketball, football, and tennis, a small number of African-Americans have ventured into a sport that many had fought to keep exclusive, the world of professional golf. Over the course of this program, we will uncover a legacy that has been mostly unknown and rarely told, as we present part one of Rainbow on the Green. Origins of the game of golf date back nearly 1,000 years to 11th century China and 12th century Europe. The object of the game was to use the least number of hits or strokes to get the ball into designated holes across a playing field known as a golf course. Thus, the modern game of golf was born. By the end of the 19th century, golf had become a highly popular game among the upper crust of European society, especially in England and Scotland. As the popularity of golf reached the United States, international competition between Europeans and Americans led to a major historic moment at the second United States Open tournament at Shinnecock Hills Golf Course in Long Island, New York on July 18, 1896.
John Shippen was a 16-year-old caddy. He and a fellow caddy, a Shinnecock Indian named Oscar Bunn, became proficient as players. So the second U.S. Open came to Shinnecock Hill Country Club, and the members wanted them to compete in the championship. They were the best players at the club. So you had these Europeans, mostly Scots, Brits, Irishmen. They raised so much hell at the thought of these minority players, these young caddies, playing in the tournament that they threatened to withdraw. The head of the United States Golf Association was a man named Theodore Havermeyer. Mr. Havermeyer told them, withdraw. The tournament is going on if only 2 players compete in it. They backed down, of course, and after the first round of the tournament, John Shippen, I think he shot a first round 81 and shared the first round lead with one of their top players. Of course, the second round, he finished tied for 4th or 5th in the event overall. But what he proved was that a black man could play the game at the highest level.
Only 3 years following John Shippen's historic U.S. Open debut, a prominent African-American dentist and Harvard University faculty member named Dr. George Franklin Grant brought a new dimension to the sport of golf with a bold new creation.
Dr. Grant had a fondness for the game, but he also was a master of haberdashery. He was used to the finer things in life. And so back then, the way that you made a golf tee was to take some damp sand and form it in the shape of a T and set your ball on it. Well, this could be quite messy, as you might imagine. Well, Dr. Grant, I guess he was tired of, soiling his clothing. So he decided there had to be a better way. He came up with the wooden golf tee. He did patent it in 1899, but he didn't exploit it. But what he proved was that blacks and other minorities had the wherewithal to find a better way. And we have done that throughout history in many other areas, and it was the same in golf.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, African Americans solidify their place in golf by creating a league of their own. Following the groundbreaking achievements of John Shippen and Dr. George Grant, many more African Americans and women began building on these successes.
If you look at the history of golf, we kept inventing and inventing and improving. You know, we had our own country clubs. When they wouldn't let us play on the PGA Tour, a group of black businessmen met in 1925 at a YMCA in Washington, D.C. and started our own tour called the United Golfers Association.
The United Golf Association, also known as the UGA, founded in 1925, staged tournaments, clinics, and golf outings around the country. Its mission was to gather all colored golfers and golf associations into one body. Despite the success of the UGA, the ability for black golfers to play consistently required the support of prominent black business leaders and entertainers to finance their golf ventures.
There were some tournaments that were open to blacks, the U.S. Open, the Canadian Open, the L.A. Open, but it took money to compete.
Joe Louis, Ray Robinson, Billy Eckstein, these were the type of people that we had to turn to for our money in the early years that really helped us, to help get us started.
That was the impetus of black golf during that period. You had to have someone who could sponsor you.
I worked for Billy Eckstein. Teddy Rose taught Joe Louis how to play. But we all used to travel together. Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, and Ike Williams, you know.
Billy Eckstein, of course, was a famous singer, band leader back in the day. And Charlie Sifford was his man Friday, who taught him how to play, who served as his hustle buddy and would chauffeur him around the country, and so this is how it was done. Celebrities helping black golfers.
In addition to Billy Eckstein, Joe Louis, and Sugar Ray Robinson, numerous other celebrities were all influential in the progress of the UGA.
This tour spawned many, many great players. Probably the most famous was a guy named Teddy Rhodes. Teddy Rhodes is arguably the greatest black player in the history of the game, bar none.
Pound for pound and shot for shot, he was probably the greatest golfer that I've ever seen.
He was the best player then, Teddy Rhodes. It took me 5 years before I could beat him.
On the UGA, this man won over 150 golf tournaments. He was a master of the short game. They say that he was the greatest wedge player ever to pick up a golf club.
Probably one of the sweetest swingers that golf have ever seen, and I think that that's probably what won him over and the reason why he was able to be so successful at it.
He never got a chance really to show how good he was because of the Caucasian-only clause. By the time Charlie Sifford broke through, Teddy Rhodes was a little too old to be considered a contender on the PGA Tour.
Joe Louis rose above the masses as one of the greatest heavyweight boxing champions and one of the most famous Americans of his time. His love for golf solidified friendships with many top black golfers, eventually leading to his support of the UGA and influence over the ultimate integration of the sport.
My father was instrumental in pointing out the segregation of golf, pointing out the unfortunate consequence that black pros couldn't play on the same playing field. And I don't think that rule changed until 1960 or 62. The fact of the matter is my father sponsored a lot of golf tournaments. In 1952, my father was invited to play in the San Diego Open. He was invited by the sponsors, which were the Chevrolet dealers. And they didn't realize that there was a non-Caucasian rule in the PGA bylaws that said if you weren't white, you couldn't be a member of the PGA. If you weren't a member of the PGA, you couldn't play in a PGA tournament. But they wanted the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis, who dominated for 12 years, to play in the 1952 San Diego Open. When they learned that there was this non-Caucasian rule and they had to disinvite my father said, well, they're going to have to tell me to my face. So he got on the plane and went on to San Diego and said, here I am. And so as it turns out, they asked him to qualify, and some black pros tried to qualify as well. And he was the first black to play in a PGA Tour event in the 1952 San Diego as an amateur under a sponsor's exemption.
Lewis was allowed to play, but that didn't break down the barriers. That only nudged the door open about a crack.
While Joe Louis and others continued to struggle for racial equality in golf, a group of 13 women, led by Marilyn Smith and star golfers Patty Berg and Babe Saharias, formed the Ladies Professional Golf Association, or LPGA, in 1950, opening the doors for women to stake their rightful place in the game. When we return, a former caddy from poor beginnings in North Carolina breaks golf's color barrier.
Up until 1961, they had a Caucasian clause in the Constitution of the PGA that said if you were not a Caucasian, you could not be a member of the PGA Tour. We fought that very heartily and carried it to the courts of California, where it was stricken out of, and we were able to become members after that. Charlie was the first to become a member, then Ray Botts, and then Pete Brown and myself. So I was very fortunate to come along at a time when it was a lot easier than it had been for Charlie, you know.
Charlie Sifford says, "Don't give up hope. Watch what I do with this shot."
Get in there!
Despite dealing with racial slurs, death threats, and hate mail, Charlie Sifford never backed down. And in March 1960, his perseverance was rewarded by becoming the first African American to receive a tour card to play on the PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford. Charlie's been a good player a long time, a hard worker. Deserves a lot of credit.
Okay, Charlie. Good shot, Charlie.
Center of the fairway.
Sifford, starting the tour as a 37-year-old rookie, would go on to win 2 PGA events and amass more than $340,000 in earnings during his PGA career. He garnered another $1 million on the senior PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford here with a wedge and lofts it up right at the flag. This should be very good. It's going to be right at the hole. Could be very close. Beautiful shot. Almost a stiff one there by Charlie Sifford.
Charlie's accomplishments as both a tour professional and an ambassador for minorities of all colors who followed him onto the tour led him to golf's ultimate prize, induction into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2004.
The World Golf Hall of Fame, as you probably heard called a number of times, is golf's highest honor. To have someone who literally blazed the way in golf, you only have one of those.
Charlie, had he played in his 20s, he might have won 40, 50 tournaments.
We don't know really how great he would have been in terms of player and number of victories, number of major championships he could have won, but we certainly know a lot about the caliber of the person that he is.
Beautiful putt by Charlie. Fine putt.
You're going to have to forgive me because this is touching. A little old caddy boy from Charlotte, North Carolina. Come from a very poor family. Out there running up and down the road behind this little white ball and getting inducted into the greatest hall, the World Hall of Fame. How about it? I started out in this game, I wanted to do 5 things. I wanted to win a golf tournament. I wanted to play in the National Open. I wanted to play in the U.S. Open. I wanted to play in the Masters. And I wanted to get in the Hall of Fame. Well, I got 4 out of 5, so that little old golf I played was all right, wasn't it?
Coming up on Rainbow on the Green, with the color barrier broken, golfers of all colors joined the PGA Tour. Following Charlie Sifford's historic run, the torch for African-American greatness in golf was passed to Lee Elder, a former UGA star and protege of the great Teddy Rhodes.
He taught me the game. I traveled with him for well over 10 years, and it was certainly something that I enjoyed, and Like I say, he was instrumental in getting my game in the condition that it was in.
Lee Elder established a new standard for black golfers on the PGA Tour, becoming the first African American to earn more than $1 million, the first black member of the United States Ryder Cup team, and qualification for the 1975 Masters Tournament, golf's biggest event.
It meant that I had did something that I was leaving perhaps a goal for other young Afro-Americans who was coming after me to reach, to qualify for the Masters.
Given the racial climate for black golfers on the tour at that time, Elder worked diligently to develop a strong mental focus that helped him achieve his goals on and off the golf course.
I felt that if I could make myself strong mentally and be able to really just block it out of my mind and go ahead and compete and do it with my golf clubs, and I felt that it would certainly prove how tough that I could be mentally and physically.
While Lee Elder brought black golf success to mainstream America, other black golfers joined him on the tour, including James Black, Pete Brown, and Jim Dent, one of the longest drivers off the tee in PGA history.
The first time I ever played with Jack Nicklaus, I played with him at the rail. And I never even think about no distance, how far I was hitting the ball. Well, the first hole I hit at 385, and he hit 325, and he stepped it off. He said, as far as I ever been outdriven by hitting a 300 yard.
On the green, Chichi Rodriguez putts out for par.
Juan Chichi Rodriguez, a native of Puerto Rico, turned professional in 1960, and in 1963 won his first PGA event, the Denver Open. Rodriguez would go on to win 8 times on the PGA Tour and was a member of the 1973 United States Ryder Cup team. His career on the senior PGA Tour proved to be phenomenal, as he won 22 events in 8 years and established himself as one of the greatest showmen that golf has ever seen.
Watch this.
I could still hit the ball a long way when I went on the seniors tour, so the golf courses were short, and I've always been a good short iron player from the 5-iron on down. I felt more confident over there. There I had a bunch of guys on Social Security.
In 1989, Rodriguez won the Bobby Jones Award, the highest honor given by the United States Golf Association. And in 1992, Chichi became the first Puerto Rican inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame. In this episode of Rainbow on the Green, you witnessed the transformation of golf from its segregated roots into a true multicultural sport, showcasing the very best regardless of color. In our next episode, you will see how opportunities created by integration have resulted in a new era of superstardom in both the PGA and LPGA tours, and have nurtured the future of minority growth in golf worldwide. I'm Tim Reed, and I want you to tune in to our next episode of Rainbow on the Green, Part 2. Hello, I'm Tim Reed. In Part 1 of Rainbow on the Green, we explored the groundbreaking accomplishment of early African-American golfing pioneers like John Shippen, Charlie Sifford, and the United Golf Association. This legacy of achievement was only the beginning. Over the next half hour, we will explore the journey of women and other minority golfers and investigate what the future holds for them as they emerge as global superstars in the world of golf in Part 2 of Rainbow on the Green. By the 1960s, the LPGA opened its doors to minority women with the introduction of the great Althea Gibson to the tour in 1963. Gibson, already considered one of America's greatest athletes, had broken the color barrier for women in tennis in 1950. She played in 171 LPGA events from 1963 to 1977. Renee Powell joined Gibson on the LPGA Tour in 1967 after a successful run winning UGA national titles from 1959 to 1961. Powell now manages Clearview Golf Club in East Canton, Ohio, the first golf course in America designed, built, owned, and operated by an African American, her father, William Powell. Following the paths forged by Althea Gibson and Renee Powell were Japanese golf sensations Hisako Higuchi, winner of 69 titles on the LPGA Japan Tour, and Ayako Okamoto. Winner of 17 LPGA events and the first non-American to top the LPGA's money list in 1987. Higuchi entered the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2003, while Okamoto was inducted in 2005.
Down 15, Trevino plays with a possible win in sight. The birdie puts Lee Trevino at 12 under.
The acceptance of Mexican Americans as great golfers came with the career of Lee Trevino, the first Mexican golf superstar.
You're 150 to the pin.
A little 8 iron down.
155. Oh, oops. Now hit the 8, hit the 8. No, you're supposed to jump.
He's going to caddy for me this week.
I'll tell you one thing, if I caddied for you, you'd have done won the Grand Slam a long time ago.
Trevino was born into poverty in Dallas, Texas, and began his golf career as a caddy at the age of 8. Trevino joined the PGA Tour in 1967, and in 1970 won the PGA Money title. Trevino would go on to win 85 tournaments during his PGA career, including 6 major championships. Trevino, also known as Supermex, was voted the 14th best golfer in history by Golf Digest magazine in 2000. When Rainbow on the Green returns, the late 70s sees the emergence of golf's first Latina superstar and one of the most successful black golfers ever. In addition to the growing African-American participation on the tour, the PGA also saw the arrival of Isao Aoki in 1974, the first Japanese golfer to play on the PGA Tour. Aoki's victory at the 1983 Hawaiian Open was the first win by a Japanese player on the PGA Tour and one of his 73 victories on 6 different tours around the world. Nancy Lopez entered the 1978 LPGA season as a rookie and had a season like no other. Lopez won 9 tournaments, including a record 5 in a row. She was named LPGA Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year, a feat yet to be repeated.
I used to read a lot of things and watch her play and watch her win, and I picture myself in her shoes. I wanted to be like her.
Lopez won 48 LPGA tournaments and was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 1987 at the age of 30.
Calvin then with his tricky little 8-footer coming up the hill. Might break a little from his left. What a good stroke. Whoa.
Calvin Peete was not your prototypical golfer. He did not pick up the sport until he was 23 years old, and due to a broken arm he suffered during his youth, never had the power to hit the ball as far as other golfers. However, Peete took on these challenges and became the most successful black golfer in PGA history up to then, winning 12 tournaments over an 8-year period.
He didn't hit a soft one this time. And that's right at it. What a great stroke.
In addition to his tour success, Peete played on 2 United States Ryder Cup teams and led the tour in driving accuracy for 10 consecutive years, an achievement that may never be matched. Pete's outstanding career was only a prelude to another legendary career.
Tiger is the most complete golfer that I have ever seen in my life. The man does not have a weakness.
Eldrick Tiger Woods has become the symbol of world golf and one of the most dominant and influential athletes in history, a child prodigy who began playing golf at the age of 2. Tiger won his first tournament, the Junior World Golf Championship, at the age of 8, and won the U.S. Junior Amateur Championship 3 times. He won 3 consecutive U.S. Amateur Championships, firmly placing his amateur career as the greatest in golf history. Tiger's professional career, which began in 1996, has been nothing short of phenomenal. To date, at the age of 31, Woods has won 61 PGA Tour events, 5th all-time, and 13 major championships, second most of any player of all time.
Do you think that Papi Ortiz is the athlete that Tiger is? There's no way. Roger Federer, to win a tournament, has to beat 6 people. Muhammad Ali beat 1 guy, world champion. Tiger Woods has to beat 153. That is quite a difference.
Tiger also has become a symbol for multiculturalism in golf, and his incredible talent and allure has drawn millions of people of all colors worldwide to watch and play golf.
Tiger has done so much for the U.S. sport, the international world of golf, because a lot of people say, I want to be like Tiger.
It's a big word to say, but they're looking for another Tiger Woods, but it's going to be a long time before they find a Tiger Woods because his father taught him everything he knew.
Nota Begay III is a former teammate of Tiger Woods at Stanford University and a 3-time college All-American. In 1995, he became the first full-blooded Native American ever to play on the PGA Tour. One of the few golfers ever to shoot 59 in a pro tournament, Begay, a native of Navajo and Pueblo descent, has won 4 times on the PGA Tour and is a role model for Native American youth nationwide.
Well, that was a good, clean hit, and it's a great line. What a shot.
Oh, this is a great shot.
In 1998, Se-Ri Pak joined the LPGA Tour as an unheralded rookie, and like Nancy Lopez 20 years prior, started out with a bang, winning 2 major championships that year en route to 4 victories and the LPGA Rookie of the Year award. During her 10-year career, Se-Ri has won 24 PGA tournaments and 5 major championships. Pak was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2007 at the age of 30. Se-Ri Pak's success has led to a Korean revolution in golf.
Victory number 7 for Lorena Ochoa in the 2007 season.
After a spectacular 2007 season, Lorena Ochoa is now the world's #1 woman golfer, only the 2nd Mexican-born player on the LPGA Tour. Ochoa has dominated the LPGA Tour in recent years, winning Player of the Year honors in 2006 and 2007, and amassing more than $4 million during the 2007 season, the most in tour history.
I'm very competitive, and I like that part of the game a lot. I dream high. There's no limits for the dreams, and I always try to do my best, every day.
Ochoa is a national hero in her native Mexico.
I'm very proud to be a Mexican and to represent my country and to be an international player.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, the quest for the next Tiger and Lorena leads us to explore golf programs that are bringing more people of color to the sport. With Lorena Ochoa and Tiger Woods holding the #1 rankings in the world of golf for 2007, the question of who will follow these superstars begs for special consideration. The challenge to expose more minorities to the sport of golf has led to the creation of numerous programs around the country supported by the PGA Tour, the LPGA, and the PGA of America.
It's important for our game to continue to grow, that we look more like America. And we're dedicated and focused on doing exactly that.
When I first came to PGA, one of the things we were concerned with was how can we create more diversity in the game. And since I've been here 10 years now, I've seen more people of color play golf. I've seen them integrate their social program into golf. So what we're trying to do is to create more of that type of growth.
Founded in 1997 by the World Golf Foundation, the First Tee is a national youth development program that nurtures youth by teaching a group of core values designed to promote success in golf and life through multiculturalism, honesty, goal setting, and sportsmanship. The organization, ironically, is headed by Joe Louis Barrow Jr., one of the most prominent African Americans in the golf industry, and son of the great Joe Louis, heavyweight champion and one of golf's true groundbreakers.
One of the goals is to really let golf more properly reflect the culture of the United States. Right now, 16% of golfers are from diverse backgrounds. The first tee is fortunate to have 50% of our participants being from diverse backgrounds, with 22% African Americans, 17% or so Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans and others. We're excited about that because we think that golf can contribute so much more to individuals' lives that we want to make sure that everyone who wants to have the opportunity to play and learn and enjoy the game of golf has that opportunity. And that's really the fundamental premise of the first tee.
On the collegiate level, the PGA National Minority Collegiate Golf Championship brings together 180 minority golfers from 38 colleges and universities to compete for national honors. Off the course, golf has expanded from minority exclusion to minority ownership, with more people of color owning golf courses and golf-related businesses in the United States than ever before.
One of my jobs is to figure out how to make those connecting points between minority-owned companies and the industry to start creating more sharing of that wealth among the ethnic groups.
The Oneida Indian Nation opened the Turning Stone Resort and Casino in 1993 near Syracuse, New York, and later launched the Atunyote Golf Course, one of the finest golf courses on the East Coast. In 2007, the Oneida Nation hosted the PGA Turning Stone Resort Championships, the first PGA Tour event ever held on Native American soil.
We're like unknown in the world. We're almost unknown in America. The stories about American Indian people have not been told. The true history about our people has never been told. So this is just one step towards people becoming more aware about who we are, the things that we do, and that American Indians in this world, in this country, and the kinds of things that they're doing. We're not just out of the movies or in history books. We are real people who live here, who have rights and treaties, and we're a living, breathing part of America.
Bull Creek Golf Course, located in Lewisburg, North Carolina, is an 18-hole course built on farmland owned by the Massenburg family for more than 80 years. The course has become a target destination for golfers around the country. Following a stellar Hall of Fame golf career, Chichi Rodriguez moved back to his homeland of Puerto Rico to build what he would call a legacy to my country. The golf course he built, El Legado, or The Legacy, is truly a testament to Chichi's incredible vision and love for his people. Boasting 4 top-caliber courses, the Innisbrook Resort remains one of America's premier properties. In early 2007, Sheila Johnson, a noted philanthropist and entrepreneur, and one of the most powerful women in American sports, purchased the resort and immediately began remodeling a property that was already considered one of the nation's best.
What she's able to demonstrate is that people, women, and also minority women, can get into the golf business as owners. And as an owner, you have a tendency to drive more inclusion.
I think the word out on the street was that the perception, and this is important, the perception of Innisbrook was that it was just a very exclusive resort where it was very hard to get into, and I really want to make this an inclusive resort. And it's very important that we do that because I want everybody of all gender or nationality to feel welcome to come here to Innisbrook. You know, as an African American woman, I all too well know about the exclusivity factor, and I think it's important that I send a message out there that this is really open to everyone.
I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven.
Outside the United States, another significant moment in golf history took place in October 2007, when the PGA of America held its first PGA Grand Slam of Golf event on the island of Bermuda.
Bermuda was a beautiful choice, and when you get the enthusiasm behind not only the government with Premier Brown at the head of that, the support of what we're doing, you add that to the flavor of the island, the energy, the enthusiasm, the warmth, the open arm welcomeness that has been displayed for us right here and our great champions. It was an easy decision to make, and we are so proud to be right here in Bermuda at this great golf course, Mid-Ocean Golf Club. So we're excited.
This is just a day for the history books. For me personally and for Bermuda, we worked on this for a long time. And now that it's here, it's showtime. And for me to have the honor to play with Lee Elder is just over the top.
I'm in awe. This is pretty surreal, to be honest with you. I just don't want to get kicked off the island.
The sport of golf has evolved into a popular recreation. With millions of minorities in the United States playing the sport, golf is destined for continued growth for the next decade.
Just from behind the desk here, the calls I get every day, the emails, it's a tremendous response from black women. They're taking up the sport later in life. Some of them are 40, 45, but they are heavily taking up the sport. And I even heard a number where golf is the fastest growing sport among African Americans. So with that in mind, and the calls that I get every day through the office, I can see that African Americans are very interested in playing this game and being involved both professionally and entrepreneurially.
The true success of golf's growing diversity will come with the increase in the exposure of golf and its diverse history to our youth, and by the creation of more opportunities for people to play the game and become leaders in the sport of golf, both on the course and in the boardroom. I hope you've enjoyed Rainbow on the Green, our journey into golf, one of the world's most beloved sports, as we explored African American pioneers as well as present and future superstars. I'm Tim Reed, and history will never be the same.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And we're at it again. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. Welcome to the show.
Why do you always get to do that?
Yeah, I do, because I'm the best at doing it. Duh.
Don't say that.
It's true.
Charlie lets you do it because he thinks I won't do it right.
No, that's not true.
I don't say my own goddamn name.
First of all, I'm just a better speaker.
Yes.
A better reader. Yes. That's all.
Look at Jesse
more
Jackson.
Animated.
Me too.
And plus, Indian Jay's here. Look at his gorgeous mane.
Look at him. I'm sure I've purchased several packs of that hair before.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe that history is written by the winners?
It obviously it is.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we believe Columbus discovered it. Like, it's obvious.
It is. Well, that's what Barr said when he was questioned about, I guess, Michael Flynn being released from prison.
You bullshit. Let me see.
Well, check it out.
Motherfucker say?
It's a clip from CBS this morning, and of course the Washington Post. Check it out.
Are you doing the president's bidding in General Flynn's case?
No, I'm doing the law's bidding. I'm doing my duty under the law as I see it.
When history looks back on this decision, how do you think it will be written?
Well, history's written by the winners, so it largely depends on who's writing the history. But I think a fair history would say it was a good decision because it upheld the rule of law. It upheld the standards of the Department of Justice, and it undid what was an injustice.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, here's what I don't understand. This man admitted, well, he obviously did what he was accused of doing. He certainly lied to the feds, right?
Yeah, and he said he lied.
What I don't understand is how, first off, Barr has been called on by 2,000, former
members of the Justice Department,
right? To to resign.
Yeah, to get out.
He's made a department that wasn't political very political. So he is, in essence, he might as well be Donald Trump's personal lawyer. He's his Larry Parker.
Yeah, he
what
is.
He is.
Which is why he whispers, because you can't tell a lie
Right.
out loud. You have to whisper it.
That and the fact he
whisper
looks like
talking.
Roseanne's husband on
Dan.
he looks like, but you know it's funny? Like now they're calling this Department of Justice to investigate prosecutorial misconduct in Georgia. Like letting
In the
William
Ahmaud
Barr
Arbery case. Yeah.
like investigate prosecutorial misconduct is like, why don't we let R. Kelly investigate sex trafficking? Why don't we do that?
No, I mean, it's ridiculous. And the fact that, obviously, it's no secret that he will support anything that Trump does or says.
Right.
And we all know how Trump is when it comes to race, you know. My goodness, look at what he did with that reporter during that press conference.
But you know what? Trump would never pick anybody to a department that he couldn't manipulate or use in some way. He wouldn't do it.
No, he's the first. So George W. Bush, I believe, was the first president for the people who voted for him. Every other president before him tried to be a president for the United States of America.
Right.
And then Donald Trump took what Bush did a step further and said, I'm going to be the president for just Donald Trump.
Right. So, but ultimately, there was people pretended to have these moral standards, but now all of a sudden we have he's nakedly vague. Donald Trump, the Mueller report, he squelched it. He made sure that he cherry picked, and now he abets I don't understand how you expect us to believe in justice when you subvert it all the time. When you say, I'm going to make it be what I say it is. And we are now in a situation where we're supposed to believe a guy who laughed when you said how history is going to, I'll be dead. I might not even make it out of the room.
But the sad thing, too, is that we're sitting by, and not just us, but the people around him are sitting by and allowing this to happen.
But what is it, like the alternative is they basically had a president who was impeached. People are forgetting that. With evidence. He said, I did it. He said, I did it, and then first he didn't do it, and then it's a witch hunt, and then, well, he did it, but it doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. We can't have a justice when people don't have moral standards. They don't have the integrity. They don't have integrity anymore, so they can just do whatever they want. Yeah. They can make the rules up as they go.
Well, now if you look at the way the divide is, people just blindly believe him and believe what he does is right and believe everything.
Right.
And so then anytime you present facts or arguments that counter what he says or anything he does, people, fake news.
Everything's fake.
So then what happens, 20 years when we study the presidency? Is it going to be fake history, alternative history? What are they going to argue?
Well, let black people. Yeah, it's always been fake history.
You didn't know, Indian Jay?
But then, the name Indian was taken from my people for a little bit in
First
that
of
fake
all,
history.
your people? What are you talking about, Indian Jay? Your people?
Look at his two Indians.
Columbus
Yeah.
was looking for my people.
First of all.
So your people could get that hair.
Look great.
You know what? We're going to go to break.
Greatest.
Whoop his ass. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a 7-Eleven and a casino having an argument. I don't.
It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and I'm still mad at Indian Jay.
Why?
He knows why.
No, I'm just asking.
Those comments
because
about yo people and
what,
we were here.
both you guys.
First of all,
Both you guys.
Can we just all agree that we're all disenfranchised Americans?
Right. Only you have better math scores.
Right.
That's not right.
Are we really better? Are we?
No, I don't understand why y'all get mad. Both you guys.
Well, first of all, the difference is dot and feather. You do understand that,
right? I'm not the kind who own casinos and bitch about the white man stealing.
So
I'm the kind who own motels and bitch about the Pakistanis stealing.
Right, and also profile black people who come into your store.
No, he just sells blankets. That's not right. We shouldn't have this.
These are terrible stereotypes that we are doing.
I don't know why anybody would say these things.
I do. And speaking of I don't know why anybody would say anything. Why in the world would Donald Trump, during that press conference on the White House, when he was talking to Weijia, I think her name is Weijia Jiang.
I could never pronounce that name.
Well, there you go. You're welcome. But why in the world would he tell her to go ask China when she basically asked him a very valid question?
Do we have the video for
I
that?
hope we do. We have to have this video.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Said many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if everyday Americans are still losing their lives and we're still seeing more cases every day?
Well, they're losing their lives everywhere in the world, and maybe that's a question you should ask China. Don't ask me, ask China that question, okay? When you ask them that question, you may get a very unusual answer. Yes, behind you, please.
Sir, why are you saying that to me specifically?
I'm telling you, I'm not saying it specifically to anybody. I'm saying it to anybody that would ask a nasty question like that.
That's not a nasty
Please
question.
go ahead.
Why does it matter?
Okay, anybody else?
See what I mean?
I feel shame. I feel mostly shame. I think, you know, I'm a comedian. I take, you know, some liberal cuts at things. I can tell a crass joke or two, but I think it says a lot that you all of a sudden would like the things he does. I don't understand how he thinks that elevates America. And if you believe that that's what we're all about, and that's you know, he's antithetical to everything we say we are. And the fact that this woman asked him a legitimate question, and he went to where she was from, and he basically only did it when she asked, "Why are you asking me that question?" It's the same reason he asked that question of April Ryan or
Michelle Sindor,
or any number of people. It's because he believes that if you are a woman of color, that you are automatic, or a woman period, but a woman of color, you're less than. And the fact that his followers and supporters respond to that, if you still after all this time support him, you're a fucking horrible human being. I don't understand how you think you're not.
I don't necessarily feel shame. I feel anger. I feel anger because collectively, as the journalists sit around and they watch how he eviscerates these reporters, especially women, why do they continue to show up? It's not as if he's giving any information that is of value or importance. He's basically peddling false news, lies, and hatred. Why even cover it? What's the point?
I'm Googling eviscerates because you ain't gonna...
Eviscerates. E-V-I.
There you go. Of course.
See,
of course. Listen.
I was just starting to like you again, Black J. Don't ruin it.
Listen, Life of Pi, let me tell you something. We don't need...
He called me a life of pie, which is actually, that's one of the nicer terms. I found out that when I first came into his life, he and Gary and Lou and his entire crew used to call me Haji behind my back.
Not behind your back. Don't say that. That would mean we didn't mean it. Don't say that.
Unfortunately, I thought it was your real name. I did. I was like, I wonder what his last name is. Haji. Sorry about that, Indian J, but I did.
Do you think that it says Lyndon Johnson said if you convince the lowest white man that he's better than, you know, I'm paraphrasing, people, a black man, he'll turn his pockets off for you. I think that there is a faction of America that no matter what we're going through, no matter how bad it is, feels like if you make them feel better about being white and American, that they don't care what happens. And that's just true.
It is true. You can tell that by the COVID virus.
Yeah.
They know it's more black and brown people who are dying, but guess
And they
what?
don't care.
They're not doing anything about it. They've not launched any type of new, policy or procedure to kind of infiltrate it and say they haven't done anything.
Well, when the Atlantic published a great article and it said that once he found out who was dying from it, but the problem is that there are old white voters dying from it, and they're angry because they don't feel like their lives are over. Like, I know that they are consigned to the villages now, but but they feel like you. The problem is that if any group of people should sign up first to give their lives in the service of the economic power of America, it is the people in that generation who's benefited the most.
Right.
You can't think of anybody who's benefited more than America's past brutality and injustices than old white people. So why you mad now? Just because you're in a wheelchair, you lived good.
And it's their people who are giving them
Right.
up.
You're right. Like,
It
man,
is their people. The Republicans.
it's a dude you went to high school with.
Right. Take him first.
But it's like interesting because his support around old people is dropping, and like, why am I my support? Because they are.
Right. Old people vote. Old people make it up. They plan their day around voting.
The highest demographic than anybody else, and they feel like this is how you know how bad it is in America. Before we finish this broadcast, before this airs, there'll be almost 90,000 Americans died. It'll be almost double what died in Vietnam in 20 years, in 3 or 4 months. And we never have a national day of mourning. We don't have flags at half-mast. It is because of the type of people. It's the old, the black, and the brown, and the poor that are dying. And America's like,
They don't care.
Nana and Papa's bad, but they don't care. They don't.
Nobody's ever said I'm sorry.
No.
Our guest today is known as the human beatbox. His song Lottie Dottie, We Likes to Party, is considered one of the most sampled songs in history. It's Doug E.
There he is.
Look at that face.
That's when black people get out of their chairs and white people leave the club. Here they go.
Yes, think they don't? Here go the darkies again.
Man, look at this nigga's teeth all fresh.
What? Look at his skin.
Fuck you, Dougie Fresh.
You look amazing. He looks 12.
What pandemic has he been going through?
I don't know, but clearly. Him, Smokey Robinson, Don Lemon, you guys are all in the same vein.
Man, the COVID doing us bad. You look at it's like a vacation.
Face all moisturized and tight.
Right. How have you been dealing with the shut in? Where are you quarantining at?
Oh, I'm quarantining down in Florida right now.
Oh yeah, that's why. That'll do it. Yeah. Right now.
You know the sun. I'm closer to the sun.
Right. So, what does your quarantine day start like? What do you do in the morning?
My quarantine day is that it ain't in the morning. That's first of all.
Right.
Because you know I'm up all night.
Right. How can you be up all night, Dougie, when nothing's open? I mean, when nothing's open, how can you be up all night?
Well, you know, creatively, a lot of energy. I think it kind of, for some reason, I'm so used to being up in the night from doing concerts and shows, and you know, and then when you write music or song, it's all a nighttime thing, you know. So, you know, and I don't even really watch TV. I be looking at the days. I don't know if it's for y'all, but the days be going by fast.
I think he's a vampire.
I think he's a vampire. That's why his face looks like that.
I think it's Blade is what that is.
No, but he has a point. He does have a point. The days seem to go by faster and faster, and sometimes you wake up and you don't even know what day it is. Is it Tuesday, Thursday?
That's not
Don't
true.
act like it's just me.
I always
know.
I always know because it always feels like, now I don't care what day it is, but I always know the difference between night and day. Always. Everybody ain't gonna look like him.
Nah, not at all. Because you stay up. Listen, you're on the road too, so you're up all night and sleep all day. But your face don't look like that.
That's not being disrespectful.
Hey, look, I'm trying to tell you, my day though, most of my day is based on, you know, honestly, just creatively, just working out creative things that, you know, I always wanted to do.
And now you have time to.
You know, you're put to the side. But the one project that I've been working on very aggressively is this thing I made called 20 Seconds or More.
Right.
Where it's a video about everybody washing their hands.
I saw.
You know, and that particular project was very important to me because when I looked at what was going on and I seen, you know, how just something so simple as washing your hands could save lives, I said, man, you know, let me just do what I got to do to make this happen. And it's harder because you can't get to nobody really. You
Right,
see what I'm saying?
right. Do you think that you're like, because music is really the universal language. Music, love, math, universal languages. So you took your skill set and wanted to reach the masses in a way that you knew that they would accept. right? You knew that they would digest, right?
Right.
So why was it important for you to do that?
Because, you know, I'm gonna tell you, D, to me, man, you know, I feel like if we have a gift, and I started very young in hip hop, and I came up under the pioneers, and I learned certain things that I feel like, you know, when you got a particular gift, and if you can use it in a way to redirect energy and get people to think a little bit differently, or do something that can have a ripple effect to save lives. You know, like we learned through dance and song.
Right.
So I looked at it and I said, you know, let me do something that we would normally do at an old school party. I was just sitting around.
Right.
And I
Right.
said, just wash your hands, everybody. And everybody.
Right.
Well, you know what I mean?
Right.
I did it like as if we were saying, clap your hands.
Right.
And then
Right.
I said, if I trigger this thought in somebody's head, when they go to the bathroom, they might think about it a little bit more, which would save a life, because, you know, I know that the gift that I got is to help people understand things maybe in a certain way, make them feel better, celebrate life. I mean, we see certain things that people don't always see.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then we have the job of sometimes saying something about it. And when we say something about it, you know, people might take it a particular way, but the burden is, we know something that can help you. And if we don't say it, we're not even being honest with ourselves.
Yeah, if they listen to you doing that bit, if they listen to you while they're washing their hands, just if they, by the time they finish hearing you, they will have done what you. And I think that says a lot about our society, that they have. You can't be so on the nose. You can't be so direct. You have to, like my mother used to always say, I'm going to give you aspirin and oranges. I'm going to give you something you need and something you like. And I think that's really your approach here, right?
Right. It's basically having to utilize a different way of communicating, but to get the job done. And what I found out is that in doing that, like when you look at the statistics on what hand washing can do, it reduces the ability for coronavirus to have an effect 21%.
Right.
But you know,
So
I think
21% just from washing your hands.
But you know what? I think the great thing that you were also able to do with the music is, I think most of us were taught from a very early age anyway, probably all of us, to wash your hands. But I think it's the 20 seconds. And what you think is 20 seconds and what actually is 20 seconds, sometimes they're not the same thing. People think it's just soap. Why do you do a couple of times, you're done. And that ain't going to help.
Right. And you know what was interesting? When I called everybody, you know how sometimes when you get together with artists, they say, man, the bass is not right. Could you change the key? Could I get a little more music in this part? I said, we're not going to go through none of that. All I want you to do is shoot me a video of you washing your hands. That's it. You know what I'm talking about. But it could get so crazy that you'll spend so much time debating over the bass, the drum, the hi-hat, that instead of that, we in the middle of a pandemic. So if we could get your energy on this, doing something, people will follow. So when I called Jamie, when I called up Charlie Mack and a lot of the other people, they were just like, yo, that's all you want? So it made it easy for them to participate.
What does it say about you? And because you look brand new, but you ain't, nigga. I don't care what you say, you ain't. But what does it say about you? You have a pretty broad continuum of experiences. You span, you've had a lengthy career, and that at a time like this, it's very noisy now. People are very fearful. It's very fretful. It's a lot of uncertainty. But you found a way to be clear at a time when a lot of people aren't. That's not just art. That's a personal kind of tangible quality. That's a personal thing that you have where people can hear you and annoy in a space that's so loud. What do you attribute that to? What do you think that is?
Well, I personally feel, if anybody, for those that know me or don't know me, I've been pretty consistent in the way that I am. What you see is what you get, and I feel like, for me, you know, is these compartments are very important to me. You know, my mental health, my spiritual health, my physical health. And some people can't and also your financial health, which is something that is a whole nother subject, right? But
you live in Florida. We know you financially healthy, nigga. We know you.
Well, look. Hey, look. Some people are financially healthy, but spiritually bankrupt.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's a word.
So the key for me is the balance of all of them, because, yo, you like me. We met a lot of people with a lot of money.
Right.
But their soul don't carry the you know, the heart and the spirit of just being able to engage and interact and still be happy about life, and your whole concentration is focused on that. So for me, I think one of the things that works for me is the balance between them all, and I'm always working to develop myself more. I'm always trying to learn something new,
right.
And I'm always willing to listen to somebody, another person's perspective, because there may be something about it that I don't know. And my biggest thing I know is that I know that I don't know everything.
Right. What are you?
You know what I'm saying?
What would you say you are? Like, what would you say you are? You're not just an artist. You're not just humanitarian. You're not just a caring member. What are you? Like I never know. Like, if you go to look for music, you have to look under certain categories. If you go to look under, there's a level of specificity that we all need just to be able to find things or connect to things. What are you? Like, where's your hub? Where you from? Where you located at?
You know what? I gotta say this first before I answer that. Yo, talking to you is different. I'm gonna tell you something. Your questions are not normal.
He's not normal.
We're gonna keep it 100. I remember, and let me tell y'all this before I answer that question. I remember up in New York, we was at Sylvia's.
Yes,
and
indeed.
I was coming out, and we was both in there because Obama won.
Right.
And we was up there, and I kept saying, man, it's shift to paradigm. We was like, paradigm, what is that? What is that? So he keeps it so real. And I was standing there, I was like, well, all right, well, let's talk about it. He said, we can talk about that later. That is, you remember that?
I do, man. I do.
Hey, but to me, I think that the category that if I were to be under anything is real. And that covers everything, because I'm going to be honest. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get an effect that's necessary for us to win. And I can't do that without being real. I have to be real to move. It's like somebody want to change in life, let's say. He want that change or she want that change, but you're not even honest about what it takes to make that change. So it's a certain level of realness I know it takes to make it happen. So if something is happening over here and we dealing with something political or something where I need to be there, I'm going to be real about what I feel about that. And I'm going to engage in that situation and bring what I think I can bring to complement what you do. Because I'm never going to try to do what you do, but I'm a very good supporting person at what you do. Or if I need to take the lead, I have no problems taking the lead. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. I think my
you know what I can say about you? I can say about you every time I remember we were doing that gig with Dave Chappelle when he came back. We were in Florida. I remember seeing you at Obama's thing after that. You've always been, there's something about someone who is exactly who they are in every circumstance that lets you know two things. One, they're comfortable. And two, they use great moisturizers. This nigga's skin.
It's amazing.
I swear to God, who is... All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Hey there, welcome to DL Hughley Uncut. We're all in our places.
You do that with bright, shiny
I do.
faces. You do that
I like
so
it when you
well.
say that.
What?
When you say we're all in our places with bright, shining faces.
It's the only thing I remember from school. And after that, take your ass to the
Is that all you
principal
remember from school?
That's pretty
I'm
much
just gonna
all
leave
I
that
remember.
alone. I'm not gonna talk about that today. Not gonna do it.
We're joined by Black Jay. How you doing, baby boy?
All is great, man.
It is.
Good to have you, Black Jay.
Thank you.
We had Lee Merritt on the phone, on the show yesterday, and he was talking about the case with
Ahmaud Arbery,
the young
out
man
of
who was,
Georgia.
and he was talking about the fact that getting a conviction in this case, because it's civilian, and that is a way of life in that part of Georgia, is going to be more difficult than actually getting cops convicted, which he's been successful in. And that really depressed me, because that really speaks to the way of life and the privileges that they believe that they have. And they really are of the mind that there is nothing they could do to us that would justify them suffering a penalty for it.
Killing a man
That was sad.
in cold blood, broad daylight, and seemed to be pretty happy about it.
All they
the
didn't
way
do,
that they were doing in the
all
truck.
they didn't do was hang him on the truck like deer hunter. That's literally all they didn't do. So, and one of the things is the grand jury, that we're having blue privilege, but the incident that happened in a dollar store where.
Oh my goodness. This case was crazy to me. So basically this was in Michigan, and a woman was upset because her daughter was turned away, a security guard doing his job based on the, policy about wearing a face mask when you walk into the store, would not let her in. So she went back, got into a verbal altercation with the security guard, left, told her husband about it, who he and a friend came back later and shot the security guard in the back of the head.
I think that they should get the death penalty.
Should.
Yeah.
I do. I
totally agree.
I don't make any distinction between. There is literally no distinction in terms of the way I feel about they should be adjudicated and the men in Brunswick, Georgia. I think that, but the problem is that they were quickly brought to justice.
Yes.
And these other men are not. And I say this all the time. I wish America, the justice system treated everybody like they do black people.
Wouldn't that
Like
be
everybody.
nice?
Got to tighten everything up quick.
Man, I tell you what.
Wouldn't that be nice? Because even in the case with Arbery, Mr. Arbery, the young kid who was running, think about it. Twice, two district attorneys decided not to bring charges. That means they had a full-on discussion about it and said, you know what, these guys were justified, and left it alone. It was another one who came in that decided, and that was probably because it was a video. Right, because
after
of a video.
pressure. But that's happened a myriad of times. It happened with the young man in Florida who was killed for playing music. It happened with the case in Dallas that Lee Merritt alluded
Botham
to.
John.
What he was going. So it's happened a lot where they go, oh, nothing to see here. Oh, they saw something? Oh, we better act like we care. And that's kind of really how it plays out. I'll tell you what else I'm bothered by. We know that the cases are rising and deaths are rising in the United States of America.
With COVID-19.
Because of COVID-19.
Right.
And what coincides with that is the fact that larger parts of the country are opening up. One thing that's always bothered me, we don't have a uniform way of doing things. It's just kind of catch-ass can. It's like ad hoc. I'll do this and you do that. But one of the things that is happening is that because we've done nothing, we don't have a cure, we don't have a protocol, we don't have
a vaccine,
national order, we don't have anything. States are doing what they have to do because they want to open the economy, and they know that they're going to be deaths. But my conclusion is that they're not concerned about the people who are dying. Because if it's old people, black people, prisoners, brown people, and Latin people, they're like,
Right, that part's cool.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
Macy's
That's
will
what
be
they
open.
think.
Right.
That's really it. And they're very uncomfortable. Like Chris Christie, who's the Nougat-filled ex-governor of New Jersey.
New Jersey.
He said, well, we're going to have to set more deaths to reopen the economy. You know what I despise is that men like that who say shit like that know that nobody they love is going to die.
That's absolutely right.
Nobody they love is going to die. So the we that they're talking about, have you ever noticed there is no spirit of mourning? There are almost over 70,000 Americans dead right now. Do you see sad people? No.
Not even Trump.
No. Nobody's
sadness.
sad.
Right.
Because the people that are dying are expendable in the estimation of this country. They don't really care that old people are dying. They were warehouse anyway. They don't care that prisoners are dying. They were warehouse anyway. They don't care that people are exposed and getting sick in meatpacking plants. And they don't care that people in the projects and the barrios are getting sick. They don't care.
Not at all. And you can tell they don't care because if you think about it, Trump actually tried to use his executive privilege to say the people in meat plants
Gotta go to
had
work.
to go to work, but he wouldn't do the same thing in order to get ventilators made. How about that?
And it's amazing to me because now they say we're because they made those workers go back and risk their lives so that America can fucking eat.
That's how we are.
We have a meat shortage. And it's funny, Chris Christie, if we just stopped him from eating, we wouldn't have a meat shortage.
We'd be good. Wendy's be
Fat
back on
bastard.
point.
How is that fat son of a bitch even out? I know he has a pre-existing condition.
But that's part of his problem. He was saying, listen, I want it, if it's up to the physicians and the epidemiologists, we will be in the house for another year, and I don't think that's reasonable.
He can't even move. Be quiet. It's a simple rule. His fat ass definitely got a pre. If you can't see your feet, you should have your feet shouldn't see the street, fat ass. And we're not uncomfortable with people dying. Be quiet. You uncomfortable standing up, you fat bastard.
It's like watching my 600-pound politician.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
We got to get used to people dying. You probably do that every night when you snore yourself to sleep, you son of a bitch. The fuck.
It is D.L. Hughley Uncut, as usual. We are acting a plum fool. Well,
Yes.
especially you, anyway.
I don't know what a plum fool
You know
is.
what it is. It was nothing but a fool. No extra ingredients.
She's from Udawa. Plum
I
fool.
am indeed. Shout out to Udawa, by the way.
doggy.
Summit. No, we don't say all that. You
Yeah,
went too
y'all
far.
say something.
We don't say no we doggy.
I don't know what y'all say. I don't know.
To relax
I
yourself.
know they drive their houses places. I know that.
That's
they
not
do.
true.
I know they do.
Only on Sunday.
This is my favorite part of the show. It really is.
It's quickly becoming mine.
It is. It's time for this nigga here.
So this, of course, is all about Mike Pence, who actually took some time out to go to the Mayo Clinic to visit. The problem is he didn't wear a mask. Now, the thing is, most people there were sick. All of them were sick with COVID virus, nonetheless. And he said, listen, the reason why I didn't wear a mask is because I wanted to look them in the eye.
Yeah.
And have a better conversation with them.
This nigga here.
Now, they told him, you need to wear a mask.
Yes.
That's a policy.
That
Anyone
is.
who comes into this facility, these people have pre-existing conditions. They are sick.
Right. The Mayo Clinic is one of the
Yes.
foremost medical facilities in the entire world.
Well, if it has clinic in it, you can pretty much guarantee somebody in there is sick.
Yeah.
So
Well,
put the
I've been
mask
to a
on.
few of those, but
That's a different sick.
That's a different
Right.
uncut. We don't
When
want to
you-
hear that.
When you walk around that yellow line, you know somebody getting some pills and a shot.
Oh, God. But the crazy thing is everybody around him had masks on, but he did not.
Well, maybe it was hard for Mike Pence to put his mask over his beard. I don't know, but I'll just say this.
Don't do that.
I'll say this.
I mean, there's truth to
I
it.
think that it's disturbing that the person who was tasked to be in charge of the coronavirus task force is not even respectful of the law of the kind of edicts that they set down, the protocols they set down, and this idea that God is gonna. Because what I kind of take umbrage with is that more people were incensed at black kids having a party in Chicago or Philadelphia, or 1,000 of them standing in line at a mall to get Air Jordans, than they were the president, vice president of the United States, who's supposed to be running this whole thing. Even Donald Trump is disrespectful of the protocols of the very committee he put together to kind of stem the tide of this thing. And I think children, there have been more of a big deal made about kids standing in line getting Jordans. You know, the reason kids are stupid. Let's just say that. That's why we have child-proof caps. like we have gates over stairs so kids don't fall the fuck down the goddamn stairs because we know how dumb they are. But they are in essence acting just like children, and so are the people who are in charge of our response to the COVID pandemic, and that is why we're in the situation we're in.
Well, the other problem is, if you think about it, I've seen a number of videos of police officers in various places tackling people of color, by the way, who don't have a mask on.
Right.
But Mike Pence can walk into a place where everyone there, pretty much the patients, are sick without a mask on. and then stand at the podium and tell us, make sure you wear a mask and social distancing.
And you're talking about policemen arresting black people with no mask on. That's the first time police has ever asked niggas to put masks on.
It's true.
If you're going to come to this grocery store, this bank, put a mask on.
Cover your face.
Then. And I actually went to a grocery store and I saw all the women with masks on. I was like, how do these Arab dudes pick a wife? This is crazy. I don't even know how people look. Everybody's face is covered up. It's the problem right now, in my estimation, is that we have a very disjointed approach to a very serious thing because it's very ad hoc. This state is doing it this way, and this state is doing it that way. Like we don't, and it's almost like we know it exists and we know it's killing people, but how immature is it? You could tell who your leader is. You're so immature. It is the equivalent of when you were scared, you threw the blanket over your head and act like it didn't exist. That's what we're doing to COVID. We're acting like, oh, we can open malls up and we can, cases are rising, deaths are rising. It is spreading. We have no protocol, nothing to stem it. Our response was to stay in our house and wait it out and COVID like, peekaboo, nigga, still here.
Shark still in the pool.
That's it.
And then when they get tired of that, what did Trump do? He said, you know what, why don't we just get rid of the COVID task force altogether? Took some heat from that and then decided, well, maybe we'll keep it.
We're being run by children, and it's just like a meat shortage, and it's not even good food. If you eat enough of the meat that we're in shortage of, that'll kill you any goddamn way. If you need a key to open a can to get your meat out.
If your meat is in a tube.
Right. If you got to scrape jelly off your meat. And ultimately is this. It isn't that we have a meat shortage. It's that the bullshit meat they give us. The high-end meat they can't sell because restaurants are closed. And nobody's going to pay for that. So they're literally killing livestock. And I thought these people they're aborting pigs. I thought they were against
abortion. Depends on if it's pepperoni or not, bro.
Life begins at bacon. Like they would. It isn't that we are short. We are short of bullshit meat. Like we have a lot. Like but the meat that they need, all the good shit, the corn, the shit, the grade A.
But the other thing is, remember, the people who are working at these plants they have tested positive. A lot of them are getting sick, and you still want them to show up for work and prepare this meat that will then go into the stores for consumers to buy.
The one thing we'll never run out of America is people we can exploit. They are disposable. Just like we have big lighters, we have big workers. They're like, it ain't like we can't go down to Guatemala and get a dozen more, y'all. That's how they feel, man. It's crazy.
Just fire.
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. And, of course, our guest today is Dondre. Oh, well, thank you, Charlie. He has been on the hit show Queen Sugar, and, of course, he's got a new book out called Male vs. Man, which my son actually brought. Please welcome to the show, Dondre T. Whitfield.
Oh, this nigga got a T on his name now.
Yeah, he got a T in there. I didn't do that last time.
I didn't know that.
I got an accent on my name too.
How you doing, Dondre?
Oh man,
yeah.
You must be you must be a New York Times bestseller. They only give you the T's and I's.
He all hell in typewriting class.
You can't put an accent on a name tag. I know that shit.
Well, you can when you're licensed. You do anything.
It is male versus male. Man versus male versus man. What's the distinction?
Simple. That males look to be served while men look to be of service. And I often
can you be both? Can they meld into each other once in a while?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think for probably most of my 20s and the first half of my 30s, I think I was sort of a hybrid.
Right.
Where, you are in this space of finding out why you're looking to serve yourself, because that's what you were taught to do, particularly when you come from some of the environments that we come from. And we've got examples of what we think manhood is, in the street. For some of us, think about it this way. Gangsters, that's manhood. Pimps, that's manhood. The drug dealer, that's manhood. Why? Because
He can take care of himself. He can buy himself whatever he wants. He's got as many women as his heart desires. So all of those things really spoke to sexuality or maybe even masculinity, but they didn't speak to our manhood. Manhood is rooted in how we serve the women and children in our lives, not just our own. It's easy for you to serve your own wife or your own children, but what about the other women in your periphery, the other children in your periphery, in your community? That is really where manhood is rooted.
So the distinction is, and do you think that there are more males or more men?
I think that males are making more noise than men.
Right. They got a better brochure.
Absolutely. They got a better publicity agent.
Right.
So everything that males do, we hear about that every single day. You're not going to hear about what I do partnered with the same woman for 23 years, taking care of a 15-year-old daughter and 11-year-old son and uplifting and elevating my community, because that doesn't bleed. So because that doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead.
Right.
You're never going to hear about the work that I do. You're never going to hear about the work that you do. But you're going to hear about the males who molest children or date rape a woman or do the kinds of things that are putting our community and our society at a deficit. So they're just making more noise.
You know what's interesting? When I grew up, community was a much more narrow spectrum for me. Like when I grew up, my community was between Maine and San Pedro and 135th and Rosecrans. That was my community. And when you get older, you realize it's much more expansive than that, that we don't have to walk the same streets, even breathe the same air in the same cities. The community is much more expansive than that. And I think that elementally is that the village got so much bigger and so much wider and so much more depth and breadth than I was capable of even understanding then. And I think it's more important now than ever to see elementally all things, all women, all children have elements of community that we need to respond to and adhere to, I think. So when you wrote this book, was that kind of your mindset, or did you just was there experience in particular that made you come to these conclusions?
Yeah, not having the benefit of messaging from my father. So I realized that, I'm 50 years old now. It's only been 4 years since I reconciled with my father. At 26 years old, after my father had spent most of my adolescence in jail, at 26 years old, I was finally advocating for the broken young male in me by threatening my father and telling him that I never wanted to see him again. And if I did, that something bad would happen.
I remember having that conversation with my real father. I remember having that exact same conversation with my biological father.
Totally. So I was done. And that was at 26. 20 years later, at 46, I finally reconciled with my father based on a conversation that I had with my daughter, who was asking me, do you know where your father is? And basically what she was saying was, look, whatever beef that you have with your father, don't make that be a beef with my grandfather. So you're cheating me out of another grandparent. And what I also realized that I was teaching my children was I was teaching them all of these great lessons: have grace for people, be empathetic, accept one person who you
fuck
deem
that nigga there right there.
Except fuck him. Exactly. And I realized that I would not be bringing great citizens into the world if I was bolstering that particular life lesson. And so I reconciled with my father because I finally realized this, DL, and maybe you had this, maybe you came to this too, with your father to an extent. I realized that my father couldn't father me because he was never fathered. So it wasn't so important for me to be a son to my father as it was for me to be, as a godly man, to be a brother to my father.
Right.
To give him grace and to give him the understanding. Like, honestly speaking, I think my father would have been a great man had he had great coaching.
Right.
I always draw this analogy for all the young brothers that I speak to on this subject in terms of male versus man. I always ask them, name me your favorite athletes. And, many of them love basketball, so you get the same names, LeBron, the Kobe's, the MJ's, you know, the Zions, all of that. And I said, well, name me the things that they have in common. And they all talk about the same things. They had talent, they had drive, all those things. And I said, the one thing that you guys are missing that they all had was they all had coaching.
All of them.
Yeah.
From the time that, all of them, from the time that they play AAU, high school, college, and guess what? Here's the thing that we miss. When you go and you elevate, your platform is elevated. Like when you get to the NBA, you don't get less coaching, you get more coaching.
Right, right.
So you might have a shooting coach, a strength and conditioning coach, a defensive coach. You might have a mental coach. You might have a nutritionist, which is a food coach. So you're going to get more coaching, not less. So why is it that we know that you need to have great coaching to be a great basketball player, but we don't need great coaching in order to be a great man?
Yeah, you know, and the thing about it is, and that's a perfect analogy, and the people who excel are people who can be coached. Like you could be, like you could watch the Last Dance. Michael Jordan he was a great athlete, but he became a transcendent player when he could listen. And when he could listen and absorb information, because basically everybody, you know, every athlete, if we're going to keep along that analogy, has the same skill set. They're they have physical strength, they have aptitude. It's the internal mechanisms that make us different. And so what you're saying is that the same thing applies to the male versus the man, that all of us kind of have the same raw tools. It's what how we choose to expound on. I think in our community that it is tough to make these kind of comparisons, because even though you're able to decipher the differences, a lot of people in our communities, a lot of men, young boys, think the loudest or the strongest or the most violent or the most is the male, is the man.
Right.
And
the man.
They do. Like, and so I think that's just a way of wiring that's so inherent to not just our community, but I think that the world at large, where Donald Trump is considered a man to a lot of people because he's very bellicose and ignorant, and he says the first thing, he's not a thoughtful man. I think all those things are more, the more erudite you are, the more thoughtful you are, that is looked at as more feminine to a lot of people. It's a feminine to think and to be patient and to be thoughtful and to be empathetic is something that would people would kind of push back against. They'd be like, But
I also think that has a lot to do with, and I'll say this from a female's perspective as well as from a single mother's perspective. I think a lot of times, you know, one of the most difficult things for me to admit, because I didn't want to be a failure at anything, was to admit that I could not be a father to my son in the absence of his father. But it was the hardest thing for me to admit, because I did not want to say that at one thing, the most important thing, I was successful in everything else, but in this area, I failed. But I had to be willing to say, for the betterment of him as a human being and as a man first, that I needed someone in his life. But it's very difficult as a single independent woman to say, could you coach my son? It's difficult.
So let me speak to that. I'm so glad that you said that, and amen, amen, and amen. So based on the two things that we just talked about, what you just covered and what DL covered, was basically speaking about how we get rewired, right? So when we are created, we're created to be our authentic human self. That is to be thoughtful. That is to be empathetic. That is to be grace, to give grace. We get rewired based on the messaging that we receive. So the messaging about what manhood is the messaging that we receive, which is, I got to be a man. If I'm going to be a man, I got to be loud. I got to be gruff. I got to be rough, right? For you, in order for you to be the woman that you are, or the mother that you were trying to be, in trying to create a son and transform him into a man, was the messaging that you received, which is, you are a woman, hear you roar, you can do it all by yourself. That is categorically a lie, okay? In order for that to happen, you have to be partnered. There's a reason why it took a man and a woman to create a child. Because in order
and
to
Boone's Farm, let's not say that. And the backseat in Boone's Farm. Let's not leave out the run to the liquor store, DeAndre. Let's not.
Carry on, Andre. Carry
You
on.
said you focus.
He can't focus. It's uncut, Andre. It's uncut.
That was the male.
Right,
That was
right,
the
right,
male.
right, right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So had to go in thinking, oh well, look, since the dawn of time, women have done this on their own. Now let's examine that for a second. Many of our brothers have abandoned their post.
Period.
And left our sisters. Period.
Right.
They've abandoned their post and they've left our sisters to do it all by
That's
themselves.
right. And define what a man is.
Yes. Now watch what leaving it to do all by yourself has left us in. Look at the gang violence that's going on in our country right now. Every gangster that I've ever spoken to, from New York to Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, no matter where you go, no matter who you talk to, they're all going to tell you the same story about how they love their mother, about how much their mother did for them, about how much they would do for their mother, but they're never going to tell you how much they love their mother in order to stop them from gangbanging.
Right.
That's never going to happen.
Right.
So what does that tell us? That tells us that a woman or your mother is not the secret sauce to your manhood.
It also tells us this, that our ideas, our notions that we oftentimes, and some of the things that broke us made us too. So there's elementally that thing. But our ideas, but to admit, it's what Jasmine alluded to admit that the way you were taught, that the things around you that you held dear, that the people that you held in high esteem, that the situations you once believed in and were rooted in were a lie. I think it was Mark Twain that said it's easier to fool people than convince people that they were fooled. It's easier, like even a clock that doesn't work is right 2 times a day. So you have to take all this systematic wiring and then say this, because it's difficult to change. It is so difficult to change and to let go of old habits. It's so difficult.
Well, first of all, it's virtually impossible to change if you don't know that there's something that needs to change.
Right.
So it's impossible to treat cancer if you don't know you have it, right? So if nobody ever teaches you that there is a difference between being a male and a man, most people have no idea. We have a branding issue in this country. I tell folks all the time, male is the gender that I was chosen to be, but man is the job that I choose to do. Those are two different things. As a man, that is my brand, right? I don't even want to be called male because that's the lesser version of myself, right? So think of it this way. If a guy date rapes a woman, somebody would say, man, I can't believe that man did that. If a guy molests a couple of children, they say, I can't believe that man did that. Well, if they sit there and they talk about me, partnered with the same woman for 23 years, raising my 2 children, uplifting my community, they're still going to call me by the same title.
Right.
We have a branding issue.
You know,
in
you
this
said
country.
something that's so
That's
interesting.
why we're so confused.
Because Jasmine said this, and it was something I really had to take to heart. She said, how come every woman knows a woman who's been raped, but no man knows a rapist?
How about it?
Not one. Like I couldn't tell you one. So every woman that she knows, and I think you said something like that, knows someone who's been sexually assaulted or raped, but no man, not one man knows a rapist.
Mm-hmm.
And so we do have a brand issue. Male,
We have a brand issue.
Male versus man. Every time I talk to you, I want to talk to you more.
Man, I love you. And we had this conversation, obviously off camera.
Right.
But we said it. We're like, we definitely need more. We need more time together, bro.
Man, and that's from the man way. That's it. That's it.
man way.
You're damn right.
way.
You're damn right. We're gonna do man shit too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut. How dope is that?
This is funky.
It's all right. It'll do.
Like
Welcome to the show. It's DL Hughley Uncut, and they're acting up as always. Nothing new. All the time.
You know what I was thinking about? So now, I've been playing gigs. Like I was in Dallas last week. I'll be in Nashville this week. Or by the time it's airs, I'll have been in Nashville. But the interesting thing is that people have a political interest in denying that cases of sparking of coronavirus is spiking.
Quite a bit.
And isn't it funny how the people who didn't believe COVID was real in the first place are now telling us it ain't spiking?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to listen to you when you were wrong twice.
You're right.
Exactly. That's like the broke clock is, even a broke clock is right twice a day.
Right.
Do you know why that's so horrible? It's because a clock has 3,600 opportunities a day to be right.
Yep.
Which means if you're only right twice, you fucking suck.
Or a weatherman.
Well, first
or
of all,
a baseball player.
You can't say it's not spiking if you didn't believe it in the first place, because now what you're doing is you're saying, well, actually it did exist,
Right.
but now it's not spiking.
Right. We live in and I got to tell you this, that this would only happen regardless of who you voted for or didn't vote for, whatever political stripe you ascribe to. No other president would be so connected to denying this.
No.
Right.
No other president would go. Most other even if I didn't like them, would go, I ain't risking an American's lives so I can be fucked up. This dude cares about one thing, and that's being reelected. So he'll deny and lie. The bottom line, no matter who you are, you have one obligation, the primary obligation. That's to keep Americans safe. Now, sometimes they've overblown the fear so they can give you safety in a way that wasn't productive.
So we can make you pay for it.
Right. But the bottom line is this disease is not playing.
No.
It is real. And we're even deciding whether masks are necessary or not. Like masks.
Because there's a bunch of guessing going on.
Yeah. It's guessing.
Here's the thing. If I could say one positive thing about Obama or any president, is that when you see them, subconsciously what they're saying to you is, I got this.
Or I give a fuck.
Or I
care.
He
I
ain't
care.
never said
He
either
ain't
one of
never
those
said that.
Well, he ain't
subconsciously.
never cared. He's never
No.
been in a position that he had to care about anybody other than himself. But I'll tell you this, I can't wait for that tell-all to come out by his niece.
Well, now we'll see. And John Bolton.
Well, they're trying to sue
No,
to
they're
say
not
that he
gonna be able
can't
to sue.
release
They're
his
not gonna
book,
be-
but we'll see.
Do you know why some people, the same people who don't like masks because it isn't you're trying to keep safe, it's other people, are the same people who don't want to not have assault rifles.
Right.
It's the same people who won't wear masks and don't believe in the safety of masks are the same people who want to have whatever kind of weapons they want. It's because I don't give a fuck how it affects nobody else.
Other than
I
only
want
care
what
about
I
myself.
want. It is the epitome. Not wearing a mask, having to have these weapons are the same thing. They're an homage to your selfishness. Because you don't want to wear a mask, somebody else gets affected. Because you don't want to because you don't want to stop these weapons on our streets. Now kids are slain in their schools and they can't go to malls. It is really a testament to American selfishness.
It's the Christopher Columbus theory. Screw them. I'm here. I didn't really discover it, but screw them.
Right.
We need what we need. Screw them. That's why I say, you know why Vermont is so much smaller than California? It's because Whitey had no idea how much land there was.
No, but also this.
That's why the states get bigger as you go west.
You got to remember this, that Vermont, Ben and Jerry's actually, they actually came up with an ice cream for the protest, like a Justice Remix. Now, of course, you got to open with a Billy Club, and it can't be next to the Chunky Monkey.
Welcome back. It's DL Hughley Uncut, and today we have an actress known for her roles on Living Single, The Cosby Show, and of course a whole lot more. I could go on and on, but of course more recently, Get Out. She's a producer on the upcoming documentary John Lewis, Good Trouble, which will be released on July 3rd. Please welcome Erica Alexander.
Hello,
hey, girl,
beautiful. Hey. It is good to see you.
Hello, gorgeous. Both of you. Oh, you know what I mean? And sometimes you just check in every now and then to see if we're
Exactly.
Right.
Ain't that the
You
truth?
look like you're going to make it, I think.
Well, I want to hear that.
Hey, she got my hair done.
Yeah,
Everything.
Your hair is
if
dope.
it had been a week ago, everybody wonder how she do it. Everything's supposed to be closed.
No. Mask. I had to. But Jasmine, you understand, I was about to get me some dreadlocks.
No, I know. Let me tell you something. I developed dreadlocks. That's what happens to curls when you don't get them taken care of.
There you go. So ain't no shame in my game.
I said, no, you did it. Listen,
your hats too. Can I just say something? I am just so pleased to be here. I feel like I'm going to cry because I am such a fan.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet.
I love your show in all its iterations. I love Jasmine is just so gorgeous, and she's a real powerhouse. I love that you are a multimedia maven, and I just love you, DL, because you're the funniest person I know, and you're so friggin' smart. I just
Thank you.
could run for office, so I just want to give
Don't
Thank you. Don't say that. I get a chance to talk to you often. We I know we're gonna work together one day, but there are a lot of things that are happening. Obviously COVID, but one of the things I thought about, and I knew you were gonna be in the show. The producer of Friends apologized for not having any black friends. And the first thing I thought was, shouldn't they apologize for still ain't living single?
How about that?
Like, did you think, because I know, I won't even put that on to anybody else. I know when I saw Living Single, and then I heard about Friends, it was the same concept to me.
Yes, and you were right to think so. I mean, you are very smart, but it didn't take a genius.
That's what I was thinking.
The thing is, and Yvette Lee Bowser, who created our show, can tell you that even down to the fountain where they put, they danced and
I'll
did their
be
little,
there for you. Yeah.
Yeah, she told me that they asked, or we asked, or I should say she asked to do that opening for us a year before, and they said no, it was too expensive. And that's why we're dancing behind the couch.
Wow.
Yeah. So I guess when Friends, they probably said, we have a great idea. Why don't you go out and dance in front of the fountain?
And we'll pay for it.
Yeah. Black women, they want their hair will never take all that water. We can't do that. We can't.
Yes. Well, they were looking out for us. Thank you, DL.
Do you think now, because with all the stuff that's going on, I'm sure you're aware of it. You're an artist. You're a director. Do you think that this is a better time for art? Because I think if Living Single were on now, with this sea change it'd have a different reception. It would have a different exposure. It would be a different a different apparatus in place.
Yes, I believe so. It definitely would be. I mean, here's the thing. We were all coming off of the great giant sort of rush from Cosby Show.
Right.
They really had thrown all their money and resources behind Black-themed sitcoms especially. And so, I'm a recipient of that in many ways, different world. And there were a lot of different sort of ideas around the youth-driven sort of look of Black people making it. So Living Single definitely had a great path. And I don't think we would have had the reception we had without Cosby. But then after they totally segregated television after 2000, and the only thing we were getting was, I think we got the Bernie Mac show, and then Everybody Loves Chris. For the most part, sitcoms were dead. And I have to tell you, you did your show within the period and all that. So I'm just saying that a lot of things would be different right now because Black people have a larger awareness. But I don't think we knew how good we had it because I think Cosby's show had done so well that we thought we would always have a place, at least in comedy. But we didn't because racism is so intransigent, it's so evil, and they'll undermine themselves, their own bottom line, to stop progress.
Right. See, that's what I think that to me just sucks because I look at now and I see a lot of the protests and you see all of the different generations and all of the white people and they're being so receptive and so open. And I think about all that they missed. You know what I mean? In terms of the shows that were available so that they could see us through more than just one lens as either the drug dealer or this or that, but to be able to see us as successes, to see that we were friends long before that, or to see, all of the other shows that showed us in a different light. They're open to those now. And there, at least to me, there aren't as many now as there were then when they were so close-minded.
No, there aren't. And in fact, they started to even introduce us in different ways like reality TV, which again, was a more cartoon version or
Yes.
harsh version of who we could be.
Yes.
One thing about scripted television is you're setting a path to how the characters will react. And yes, you have the strength of the star, and usually you're hoping that they bring in a whole market, and the way that, like if DL joins something, we know we're getting a certain sort of DL greatness. But, with reality shows, they were just counting on these people to ratchet it up as much as they could.
And that is to your point, one of the things that you were integral in, and you were there when it happened, Cosby made the world, it sent a lot of black people to school. They started going to school. They went to colleges because of Cosby in a different world. I believe that if it weren't for Cosby, there would have been no Barack Obama. So it introduced black people in a way that was foreign to them, and they embraced it. Then what happened is they went away from that, and whatever happened to us, whatever happened to black people, and the leap forward we had, you look at what Ellen and Will and Grace did for the LGBTQX community, because people got to see them and laugh with them and learn with them. And consequently, when there is only a depiction of black people on reality shows, fighting, throwing glass at each other, it becomes their reality. That is the first idea of us that they see. And I think that entertainment has played a role in fomenting the ideas that people have of us.
I agree. I think black intelligence scares the hell out of them.
I think so too.
And however they can marginalize and push that to the side, they will. I totally agree with you. And all I know is that black stories are the last bastion of how they can control not only our image, but how we're seen. If you look at what music and athleticism and all those things have accomplished, there's no place in the world that we are not in the forefront of those types of entertainment segments. But then suddenly our narrative stories don't sell. You can't sell those. Oh, that won't make money overseas. That's a lie.
Yeah, you hear that all the time. All the time. They're not gonna. They're even about comedy. They're not gonna get that overseas. They're not gonna relate to our comedy. Yep, you'll hear that all the time.
Yeah, that's what they'll say.
And it's weird because America's very funny. When I hear you say stuff like that, America will have a World Series, a World Championship with just us in it. We will have it'll be just us. It's the world, but they don't take that same purview perspective when it comes to like us. If Detroit can play San Antonio for the World Championship and that's enough, then why wouldn't our stories, even if they didn't take hold in Europe, it's enough here?
That's the great lie. I mean, look at what Jordan Peele did with Get Out.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't just hit him. He hit him with like a 1-2 punch and like created a whole genre just by saying, I'm going to put black people in it. And you're going to be in fear for their lives and for yourself because you know that person.
I think white people love the title. They've been trying to tell us to get out for a long time. They're like, I hope it's about these niggas leaving. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean they're not leaving?
Right. But yeah, so I mean, all we can do is just keep being our great selves. But they have to fund these things. There's great stuff out there and people doing it, but they can't find the funding and the leverage they need in order to do it long term.
Right,
so that's my goal, is to try to not only find funding for myself and what I'm doing, but also to create a way for others, because there's too many people out there in different age groups, because they love to say we've aged out of things. It's ridiculous, but there's this great amount of talent that just hasn't gotten their shot. So I think it'll change.
I'm going to say this. I think that this time, literally, there probably hasn't been this kind of civil unrest and awareness since the 60s. We haven't ever seen this. I'm talking about corporations giving people and investing in this idea of racial equality and removing biases. It's not just about how we're policed. It's about how we're denied access. And I think you have to be ready with a story. Like you were talking about the age of actors. Like I watched the Five Bloods by Spike Lee, and them niggas was so old it was ridiculous. They was like, they survived that plane crash. I'm like, they won't even survive. These dudes couldn't survive falling off the curb. But the story was so dope.
Sorry, Delroy.
Right? Yeah, if I'd heard one more Delroy Lindo monologue, I was gonna kill myself. The movie was actually longer than Vietnam. But
it was long.
but because there exists a Netflix and a director like a Spike Lee, those actors got to have some of the most significant work that they have in a very long time. And despite, obviously I didn't believe that they could have spent a little more on makeup, but they were so talented that the story still worked for me. So it still was artistically acceptable. It was a beautiful film. I got it. And to your point, it was people that they would have said, well, why don't you do this? And we can't do this. And no one's going to relate to a story like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the thing about us, and I always say black people are their own special effects. We are so good at what we do.
That's hilarious. That's the most funny shit ever. Our own special effects.
You can put a flatbed truck with a palm tree behind us. We call it Vietnam, and you believe it. So that's what they do. Action.
What are you excited about now?
I don't know. You both must be really experiencing this yourself, like the great awakening of white people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
yeah.
I'm hoping. I don't like using that word because I'm not a hoper. I have a great expectation. Hope. I would like to see them carry that to something that's going to change things. Because even though black people will say, "Why are we looking for them to change things?" I said because they own everything, and it really is very difficult, even if you're doing your own thing, to go around these massive systems. So I'm hearing that they're having these talks. White men are having these talks about how they're hiring, who they're hiring, how they have contributed to these systems. Also, the first reparations bill in American history has been passed by an alderwoman named Robin Rue Simmons in Evanston, Illinois. I am making a reparations documentary about Robin Rue Simmons, and we have been for the past 6-7 months. And while people were talking about the 1619 Project, Nicole Hannah-Jones's project, here's this woman who passed after 400 years the first reparations bill. So they're just wanting to talk about it with H.R. 40 and Sheila Jackson Lee, but they're in Evanston, in the shadow of Chicago, the redlining capital of the United States. This woman who didn't even know there was a national reparations movement did it.
Wow.
You know what's interesting? You say so many interesting things, but entertainment, telling a story in a way, because I think the one thing about this country that I've noticed is you can't be too on the nose. You can't be so specific. You have to distract them. We're a nation that loves aspirin and orange juice. We love saccharin. We're addicted to sugar because we like sweet things. We always want to feel good about ourselves. And one of the things entertainment does, it's subversive. It has a way of having conversations that people are uncomfortable with, in ways that they can become comfortable with. And nothing does that like art. Nothing does that like art.
Yep.
It was like, even when you look at the first time many people had heard about, Black Wall Street and what happened in Tulsa and how destructive that was. The first time they'd ever seen it was on a TV show. The first time they'd ever known what it was on a TV show. And
that's the enduring legacy of images, because that's how we learned from caveman time. Somebody drew something on a wall, and people were able to tell their histories. And that's what's so fascinating about the power that they've been trying to prevent us from having, not only to tell our stories, but to control the narrative that they for hundreds of years have distorted and destroyed. So you're exactly right that I believe that image making and storytelling will change the world.
And people play it cheap. They're like, oh, it's just a movie. Do you remember when I knew for sure, there were two stark examples that I have of how positive, how powerful image just can be. One was with the Cosby Show, and how black women went to school in large numbers, and they're the most educated segment of our population because they saw a different world. They saw you on the Cosby Show. And the other is, look at how black people felt after Black Panther. Look at what they really started thinking Wakanda was a real place, and it's in Georgia. They really thought.
No, we did.
But it did something to them. It made them feel ways and believe things were possible they hadn't before.
It's true. I get this thing, I call it the Maxine Shaw effect, because when I was doing that show, look, I was just an actress on a show, doing a show, sort of filling a contract and hoping that people liked it, keep my job. But then over the years, over 30 years, you start to get the young people who are younger than me and some who were right in the pocket of my age coming up to me saying that they watched Maxine Shaw and it made them go into law careers, seek C-suites and all these things. And these people are not just anybody, DL. They're Stacey Abrams, Marilyn Mosby, Mayor de Blasio, his wife.
Right.
You've got judges, those 5 that were, I think they were elected in 2018 in Texas.
Right.
They run me down and say, your portrayal of that character made me think that not only could I do it, but I did it. I went and now I just graduated high school. You're looking at, you always talk about I'm a high school graduate, and that's it. And I appreciate my, degree, and I'm like, hey, I wish my mother probably wishes I went to college. But for people who saw my lawyer, my best version of my lawyer, which was just me doing my father, who was a preacher, and, mixed in with a few colorful characters like Red Fox and, and the Jeffersons, and, they looked at that and said, that's, and not only that, the hair mattered too.
Right.
And I got that from Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
I wasn't like first with any of those things, but it was enough to push that image over for them to feel like they were invited into a space that they could complete. And frankly, I'm amazed because I wouldn't have thought that.
But you know what, too, though? It's not just that. It was because I felt the exact same way. But what that character did for me was it made me know that it was okay to be in that space authentically as myself, like with the way that I spoke and the tone of my voice. And, I got that raspy, don't say anything, kind of deep. And I was very self-conscious about that. But when I listened to Maxine
No, Larry
speak,
Graham from the Manhattans. No, you don't have that.
It made me feel comfortable in my skin. I was like, see, I knew I could be smart, I could be sassy, and I could be right in my own authentic skin. And so I loved it. So I know, I get it.
Well, you said it much better than I ever could, Jasmine. And you're totally right. I mean, image matters. And if we think about the images that have endured over not only centuries since human beings started, when you think about the Jesus story, somebody had to write that down.
Right.
A writer,
right?
Not the people who were there. A writer, and they put it down so then people could read it and be affected by it. And so we're carrying in our hearts, whether you're a Muslim, a Jewish person, or whatever.
And you know what else they did? They cast a white dude as Jesus. They really did. They did. They cast a white dude as Jesus to affect an idea. You and Jasmine share something in common, and I'm not that you both were adopted, right? So what society would have you believe is that people who kind of start out, particularly black people, who have these strikes against them never it's very rare for them to kind of ascend and to learn, to learn. And not only that, to be a teacher, because the greatest teachers you'll ever meet were the ability they harnessed the ability to listen and to learn themselves. Yeah. That's why you guys are both so demonstrative, because you started it from a place where you're not supposed to win. Yes. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you're automatically supposed to lose.
It's true. When I was telling Jasmine that both my parents were orphans and that I vibed, and it's because I understand their great sadness. I could feel it. It came through their pores. The oddity that they were, but also that they were their best hope for going. They couldn't think about whether somebody could come help them. I lived the first 11 years of my life in a hotel called Starlight off of Route 66. We were all in the same room, 6 brothers and sisters. My father had his first heart attack at 35. They told him that he wouldn't live beyond 17, so the fact that he lived to 52 was a miracle. But by that time, when he passed away, I thought, well, I need to keep helping my mother, with, she had 2 more children, I'm number 4. And so I just kept acting. I had gotten discovered in Philadelphia. He was an itinerant preacher. He was Church of God in Christ, AME. The German Lutherans found him. They sent him to the Lutheran Theological Seminary, and then suddenly I was in a big city. Suddenly the geography I was trapped in was taken away, and in a big city I had more opportunity. But I still had to go to the audition for this performing arts school that I was in. In the 5th week, a movie came to town, and they needed black girls, and they cast me. And I can tell you right now, DL, I did not know that I'd be the person they cast, because all these girls were so beautiful, and they were demonstrably different from me. I was quiet. I did what I was told, preacher's daughter thing. But that was the thing that they needed for the screen. And I didn't know that suddenly my Arizona sort of quiet nature would transcend and suddenly lead me to Hollywood to be next to people that I would only imagine on the screen. So those orphans, I love my mother so much.
That's you know, it's funny.
She gave me everything.
Yeah.
And that orphan story is my story.
You all have managed to do something that's very hard to do. You kept your signal fire bright. If you ever trapped somewhere, one of the things you need to do is keep your fire bright so you can be seen. And you all have both managed to do it in a world that's very dark. And that's why you like you are, and that's why you can tell stories from that perspective. Even though she sounds like Larry Graham, that's why people can hear her.
You know what?
And you have to understand.
Don't be disrespectful.
This time is the reason why people are relating to you all more. And you have to be very careful and very clear about what it is. And I'm speaking to both of you all. I mean, I know we're doing an interview, but you have managed to keep your fire bright in a very dark time. And that's going to matter. Not only will it lead opportunities to you, but it will lead like-minded people in need like you to you. So I've always loved and respected you, and I am just. It's nice to see that light still ain't out after so many things. It really is.
To me, because I really just absolutely, I just think you're the bee's knees. So
well, tell it to her, damn it. How could y'all be abducted and so different? I don't.
Jasmine, you talk about light, man. Let me tell you something, sister. Just love you to death, and again, the great respect goes to you. Thank you for that, and I'm going to remember that to try to let the light shine, because there are many a days where you're just so tired.
Girl, ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Business. It's not even about the business. This life can beat you down, but sometimes even in the act of trying to achieve, you can feel like, man, am I really making, am I really doing anything? And not that I haven't been fortunate. I don't want to be like that. But if y'all, and I have to tell you how many things that you haven't seen, how many things that I have had to endure, whether it's bankruptcy and all these things. And I'm not a person that spends money on. I do have a gold chain right here.
She's like, never mind that.
Wait, they bullshitting.
Show them, girl. Shine.
She just didn't want to get robbed after the show.
That's why I know when I see people doing their thing, I'm so happy for them. Whether good, bad, or ugly, they try. That's how I feel about it. And Black people really don't get as much props between, maybe from the world, but from each other, I get the love. So DL, I received that like I got an Oscar.
All right.
But that's as close as I'm going to ever get to it. So I love you.
What's your demon? What's your giant? Did you fight it? And did you lose? Lust is raging, fire's burning.
God bless you.
Is this Delilah or is this a muse? Now do you run or do you crawl behind her? Dig a grave, you've got to choose. Temptation is sweet, sticky like don't dare you be confused. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. And now you're hanging from a noose. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. And now you're hanging from a noose. Yeah. Now she's bound you, trim your hairs. You're not a man, she'll go on and turn you loose. Temptation sweet, will sneak you like honey. Looks like love, but don't dare you be confused. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. Now you're hanging from a noose. Yeah, you are searching for the land of milk and honey. Yeah, now you're hanging from a noose.
The day won't go away, Mommy. Grandpa said you have to be ready at 8.
Okay. I'm good.
Come on. We can't be late, and you can't be fat.
I'm not fat.
Not yet. I'll go get your clothes.
I'm gonna make you lunch.
Done. Homework done. Teeth, face, hair, done.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What are you doing with those things? I know what tomorrow is. It's been a tough year for you. But at some point, You have to stop this. Tomorrow, come to the church.
I'm not going to that church.
The bank call. Your reference. 90 days behind, Laura. You don't want to lose this place, do you? It's one of the few stable things in Kate's life.
Kate is fine.
No, she's not. And you should see that.
Open the door.
Ah, there's my sweetheart. Oh, gosh. You look more and more like your grandma did when she was your age. Beautiful.
Are you still surprising Mommy today?
I am. You didn't spill the beans, did you?
Nope. But it was so hard.
Good. You know how your mom is about surprises.
Morning.
Grumpy pants.
Girl, this is really nice.
It sure is. I can hardly wait till Sunday. Wonder how many people will show up.
Probably a lot, and you know they're doing such a good job with our town.
Copy that.
So, there you go. You know the drill. I want you to go straight home and don't open the door until I get there. Hey, something wrong?
Daddy died today 1 year ago.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Can I just come to the new church with you today?
Oh,
please?
We talked about this, remember? You can't miss any more days of school. Hey, I got something. It's a bright color. It's a bright day. All right, kiddo. Go ahead, get to class before the bell rings. I love you.
There she is. More beautiful than I remember. Laura? Clark? You didn't tell her, did you?
No, I didn't want to spoil the surprise.
Surprise? What surprise?
Well, we won't keep you waiting too long on it, but first I want you to meet Xander. Xander, Laura Bishop, your new protege, former military, former lawyer. Heck, she might have had your job if she didn't quit. Shall we? I know, I'm 15 minutes behind schedule.
Well, they can't start without you.
Well, no, they can't.
Then you're on time.
Ha! That's what I'm talking about. What would I do without you, Xander?
I don't know. You wouldn't be able to handle all this without me.
That is true. Do me a favor, will you prep her while I get up to this deacon's meeting with Clark?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Reverend.
That's better. Clark, shall we?
Sure.
Do me a favor, will you run up ahead? I just got to stop at my office for a second.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Started working on security for the new building a month after you left. You hired me to replace you, so I guess I should say thank you.
No. You don't have to thank me.
Cameras in all directions, two-way. That glass is bulletproof. All doors have automatic locks.
You don't think it's a bit much for a church?
Memphis, Tennessee. Armed protesters stormed a church. Virginia. 2 men were arrested for planning a mass attack at their local church. South Carolina, 9 dead. Bottom line, it's all a bit much. Till it isn't.
There's more?
This is sub-basement, level 3. Sanctuary is the heart, this is the brain. In the event of a natural disaster, this floor alone could house up to 5,000 people. Like a modern-day ark. State flags represent the church's reach. I'd like to have that wall filled in a year.
Well, a lot has changed in the last year.
Mark's been working hard. We all have. Jenny, Tang, meet Laura Bishop, our newest member, Clark's daughter.
Hi, I'm Jenny. What happened to your face? Oh, Mike Tyson got lucky.
She's got a sense of humor. We're gonna get along just fine. And Tank.
Nice to meet you.
This is where you will start your shift every day. You'll primarily have exterior patrol. Fridays are the slow days. Tank, do me a favor. Get her personnel info on file, please. I'll be outside.
Just telling Rusty here about how glad we are that this thing's finally about ready to get opened here, you know.
It's about time.
Gentlemen, hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Punctuality is a virtue.
Reverend?
Carl?
Good to see you.
What do you say, what do you know? Better to be seen than viewed, young man. How you doing, Rusty? The old silver gray fox you. Oh, I'm excited. Can you believe that it's only 3 days out till we open our new chapter?
Let's get you back topside. The deacons wanted to have a word with you. Last thing, room 139. This is where we house the emergency exit. It's the only way out from this floor if the elevators go down.
This is janitor.
Yep, hidden in plain sight. Pray you never have to see it.
Things have come together nicely.
Thank you.
I still do not believe this move was necessary. But, as you all know, I got outvoted.
Well, Rusty, you're always slow to change. People have lost faith. This building screams faith.
Amen.
Something to aspire to.
Speaking of lost faith, guess who's back today?
Hey, why are those guys in military formation?
Xander's training for opening day.
Laura, please take a seat.
Laura, these are new. Small reference. You should take it.
Laura, I know you don't like surprises, so I'll just not keep you waiting any longer. I also know you haven't been around the church bunch since you lost David. That is, since David passed away. And we all know how much David loved the kids and dedicated to the kids of the church. So we decided to honor David and dedicate the new wing to him. From this day forward, it'll be known as the David A. Bishop Youth Wing.
It's really kind of you all. Would you excuse me for 1 minute?
It's okay. She just needs time to process.
Well, we can proceed with our business and return to this matter later.
It's a good idea, Carl. If we could all open our books and turn to page 1.
Silver, orange, 3rd floor. Yellow, green, 2nd floor. Blue, red, secure the conference room. Cell phones won't work with this high-tech security running through the ceilings. And because it's not due to open for another 48 hours, any chance of help from the outside is virtually 0. All floors locked down. Cell signals are jammed. Whenever you're ready. Let there be night.
Between 2014 and 2016 from our collection.
Oh, great.
Hey, what's going on with the lights?
I paid the over-expensive light.
What's going on?
One of the grunts probably tripped a line. Security system's still intact, though. It's on a different circuit. Control, this is Alpha. Trip backups, please. I need all doors unlocked. Mark, get down.
Sarah! Are you okay?
Stay there.
Baby! Shaw, do something!
Baby, you okay?
Shaw, what is going on here?
Baby.
Guys, I need you in that corner. Quickly, please, quickly.
Xander, are we all right?
Open the door. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll let the police deal with it.
Were those gunshots?
No. I know gunshots. Those most definitely were not gunshots.
Where you going?
This woman still got in here.
You swept the whole place.
Yeah, but she got past me.
You better find her before black runs out.
Come on, man, I got this. Just a chick.
This doesn't have anything to do with our new hire.
Xander, I've always questioned your intelligence. Thank you for providing the answer.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Gentlemen, take it easy. Xander, do not jump to conclusions. I can vouch for Laura Clark. We cannot afford to turn on each other now. Just relax, please. Now, we have a system, a protocol, and it's gonna be infallible, right, Xander?
It's the best money can buy. Control, come in. Control, where are you?
Gentlemen, I know your minds are flooded with questions. Questions that, with patience, will subside, as I do not relish in indecisiveness.
I don't know who you are or what you want. I'm Xander Worth. I'm head of security.
I know who you are, Mr. Worth, and I know who you are not, so spare me the macho rhetoric and understand you are not in control of anything.
Sir, my name is Reverend Mark Shaw. I'm the head of this church. Now, you seem like a reasonable man. Whatever it is you want, just let me know, and you and I can work this out.
And you, Reverend, my favorite Reverend, from the impoverished streets of Memphis, Tennessee, to the powerful pulpit of Bethel Community Church.
Listen, genius. Reciting facts you can find on any online bio about this man doesn't exactly infuse us with a sense of shock and awe that I'm sure you were going for.
How's that for shock and awe?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Now that your mouths are closed and your eyes are open, we'll make this simple.
Sir, what is it that you want? Harming us will achieve nothing but more hurt, more bloodshed. I'd like to come up with a reasonable resolution with you, one that we can all live with.
Reverend, always with the silver, should I say, golden tongue. I believe that relationships require a give and take as well as trust to be fruitful. So given the abrupt beginning to our relationship, let me start first by offering some goodwill.
How kind.
I will allow one person to leave. They will be allowed to wait in the delivery area until our purpose here is complete. When we leave, they'll be allowed to leave.
How do we know you won't kill him once he's out?
If you cooperate and simply follow my rules, everyone will make it out of here alive and well. If not, well, you made that decision. Please confer. You have 1 minute. Endo, one person. Any more than that, and you will have revoked my goodwill.
Oh, baby, it's okay. It's okay. We're going to get you out of here. I promise we'll get you out of here. Shaw, she leaves. She goes.
Yes, Carl, that's a good idea. Women and children always go first. There's no kids here. She goes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna follow her out. I'll duck behind her. By the time they see me, I'll be all over them. They're not gonna shoot her.
How do you know they won't shoot her? And how do you know how many are out there?
Easy, Clark. You said you heard a gun. There's 2 of them down there. How many did you see?
One? There might have been 2, but I only saw one.
Right, she saw 1.
I don't think it's a good idea. It's not smart.
What, Clark? Your daughter's gonna save us? I have a plan. I'll handle it.
Why don't one of us go? Just in case it might be a ruse.
You ready?
Be careful. Come on, let's get her out of here. Come on.
Jesus. Are you sure?
I had a security for a reason.
It's gonna be all right. Come on, it's gonna be okay. Just keep your faith. What happened, Xander?
Can I just come to the new church with you today?
Hold it. I'm going downstairs.
You let me find my little girl. I'll let you live.
Where's Sarah?
No. No.
No! No!
Calm down, old man. Hey, Xander, get off of him! Relax.
Relax, old fella.
Rules. Follow rules, Mr. Worth. Or are you one of those do as I say, not as I do type of fellas?
You didn't have to kill her.
You didn't have to break my rule.
She didn't. He did.
I find that consequences of one's sins is rarely borne by that person. It's really borne by the people around them. And Mr. Worth's sins of deception was felt by that poor woman. Well, since that was an utter failure, let's proceed to do what we must do to leave here alive, There's a laptop there, under the table. Please open it. Not you. You.
Me?
You are the treasurer and CFO and have access to all the accounts, so you will transfer all the funds to the bank account that is open on the terminal page.
Wait a minute. He doesn't know how to do that?
Yes, he does. The bank account reads what, gentlemen?
$10,400,000.
And in the pastor's fund?
Please tell me there is no pastor's account.
We set up an account, a pastor's account, that would not technically be income to the Reverend nor the church. And the Reverend spends from that account.
How much?
$4.1 million.
Perfect. Now, please execute this transaction.
No! 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 We can't give him the money. Don't you understand?
Reverend, are you speaking out of concern for the lives of your sheep or the loss of your luxury home, car, boat, and apartments for your mistress?
Shut your mouth! Do you hear me? Shut your mouth!
You son of a gun. This isn't some mafia family. This is a church. You have a board. And you two sicken me. I thought your toys were paid for by your books.
Books? Has anyone checked his book sales?
And I thought you was the real thing.
Simply enter the two account numbers in the first field. Enter pound total into the second and press enter.
Give him what he wants.
Confirming the funds.
We need that money.
Done. It's there. It's there.
Guess those weren't gunshots either.
Let's get our boys on bail.
Not yet.
Hello?
Kind greetings. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
A witness. Someone who wants to go along with our business. But first I need something.
Well, that presents us with a problem. A couple of my friends seem to be missing. Have you happened to see them?
Well, if I have.
Then they should return to me unharmed and we can consider your request.
And if I haven't?
Then they should return to me unharmed and we will consider your request.
And if I don't?
Then you don't.
Guess we're at an impasse.
Since our paths are bound to cross, can I have the pleasure of knowing who it is I'm speaking with?
And give away the element of surprise?
I hate surprises.
Sounds like we have something in common.
Okay. I will see you soon.
Not before I see you.
Find her.
Bro, she's not worth it.
Find her!
Attention, team. There seems to be a loose end we need to clip. Find her. Kill her. Blackout.
Who are you?
Shannon? HR? I heard the shots, so I hid.
Where's Cindy?
You mean Sarah? They took her.
You let him?
I'm not good with guns. You never told me your name.
Bishop. Laura Bishop.
Clark's kid? What a welcome back, huh?
I don't remember you.
Laura Bishop. Wow. So I guess it's true what they said? Former secret operations soldier or something. Settled down to be a mom. You know, I want to be here. Oh, God.
The little girl. Where is she? Where is she? The little girl.
I don't...
Are you with them?
No! No,
I don't believe you.
Look at them. And now, look at me. I saw dudes with guns, so I hid in the supply closet.
Why'd you come out?
I'm afraid of the dark. We are gonna get out of here, right?
I am. You can find your own way.
No, we am.
I don't have time for this. Do not follow me.
All right, lads. Always on third floor. Third room on the left. Check it out.
That didn't take long. Time for phase 3. means 3. There's only 2 phases. No, there's always been 3. But I couldn't share until I secured the first 2. I said, let's go. I'm sorry, brother. You hypocrite. You wouldn't have helped me if I told you the truth.
You liar. You think I'm gonna go to jail because of you? Huh? I'll bleed and blow your brains out right now!
Put the gun down, friend. You've been a strong soldier since our days over in Baghdad. But for the greater good requires a greater sacrifice. Or kill me. Because I'm not leaving. Your wife will have enough to be okay. Brothers in arms. I need you to help me finish this, man. Hoorah! Hoorah!
Like, people with guns and like, I'm really scared.
I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna keep looking for my daughter.
No. I have to come with you.
No, Shannon.
No, I have to come with you.
No, Shannon, you can't go with me. No.
But we're friends.
No, we're not friends. We are not friends. All right. I'm going this way. You take care of yourself, okay?
Are you cranky because the David thing? Because they're naming a wing after David?
You don't
Wait,
know
please
anything
don't.
about my husband. Don't even bring his name up.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I just was trying to figure out what was wrong. Did you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk
It
about
seems
it.
like you might want to talk about it because I remember one time when I was like really little.
He died on this day a year ago. My daughter is trapped in this building. There's a bunch of gunmen going around. My dad thinks I'm crazy. And I'm being shot at and... Shannon, I'm tired. I'm really tired. Yeah. I gotta go.
Wait. You're like a real life soldier, like a take a cyanide pill when you're in trouble kind.
Shannon.
Did they call you 007?
Shannon?
Okay, I'm sorry. Where are we going?
Kate! 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 Kate!
Maybe, she's not here?
Mommy! Mommy!
Cupcake! I was so worried about you. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Why weren't you in school today?
Papa told me about Daddy's surprise, and I wanted to be here with you. A little too tight, Mommy.
Sorry. All right. So we're gonna get out of here, okay? Ready? Let's go.
We can't leave Xander and Shaw.
Papa? Maybe you didn't notice the gun-toting bad guys?
I did.
Well, we'll get the police and let them handle it.
What if it's too late?
It's not. Your grandpa is strong and he can handle himself. He's going to be fine. Police are going to be here before you know it. Come on.
Laura.
Look, we're leaving, and you can do whatever you want to do. I gotta get out of here. If I don't make it, she stays with her uncle.
You know what really bothers me? I told Sarah that I'd be the first to go.
You have all we got. Why not just let us go?
Oh, there's plenty left. I have all you have. Do you need money? Sorry, Rev. Please forgive me. My manners have escaped me, but it is laughable that you believe you will solve your problems here today with money. No. Your problem's much deeper. Your problem lies at the very foundation of this building.
I don't understand.
I tell you what, Mr. Shaw. If you're able to answer one of 3 questions correctly, you live. If you can't,
he dies.
please tell me, who is Jonathan Waters?
You're asking me about one person of about 250 million people. I don't think that's a fair request.
Mr. Shaw, I'll be generous. Every person I will ask about is a member of this church. So again, I ask, who is Jonathan Waters?
We have over 10,000 members of our church, young man.
Very well. Mr. Waters is a member here who lost his job 2 years ago at an aircraft company. They say he's too qualified. In other words, too old. He lost his home. And has reached out to this church every day for the past 3 months, and he has been unable to secure an appointment with you. A homeless member that has paid tithes in this church for 20 years can't even get time with his pastor? That, Mr. Shaw, is who Mr. Waters is. Don't let that soak in quite yet. Tell me who Francis McAdams is.
I don't know.
Francis McAdams is a member that attended this church for 5 years. Her son was snarled by the horrible beast known as heroin. And when the youth pastor tried to get you to help, you told him next week. Next week turned into next year, and now there's no tomorrow.
You don't know what it's like to run a church of this size. And you have no idea what it's like to walk a mile in my shoes.
You're right. I don't know what it's like to drive a Bentley while being supported by someone who can't afford gas. I don't know what it's like to live in a 10,000 square foot home with my wife and one child. No. I grew up in an 1,800 square foot home shared by 5 people. And no, I do not know what it's like to wear suits that cost more than my members' full wardrobes. I don't know what it's like to use my members' money to house your mistresses. You're right.
You think this is easy? Huh? What, am I not supposed to live well after working my whole life and sacrificing to build this church and its ministry? So you can sit there all pompous and judge me for what? Being successful? Let me ask you something. Where are you when I tend to the burdens of my hurt flock? When I'm at my wit's end and I suffer their pain and their strife and their darkness, and I have no one to talk to, nowhere to go, because I suffer with them. I bear their burdens with them. Where are you? So you're gonna judge me for my success, for my possessions? Well, you don't have the right to judge me, young man. You don't have the luxury. Why don't you go ahead and cast that stone? You waltz into my building with your criminal element, toting your guns, killing our people, stealing our money, and you have the audacity to point your finger and call me the bad guy?
Yes, you mentioned building, this new building. Perfect transition to my last question, Mr. Shaw. Who is Dolores Gentry?
I don't know. I can't possibly know the name of every member of my congregation. It's impossible.
The one who enters by the gate is the shepherd of the sheep. The gatekeepers open the gate for him, and the sheep listen to his voice. He calls out his own sheep by name and leads them out.
I am not God.
Finally, an admission worth notation. You are not God. He owns the heavens, not you. Dolores Gentry is not just a member. She left you this land to build this building, and yet you did not have the time, the decency to fulfill one wish for her. Just to hold her hand and pray with her. She was dying, and you were being paid to be a celebrity. Dolores Gentry was my mother. Now, you know what, Mr. Shaw? I think it's time we finish this discussion face to face.
You know this is all your fault, right? After all that money I spent on security, you told me this church would be impenetrable.
Hey.
Now look at us.
You lay this at my feet.
Who do you think you're grabbing, huh?
I gave you a push, a nudge in the right direction. You're the one that called attention to this. You're the one with all the bling and the cars.
Yeah, you're the one that's supposed to keep us safe.
Delusional, man. You're delusional.
Hard to listen to you.
He's delusional. It's now or never. Now. Wait. 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 I'll get you, Shaw. Kill Bishop, too. I know this place better than anyone.
For price?
My life. Don't worry. I'll protect you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait.
Let's go.
No, Laura? No, leave me. Don't leave. No, come back. Get you out of here. Let's go. Get Digger. Go. Go.
You can't run from the imposters.
I'm ready. Are you?
What about Papa? You're a quitter. You're quitting on him. You're quitting on me. You're a quitter.
I have to get you out of here. Okay? I just need you to do this big girl thing for me. I promise you. I promise you. And I need you to run till you see please. And I need you to don't stop. Come on, do this for me. Please, come on. Come on, baby, come on. I love you so much.
Move. Stand down. I'm bringing in Shaw. I'll bring you Bishop, too. I just need your word I leave here alive. We got a deal?
You're a strange fella, you know that? You were willing to help me catch him just to save yourself?
Everything I do is about survival.
Have a seat.
Yo, Mark. You're fired.
Man, fired that man.
So the question about what it is I want has been lingering in the air. I think it's time now I provide you with an answer. You will never profit off another person, betray another person, and I will make sure no one will ever mistake you to be a god.
How you planning on doing that?
By confessing our sins, Reverend. He is faithful and just. He is the atoning sacrifice for our sins, but not just ours, Reverend, but the sins of the whole world.
So you want me to atone for my sins?
So you actually do know the scriptures? Yes, Reverend. I want you to atone for your sins. I want you to look into that camera over there and tell your flock. Atone for your sins. Or we all die.
You gonna give that choice to me? You are sharp. Very smart. Only you can't die a martyr. Martyr has to die with no choice. A true martyr dies with faith in everything that he believes, no options. You, son, have a choice. So if you want to die out of the grandeur, that's on you.
You think this is about me?
Isn't it?
Looks like you have run out of places to hide.
I think you took a wrong turn.
I know where I am. But more importantly, I know where you die.
I hope you know how to use those.
You think this is about me? Isn't it? I mean, you come in here pulling triggers, killing my people, took all that money, spitting judgments at me. You have the means to the money. You have your own agenda, and you're using your poor mother as justification.
You don't know anything about me. You think that money was for me? It wasn't for me. Right now, there are groups that actually care, receiving anonymous donations that will total $14 million. So how could it be about me? When I never planned on leaving alive. This timer stops only once you confess. This land belongs to the blood of my ancestors, and this building will not stand as long as you're pastor. I'll quit. You'll quit. It's too late for that. You will confess live to your members and to the world. And then this stops. And I bid you farewell.
I, Reverend Mark Shaw, confessed to not upholding the standard entrusted in me by the Christian Church, loved ones, and my Creator. To my wife, Jenny. I have not been faithful to you. I broke our covenant. And I know that the revelation of this news is going to cause great harm to you, to my son. I'm truly sorry. To my church members, I have allowed earthly possessions to cloud my spiritual calling. I came to believe that the measure of my success was measured by the things that I owned. Honestly, I started to worship my own shine. And I am ashamed of that. Truly ashamed. And when you trusted me most, I turned my back on you. And there's no way I can make amends for that. The events that have transpired on this godforsaken Friday have caused much harm. But most of all, I didn't uphold my responsibility. To God. And I got nobody to blame but myself. I don't deserve the title of Reverend. May God forgive me.
Let me go.
No, I'm not letting go.
Try. Laura, I'm too heavy.
Papa, you gotta chill. Please.
You didn't fail me. You did everything you could humanly do.
David, you're slipping!
My God.
No!
The world needs you.
I need you!
You can't do this alone.
Can you please stop the timer now? Courtney.
You remember my name? Lowly janitor.
Yes. I remember you. Please turn it off. Please.
I won't. Reverend, I want you to know that out of all the lives that were destroyed today, yours means the least to me. Bishop. And here I thought you were no longer with us.
I told you. I was going to see you.
You just won't die.
Laura.
Just the heart, right?
I thought you didn't know how to shoot.
Lucky shot.
No such thing as luck. Shh. That you are a hero and my friend. Get up. We gotta go.
Aren't you?
I'm your daughter. Come on. We gotta go.
I can't. I'm too heavy.
No.
I just never could lose these last 10 pounds.
Please. Oh. I'm not leaving you.
Laura, sometimes you just have to have faith.
Many people turned away from the church after Shaw's confession. I was angry too. For a while. But in the end, I chose to remember him as he was when I first heard him preach. He was something.
That's why nothing And I mean nothing in God's world happens by mistake. Everything's for a reason. Nobody ever promised us that life would be easy. If life were easy, there'd be no value in it. So the key is to pray for the knowledge of God's will, nothing more, nothing less, nothing else, and the power to carry that out. Faith in action.
Amen.
I'm here to tell you, no one gets to the Father but through the Son. Amen. Life is not about the destination, it is about the journey. And sometimes the journey can seem bleak, dark, hopeless. It can feel like it has no meaning. And that's when you turn to the one who gives all meaning, and that one is God. May you find him right now. Y'all remember to be grateful this week. See how you can be of maximum service to God and to your fellow brothers and sisters. And rejoice in each day. And I'll see you all next week, same time. Thank you.
Not a day goes by that I don't think of everyone who lost their life that night. My dad's smile is forever etched in my memory. He made me promise to take care of Kate. That's the easiest promise I've ever made. I have lost a lot of people dear to me. Some people wonder why we should live if we're destined to die. But the challenge is to live, so a part of us never dies.
Sunshine cupcake. Morning sunshine Kool-Aid.
I'm healing physically, mentally, and spiritually. I'm a work in progress, but I'll be ready to take on anything that the world has to throw at me. If you ever find yourself in need of help, I know a good woman.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
If I didn't get paid for it, if I could just race for free, I'd do it for free. You know, that's how I love it.
I just love the speed, the exhilaration.
It's the thrill of controlling something that's out of control.
It's the challenge of making race cars go fast.
When they buckle you in and they hit that roof and let you know you're on your own.
I don't think when I'm out there, it's just body movement. It's just keep on, be smooth, be smooth. We can drive, just give us the opportunity.
You know, I had to back out of this sport for a while, especially with minorities, because they seem to show no understanding nor concern about the history of this game. If you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going.
In the mid-20s, the prohibition of alcohol in the United States helped a lucrative underworld of liquor smuggling flourish into a $1 million racket. It was a period in American history that saw dealers of illegal alcohol become rich gangsters, and police dodging delivery men transformed into an early brand of auto racer.
If you look at the history of motorsports, the history of stock car racing, you'll find a little bit of a common denominator. The common denominator was the fact that stock car racing was born out of moonshine.
African Americans were not excluded from the smuggling of moonshine, as it was called then.
Although we know about many of the racers that may have or have not run moonshine, there's very little history about African Americans that ran moonshine.
Nor were they immune to the infectious desire to race cars, nursed in the incubator that was prohibition.
I can't say this with any sort of validity or credibility, but I'm sure there were some grandmamas, some mamas that were saying to their sons and their grandsons, I don't want you out there racing driving those cars, moving that stuff around. We as a race, we drove cars, we had cars, etc. So there was somewhat of an innate interest in cars, and there was somewhat of an interest in racing them.
The negative attitudes of this period saw Ku Klux Klan membership reach all-time highs. In this atmosphere, African Americans were kept from legally racing in sanctioned events governed by the American Automobile Association. Events such as the Indianapolis 500.
The black folks wanted to participate, wanted to be a part of the sort of major social events of the day and major sporting events of the day. And since automobile racing was extremely important, they wanted to be a part of that as well.
The drivers were more outspoken against them running, and I feel like that's why they had to form their own organization.
Historically, the remedy for exclusion from activities limited to white American participation has been for African Americans to create their own versions of these segregated activities. In the sport of auto racing, a group of citizens in Indiana, known then as one of the epicenters of early pro racing, created a new setting for black drivers to race in. It was known as the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes. It was a racing circuit created in 1924 by a flamboyant promoter named William Rucker as part of his newly formed organization, the Colored Speedway Association.
The Gold and Glory Sweepstakes was the race that belonged to the colored people. It was ours. We owned it. It belonged to us. It was something we could take joy in. We didn't have to explain it away. It was ours. It wasn't done the way that the 500 was done, but we did it our way. And it was acceptable. It had the organizational structure, and there was competition, and there was truly glory attached to winning it.
To me, I saw it as a necessity, kind of like your all-black ball teams. Like before Jackie Robinson was admitted until the Major League Baseball, they had no choice. But if it had not been for the all-black ball teams, there'd have been no Jackie Robinson.
Most of the black drivers over the country would come when they had those races, and it was just fun. It was fun to be there and to see.
They had a pretty good crowd because that was the first time anything like that had happened, and we couldn't ride with the white boys, you know.
One of the circuit's standout performers was a wiry mechanic turned auto racer from Evansville, Indiana, Charlie Wiggins.
Charlie was he was an adventurer. He was an athlete. They call him Wee Charlie. He was smart, and he wasn't afraid to do something that he wasn't supposed to do.
Wiggins was an expert mechanic, considered one of Indianapolis's best. He owned his own garage on Indy's south side and had a love for speed so deep that he built his own race car from the ground up and dubbed it the Wiggins Special. Year after year, Wiggins was denied the opportunity to enter his Wiggins Special in the rapidly growing but all-white Indy 500. But when William Rucker made Charlie a permanent fixture in the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes, he was propelled into the spotlight as the circuit's premier driver, and the entire racing world took notice. Wiggins raced in the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes from 1925 to 1936, winning a majority of the races he competed in. The circuit was disbanded in 1936 due in large part to a 13-car pileup in a race that critically injured Wiggins and eventually led to the amputation of his right leg. One of Charlie Wiggins' most overlooked contributions to the sport of professional auto racing was that of serving as head mechanic on Bill Cummings' pit crew in 1934. That year, Cummings, a white driver, won the Indianapolis 500. Wiggins watched the feat while having to swallow his pride by posing as the janitor for Cummings' crew. The American Automobile Association would not allow him to serve as an official member.
The best thing that the colored people could do out at the 500 would be to do the picking up and cleaning up and maybe selling some pop and things like that, but not to be a participant.
Charlie had it much worse than I did because the drivers that did not want them to race, they were more outspoken and more in numbers, so that made it hard.
The fact that Charlie was able to overcome not only very obvious and clear racial prejudice, and to not only succeed in his business, to succeed as an independent business owner, to rise to the top of certainly the Black Racing League, and eventually to advise some of the top drivers in Indianapolis, meant that he had to be a man who was very strong internally and really a heck of a guy.
Although he was forced out of the driver's seat and off the racetrack prematurely, Wiggins' appetite for auto racing never diminished, and he remained involved in the sport until his death in 1979. Embraced by the fans of the Gold and Glory Sweepstakes and dubbed by black reporters as the Negro Speed King, Charlie Wiggins was indeed the first brick laid in the foundation that would eventually become a legacy of African-American achievement in auto racing.
When you look at today and racing as such, we have a legacy. It just hasn't been publicized.
We were there. We were there during the moonshine days. After the moonshine days, we were there. 50,000 strong with the Charlie Wiggins back in the 20s. We were there.
When people ask me today, have you endured any hardships because of your race? It would be slander for me to say that I really have, compared to the things that Charlie Wiggins had to go through. Guys trashing his car, not letting him race. He went through just an immeasurable amount of hardships, and yet he never gave up.
Charlie paved the way for Wendell Scott and myself and what few of us that have made it to the big time to prove that all we needed was a change.
1947 was a milestone year for African Americans, as Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in Major League Baseball, signing with the Brooklyn Dodgers. That very same year, Joey Ray, a 24-year-old sprint car driver from Louisville, Kentucky, began making history on the racetracks of the Midwest. Inspired by Charlie Wiggins and the drivers of the Gold and Glory fame, Ray made his debut on a track in Mitchell, Indiana, an event he fondly recalls.
The race was on Easter Sunday at Mitchell, and Mitchell was a high-banked dirt track, no type of guardrail or fence. And we carried the car over the Sunday before, and Chick Smith shook it down and everything. So here I am the next Sunday ready to race. So I qualified, about next, say 30 cars there, I qualified 28th. Now that meant that I started in the back of the console and sitting in the race car, but before I was towed off, I said, now, hey, I don't know if I like this or not. All these rocks and dirt and everything hit me in the face and all on the arms. I said, I don't know if I like this or not. But after I pulled into the pits, and I said, I think I'll try it again next Sunday. Next Sunday wasn't quite so bad, and just kept going from there.
Auto racing was a very dangerous sport at the time, and Joey Ray remembers the perils associated with the sport.
Cars were definitely not as safe as they are today. Your body was exposed from chest up. No roll bar or anything. Your helmets were cloth, either some kind of a, well, if a guy had a football helmet, he was first class. And your tracks were very unsafe. Most of your tracks were parts racing tracks with inside fences, outside fences, and but it was just, you know, that was conditioned, and we did it.
Ray also recalls how a bout with racism actually helped him forge a stronger bond with his white racing counterparts.
We were going to the next town after the race, and we were hungry, and we saw a bunch of race cars on trailers sitting out front of this little restaurant, so we stopped and went in, and were met by the hostess, and she says, what do you all want? We said, come for dinner. She said, I'm sorry, but the policy is that we don't serve color. So I just kind of looked at her, and I looked around. I saw Frankie Lupto, Bobby Graham, and a bunch of other drivers that I just raced with an hour before. So they heard her, and Lupto, in particular, got up and came and asked the lady, said, well, would you mind standing for the manager? She did. And he said, what's the problem? So no one raised a voice, and Frankie says, these two fellas, I heard you say that they weren't welcome to eat, and you look around, there's at least 14, 18 of us you're eating. And we're eating steaks, chicken, whatever. He said, nobody's paid you. He said, now you have two choices. They can join us, we all pay you, and we'll leave. Or if you don't want to serve them, we're going to eat our food, but we're not going to pay you.
Joey Ray went on to become the first African-American driver to be licensed by the American Automobile Association, the most prestigious open-wheel racing organization of that time. And after a 16-year career, he was recognized as one of the great sprint car drivers of his era.
All of us, hey, we were treated like some of your biggest celebrities and heroes you've ever seen.
In 1948, Bill France brought in a new era of professional stock car racing when he formed NASCAR. The first black driver to start a NASCAR race was none other than Joey Ray, who raced at the Daytona Beach Highway Course in 1952. 9 years later, a die-hard competitor and devoted family man from Danville, Virginia, would give NASCAR its greatest black driver and leave a legacy for all racers to follow. Born on August 28, 1921, Wendell Oliver Scott drove a taxi and hauled illegal whiskey before setting his sights on professional auto racing. Scott won 120 races and Virginia State Championships before moving up to NASCAR's elite divisions in 1961.
Wendell Scott was very witty. Now, he had that slide out and that move. Today we call it break off the wind, come up on the bumper, get you loose and shake out just like Dale Earnhardt. And he could come up and just seem like his car would just floor, lift the wheel, and I mean, he was off.
Although he was forced to operate his entire career as an independent, racing against factory-backed cars, Scott racked up an amazing 147 top 10 finishes in nearly 500 races, finished in the top 10 in points 4 straight times, and became the first and only African-American to win a Winston Cup race when he crossed the checkered flag at Jacksonville, Florida in 1963. Even in victory, racism reared its ugly head, as racing officials, fearful of the reaction that would come from fans by announcing that a black man had won the race, awarded the trophy to second-place finisher Buck Baker. Scott would receive his award days later, yet he continued to endure.
The most interesting thing is he didn't talk about a lot of things that he went through, and still managed to endure the pain and succeed in the meantime.
In 1973, Scott was involved in a 21-car pileup at Talladega Speedway that broke his pelvis and effectively ended his racing career. Although his true recognition did not come until after his death in 1990, Wendell Scott's outstanding legacy as a NASCAR driver can never be denied.
Wendell Scott, what he did, and not only as a race car driver, but as a father and a husband and a small businessman. I mean, what he accomplished on and off the racetrack to me is an inspiration.
Nobody ever bought us a gallon of gas in our whole Cup career. Incredible. We finished in the top 10 in point standing, which is the big thing now, 4 years in a row against factory-back cars. That was unheard of for independent. When my father retired from racing, he was second in miles driven only to Richard Petty. He was second in starts only to Richard Petty.
I used to have a little calendar that had the NASCAR points on it. And it used to amaze me to see back in those days when Wendell Scott was top 10 in points. And that's stuff you didn't hear about, you know, but to know that he was able to do that on an independent budget or, you know, just out of his own pocket, I mean, that's, he had to, you know, that lets you know he had to know how to drive a car. Because, I mean, if he doesn't have the equipment that everybody else has, but he's still doing as good as them, that's all driving there.
Also not to be denied was Scott's devotion to his family and their place among NASCAR's elite families.
It's almost like the family aspect does not exist. You hear about the Pettys, the Allisons, the Gordons, you never heard the Wendell Scotts. My mother is the emeritus of the Women's Auxiliary in NASCAR. Back then, we were racing better than 60 Cup races a year. And my mom would have the food lined up, and it's true, a lot of people ate our food. You know, some of the big stars now, you know, they ate out our cooler.
Wendell Scott's success was largely due to the support of his family, including his sons, Frank and Wendell Jr.
We were the Scott tandem, Wendell Sr., Wendell Jr., and Frank. And we ended up being Virginia champions, and we had 128 victories on those levels, and it was just as competitive then. And I had a great knowledge of racing. My brother does too.
Wendell Jr. had an impressive run that included over 20 Winston Cup starts and the distinction of racing on the NASCAR circuit at the same time as his father.
In the 1974 record book, NASCAR record book, we never share anything that can't be proven. That one of the most glamorous pieces of page I've ever seen is with Wendell Scott Jr. and Wendell Scott Sr. in the same point standing. That's wild.
Wendell Scott Jr. now works with the Drive for Diversity program, where he mentors up-and-coming minorities and women drivers.
Right now, I'm not complaining. You're doing great.
With an auto racing legacy slowly taking shape for African Americans, with credit due to early racing pioneers Charlie Wiggins, Joey Ray, and Wendell Scott, the 70s marked the dawn of a new era of milestone achievements that started in the driver's seat, but would eventually spread to every facet of auto racing. In 1973, Randy Bethea, a black race driver from Newport, Tennessee, bumped a hometown hotshot, Darrell Waltrip, out of pole position at a late model race in Nashville. Bethea's feat marked the first time an African-American driver performed well enough in a NASCAR qualifier to secure the first slot on the race grid. As NASCAR's first black co-team owner, Jim Graham launched himself into auto racing history when in 1978, his Coors-sponsored racing team took to the track with an all-Canadian pit crew.
I seeked out myself to be like Wendell Scott, but didn't have the nerve. So since I could not drive the car, I decided to become a mechanic to fix them.
That team won the Coors 200 for 3 straight years, from 1980 to 1982. Legendary race team owner Sam Bell-Navis was one of the first African Americans to achieve success in auto racing beyond the track.
I got involved in the sport back in 1981 with Bobby Allison and Miller Brewing Company. Back then, the sport was tobacco, oil products, primarily as sponsors, and beer, of course.
In 1981, Bell-Navis was heralded for connecting Miller Brewing Company with NASCAR on a sponsorship level.
Sam is one of the greatest people I've ever met. Sam does a lot of hard work, especially for African Americans in motorsports. He's done a lot to help drivers' careers, and he's done a lot for motorsports itself.
The driver who left the biggest mark on the sport of auto racing from the mid-1980s to the early 90s was Willie T. Ribbs, the son of auto racer William Bunny Ribbs. Willie T. started his career racing Formula One cars in England, winning a series title, before moving on to SSCA cars in his native California, where he was Rookie of the Year and won 17 races over 3 seasons.
Willie T. was one of the, he would just tear the tracks up. He was driving the SSCA. It seemed like nobody could beat Willie T.
Ribbs made racing history when he partnered with acclaimed actor Bill Cosby, becoming the first African-American team to qualify for and compete in the Indianapolis 500.
I was involved with Bill Cosby and Willie T. Ribbs, and I was proud to be a part of Willie's legacy when he became the first African-American to qualify and run in the Indianapolis 500.
Ribbs later moved on to NASCAR, where he raced on the Winston Cup circuit before becoming the first African-American to race in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. In a post-civil rights America, Ribbs was most outspoken when it came to dealing with overt discrimination on the track.
You have to be careful out there on the track, and Willie T. was not the man to hold back what he had to say.
However, his racing genius cannot be denied. In the late 1990s, Bill Lester, a former software engineer and married father of one, succeeded Ribbs in NASCAR when he followed his standout open-wheel driving career by driving in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
None of my friends were race car drivers. I didn't know anybody. I grew up in, a neighborhood where stick and ball sports were prominent, and that's what myself and my friends played. But really, when I got my driver's license at 16, that was it. As soon as I could drive, I was racing. I was doing things illegally, and I'm not promoting that, but that's kind of what happened. As I experimented with the upper boundaries of car control and sliding around corners and doing all sorts of crazy things. And somebody told me before I kill myself or somebody else, go out there to a racetrack and see if you have what it takes. And I figured that if I got myself an engineering degree, I could probably get myself an occupation that paid enough to buy a race car. So that's what I did. With my first paycheck, I bought myself a race car, and almost like they say, the rest is history. That first year, I was Northern California Road Racing Champion in Sports Car Club of America. The next year, I was the champion for my class, and I just kept on climbing the ladder.
Lester is currently the only African-American driver racing in any of NASCAR's 3 main divisions. With Sam Balnavis, Jim Graham, and Bill Cosby making pioneering strides for African Americans in NASCAR, a new generation of black ownership has emerged. In 2002, rapper Nelly formed his own Vocal racing team. Former NBA player Brian Stiff became co-owner of Score Motorsports. And Sam Balnavis, now an executive for Rouse Racing, formed Balnavis Racing, a team that nurtures up-and-coming minority drivers.
Anytime that you have an opportunity to open doors for other people, who otherwise probably wouldn't get that chance, you've been a pioneer. And, like I said, you want to be able to take advantage of that. You want to be in a position where you can look back in a few years and say, hey, I was a part of something good, something that was very monumental in the sport.
Hi, I'm Bill Lester, driver of the number 22 Waste Management Toyota Tundra in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Tim Shutt, crew chief on the 02 truck.
My name is Daryl Lomick, and I am an inspector/official for NASCAR.
My name is Amar Johnson. I work for Bobby Hamilton Racing. I'm the jack man.
Really what was the catalyst for my becoming the driver that I am today was when my father took me to a race when I was 8 years old. It was at Monterey in Laguna Seca, where I was living in Northern California. And he took me to a Can-Am race. And to be there experiencing these cars going by me at 160 miles an hour, and the sounds and the sights and the smell of the competition of the racing was intoxicating.
I guess I kind of have my father to blame for that. He kind of lived some of his dreams through me. We started racing go-karts when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and that progressed into sprint cars where I grew up at in Pennsylvania. Sprint cars were kind of like stock cars are in North Carolina, so that's kind of really what got me involved in it initially.
It started out, I was like back in high school, had friends that were interested in NASCAR, and kind of hung out with them and got to know more about it. Then from there on, I went to college. I majored in manufacturing systems and minored in motorsports. And I Went to a couple races, you know, down Lowe's in Charlotte back like 10 years ago. And since then, it was in my blood. I just started liking racing.
At the age of 11, 12, somewhere along in there, my brother, myself, and about 5 or 6 cousins had our own go-karts. And my father was generous enough to make us our own track. And of course, I was track champion. My cousins might argue that, but we had our own go-kart track.
My job is to try to drive that truck, that Craftsman truck, as fast as I can. The way that I do that is by communicating to my team when I'm out there on the track what the truck is doing and what I need it to do to go faster.
As an inspector, I am responsible for aerodynamic shape of the car and the template area. And on Sundays and race days, I am responsible for watching pit stops for an assigned team for that particular race to make sure that no infractions occur during pit stops.
I jack the car up on the right side, pull the rear tire, sit into the front. Once I get 5 on, I let the jack down, run around the car in 2.62 seconds from jack to peg rather. Then I jack the left side up and I control monitor that front left tire, and occasionally I do a windshield tear. If you got like oil or any kind of debris on top of the windshield, that's basically it.
As a crew chief, it's a challenge of building a team, you know, trying to create a winning team, learning how to teach guys to work together, and working with a driver. Each driver has their own personality, their own little quirks, things that make them tick, their own language, and it's a pretty big challenge to try to make all that work.
I always had a curiosity to know how things work. Going to the Coca-Cola 600, my first race at Lowe's, you know, back in like 1989. When I first saw it, it was like in my blood, you know, I was like, man, that's some pretty neat stuff. And it made me have this desire to want to be a part of that.
I'm a perfectionist by nature, which I get from my father. So I work really hard at making things as close to perfect as I can.
It's the speed and the competition. It's the adrenaline rush. It's driving at 180, 195 miles an hour in the draft. I mean, being inches apart from that guy and beating him, and just the strategy that comes into play as well in terms of how to use the draft, for example, on a super speedway, or how to set up somebody and position them for a pass on a short track.
I think NASCAR is a growing industry, and I'll use the word industry because there are so many avenues within NASCAR that can be accessed, I think. Hopefully this will act as a baseboard or a springboard for me to go further within this company.
Before it's all said and done, I want to race competitively in the Nextel Cup Series. I mean, I'm very happy where I am racing in the Craftsman Truck Series, but I want to race on Sundays so that more people can see what it is I'm doing. Currently, I race typically on Fridays and Saturdays, and I race, you know, an audience that's not as vast as Nextel Cup. You know, I want to be on network TV, racing against, you know, the established stars like Dale Jr. and Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, and I want to be able to do that proficiently.
Because I think I'm a pretty good communicator as far as reaching people, understanding people. I wouldn't mind being somewhere within NASCAR's communications.
I like to grow. I like to work in the shop. Like, you know, I really like being engine tuner. I really like the engine. I know they got different parts, the chassis, the body. You know, they got people doing shocks and all this kind of stuff. But, you know, I like to be an engine tuner, I like to build engines.
I'd like to win some more races, and I'd like to build some more good teams. It's a pretty neat feeling when you do walk away from a team and start a new venture, that you have the guys on your old team saying, man, I really appreciate the work that you did for us. You know, it was really fun working with you. You really had things organized. Things really went smooth. I mean, that's a pretty big charge for me.
Quite frankly, to tell you the truth, it's been all love. I mean, it's like I've been in a sport. I mean, like, everybody showed me, it's been an open arms, a warm welcome. I've had nothing but glory and thanks to give, you know, and good things to say about NASCAR.
Today, it's great to hear such comments from African Americans deeply involved in NASCAR like Amar Johnson. But are the days of exclusion and bigotry gone from the world of NASCAR? Is race still a factor?
It's hard to say because a lot of other people fall on the same grounds as I fall on, you know, as a minority. It's just money. Money is a key issue in racing.
What I've noticed is that the big guys, that the big sponsor teams, the $50 million sponsor teams or more, that may have 5, 10, 15 cars, all the big engines that have spare engines, things of that nature, of course they get the preferential treatment. The smaller, underfunded sponsor teams, minority teams like us as Bear Racing, and other small minority teams, I think they get a sort of bad rap sometimes. They don't get the help they should get. They don't get maybe the support they should get and some of the breaks they should get. There again, NASCAR is a money sport. It takes money to really be in NASCAR.
You better have really rich parents, really rich friends, or you better be hooked up with somebody that knows, that can market you and get you in the right position to get you the money.
The sport is really a family, all right? And so when you talk about opportunities within the sport, I'm going to go to my uncle, I'm going to go to my cousin, I'm going to go to my daddy, I'm going to go to my sister, my brother, and say, hey, there's an opening over there.
But you have to be willing to go through all the resistance that you encounter to get there. You can't just have it handed to you. You have to be willing to put up with everything along the way and with dignity.
We have like a couple of problems, like you get in a wreck and the first thing that comes to mind is it's because he's black. But that's just second nature, what comes out of their mouth.
It's very important for people to understand that, you know, this isn't just a walk in the park, you know, that this just happened yesterday. This has been going on for, as we know, for many years.
Daddy's thing when we went to the track, first of all, here's what he convinced our family of. Okay, there are 100,000 people up there, and we the only blacks here, or us and the janitors, and ain't nobody gonna bother y'all. And guess what? We believed it. So I walked around now like, ain't nobody gonna bother me. My daddy said it.
I personally have never felt any negativity because of who I am. I felt some negativity on occasion because of what I do. But that's to be expected, because sometimes I have to be the police or I have to be the bad guy. But even when they're upset with me, I don't think any of it's ever been directed towards me in a negative based on me being African American. It's just, that's my job and that's their job.
There's constant issues, and everybody has them. Sometimes the race is part of it. This deal is a performance-driven deal. In a lot of ways, once you get in a lot of ways, it's a matter of performing or not performing. Yeah, maybe I got overlooked for some jobs or for some positions that maybe if my skin color was different, I wouldn't have gotten overlooked for. But the bottom line is it's a performance-driven deal, and God kind of directs me and puts me where he wants me to be anyway.
Most of the fans, most of the NASCAR fans want diversity, right? And I say that, and you say, how can I say that? Because I talk to a lot of fans, right? And there are a lot of fans that come up to me and thank me for what I'm doing.
I think there is a difference being made, very slow, but there is somewhat of a difference being made. I think NASCAR is being as careful as they can not to, quotation marks, offend those customers that have been loyal to the sport and have built it and brought it to this point.
I think that we have a tremendous opportunity. I think that the sport, NASCAR, has blatantly said that the number one priority from a mission of the sport is to make the sport more diverse.
We, as a community being in blacks, we have just as much right to go out to the track and perform and do what we have to. It's going to take more knocking on the doors, more people who's in the NASCAR field to go out and talk to the people in the community to make them aware there's blacks come along, there's blacks in NASCAR, and what we're trying to do. The diversity program will work if we get people to work together.
In early 2004, NASCAR CEO Brian France announced to the world that diversity would be their #1 priority in the coming year. As NASCAR slowly increased the number of minorities and women in their ranks, they urged their corporate partners to follow suit by supporting diversity initiatives. Among the most prominent of these initiatives is the Drive for Diversity program. Created by Access Marketing with support from NASCAR, the Drive for Diversity program provides opportunities for minorities and women to learn the skills necessary to become future NASCAR drivers and pit crew members.
We need more Bill Lesters. We need more minorities, and not just from the black race, but we need across the board. We need more female drivers. We need Hispanics. We need the RIOs. That's the only way that NASCAR will become diversified.
Through a series of combines that test the skill levels of each participant, Drive for Diversity strives to provide NASCAR with the best possible candidates to create a more diverse racing circuit.
Give me a deep end on your white flag lap.
It gives drivers who wouldn't have a chance to sit in a first-rate ride a chance to do that, to be seen, a lot of exposure.
Well, it opens up just opportunities. And, you know, everybody always wants an opportunity, and the only way to have an opportunity is first there has to be an organization. Well, now there's an opportunity for people to, you know, to showcase their skills.
I don't know if some of these companies that are sponsoring, say one of these drivers that are in the program now went up to the company individually, I don't think they would be able to come up with this sponsorship, you know.
Many of NASCAR's corporate partners have also joined the Diversity Push, funding D4D and other diversity initiatives.
It's a real opportunity for us to demonstrate to the public, to our employees, that we are truly committed to the concept of diversity and inclusion.
In addition to sponsoring NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver Bill Lester, the only current African American in NASCAR's top 3 divisions, Waste Management recently made another milestone step by sponsoring Jesus Hernandez, the first Mexican American driver selected through D4D to race in NASCAR's Dodge Weekly Series.
Awesome.
That felt a lot better.
Yeah, awesome. You were a lot better. 3/10. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Get your breath and go out there and burn up that qualifying lap. Yeah, that was good job.
I think it's a great opportunity. It shouldn't be considered a handout by any means. It's a great opportunity to help those that maybe don't have that network established yet to come in and at least meet the people. That doesn't guarantee you anything. You still have to walk the walk. So if you can turn the clock quick enough, then you should have that opportunity.
I think that Jack Roush, I think that Hendrick, I think that Childress, you know, those teams that are represented here are saying it's now time for us to extend our family. Right? It's now time. So we're going to extend it to Hispanics, we're going to extend it to African Americans, but now is the time. My role within the sport covers many fronts. One, to build awareness that the sport has extended a welcome mat. And they want us to step on it. Step on the welcome mat and let's get involved in the sport. Secondly, educational opportunities within the sport. All right, how we can leverage what we're studying in school, whether it be in trade schools, whether it be in college, how does that translate into the sport? And then more importantly, the economic opportunities that exist in the sport.
Even with the strides being made in NASCAR's diversity, the road to opportunity for minorities and women will require even more support from the corporate community and team owners alike.
We will never be a mainstream sport until there's a feeling and a belief that we're open to all.
So what is the future for minorities and women in auto racing? Will they ever really get the chance to appear in NASCAR's elite Nextel Cup Series?
NASCAR needs to deal with that issue, deal with the team owners in that area to make sure that these guys have true access and be fair in their development.
While NASCAR's true commitment to diversity will be judged most by the presence of an African American in the Nextel Cup Series, the development of minority drivers and crew members continues. On the youth front, the Urban Youth Racing School in Philadelphia offers programs for urban youth ages 8 to 18 to learn about racing and to develop the skills necessary to become future racing stars. Founded in 1998 by Anthony Martin, this unique program has enriched the lives of over 800 inner-city youth and created an exciting new avenue for the development of NASCAR's future drivers and pit crew members. The program is supported not only by NASCAR, but also by some of the circuit's biggest stars, including Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Bill Lester. On the collegiate level, North Carolina A&T University offers one of the most complete motorsports programs for African Americans in the country, providing students with the opportunity to earn a 4-year degree through their School of Technology. The school has produced a number of students now working with NASCAR teams, including Amar Johnson.
We can do the job. Amar Johnson, who is the jack man for Joe Gibbs Racing now, the Bush number 18 car, is doing a superb job there. Not because I say it, but from a performance base.
Dr. Exum supports NASCAR's diversity efforts, but believes that the crop of capable students outweighs the number of opportunities currently being offered by NASCAR racing teams.
It's moving at a much, much faster rate as far as having African Americans involved in motorsports, which is demonstrated by the number of positions which are filled by the African American. But on the other side, when you start looking at a stakeholder or player, which are the teams, they aren't being very aggressive in including African Americans.
As the leaders in the industry, they know that the diversity is important to us, and it's going to be good for us, and we're going to get better. We're going to have better people working in the sport, we're going to have better people competing in the sport, and it's going to make us better.
The Drive for Diversity program continues to grow and place a number of drivers into NASCAR's Dodge Weekly Series, including Reggie Primus, Allison Duncan, and Tommy Lane. Other D4D drivers with future NASCAR potential include Latino drivers Mike Gallegos, Jesse Salazar, and Darren Martinez Stahl. Women drivers Breanne Cronrath, Allison Quick, and Sondi Eden, and Native American driver Andy Winstead, who prior to auto racing was the first Native American to fly fighter jets for the U.S. Air Force. Among African American drivers, 15-year-old Chase Austin was signed in late 2004 to race with NASCAR team Rick Hendrick Motorsports. Chris Bristol was the only black driver to win a NASCAR sanctioned event in 2004 when he won a Dodge Weekly Series event at Caraway Speedway in Asheboro, North Carolina. Bristol was 2004 Rookie of the Year at Caraway and won 3 races in late model super trucks in 2003. The most prominent name mentioned for future NASCAR stardom is Joe Henderson III, a 19-year-old racer from Franklin, Tennessee.
Let me get to my pupil, gentlemen.
I'll find if they want to send you out first before her or not, okay?
Okay. Good job.
Thank you.
Good lines. Fast.
Killing it.
Okay, look. Good. That last line was awesome.
When I got the wheels on the engine a little bit more, it turns better when you get that down there, son.
Exactly. Use that for your qualifying.
Okay.
Okay? Knock them dead. Good job.
Henderson posted the fastest times at both D4D combines and finished his first professional season with 9 top 10 finishes in 18 races.
I want to get to the next Cup. I want to win a Daytona 500. I want to win a championship. I just want to go out there and be like everybody else, like Dale Earnhardt Jr., and not think second nature about, oh, he's just black, oh, he's a white guy, oh, he's a Mexican, oh, he's a female. Just go out there and just have fun and just really just earn everybody respect and just, really just be me and just go out there and just have fun racing.
So the legacy of great black drivers continues.
And no matter what doors be shut in your face, don't take no for an answer, and just be brave and go on out there and do what they got to do. We can. I know we can. I went through the door, and there's no reason they can't go through the door.
NASCAR and motorsports in general face many challenges as we head into the future. Although diversity and creating new opportunities are important, dealing with the racism at racetracks has to be a priority. People of color should know that the majority of race fans are not racist, and that if we condemn auto racing because of the few people who choose to exercise intolerance, we also fail to support the great contributions of African Americans in auto racing today and over the last 80 years. Let us not fail these trailblazers. Let us honor them. As you have just witnessed, the legacy of African American achievement in auto racing has spanned nearly a century. Those who have fought and struggled for recognition in the past have laid a glorious path for those who are now behind the wheel to create an even greater legacy for the future of African American achievement in the field of auto racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You have such a great voice.
Well, thank you very much.
If this would have worked out, you could have done a 900 commercial. That would have been dope. Right?
You know what? I'm going to take that. It's not often you give me a compliment.
What are you wearing? Right. What? I didn't
See,
say that.
Your compliments always go left every time.
I'd pay in the dark to hear that.
There is Jeff Brown.
Jeff Brown. We need a whole new name for his shoes, though. Have you seen his shoes?
It's Spat. Show him your shoes.
Show him your shoes.
Yes. Spectators, man.
Yes, indeed.
Look here.
Yes, indeed.
That's grown man.
Wait.
Right there.
Put them down Put them down for Shirley Temple comes in here.
Got a pocket full of change and keys.
And the hat on the back of your... You're a whole walking character. It's dope.
After this, he holds out a little cardboard cup so he gets some change.
I like it.
I can hardly believe, like, I guess California is going to start easing restrictions, some restrictions.
Yes, restaurants are going to be very slow, though.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever wished I lived in a state that didn't give a fuck about us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like Georgia. You saw where that guy
Georgia
is now saying, I maybe made a mistake and
man, they don't give a fuck about
too
them
soon.
People.
Florida.
North Dakota.
They don't care.
I know people are dying in a Hormel plant, but Jesus. People need their spam.
I'm not going out till white folks stuff start opening.
Right, that's it.
That's it. When country clubs open, man, I'm go out.
When they open up a church or Latter Day Saints, then I'm getting out.
Yes.
I ain't going out.
Yes.
When I see Mitt Romney do this, I'm going out.
Then you know it's safe.
Some of that.
You know it's funny? It's untenable, and I've said this all the time. It's untenable. If our response and our idea is that we're just going to wait it out. Like COVID, like, nigga, I got it all day.
Yeah, but we don't. Not the economy, anyway.
And now there's a COVID outbreak, 19 outbreak in Ralph's and Vons. That's like the Crips and Bloods of grocery stores.
Oh, yeah.
It really
Ralph's
is.
food.
But that's what's so scary, though, is that if they're making these people work, and we definitely need them, then how do you protect them if you're not giving them PPE, right?
No.
And then you're wondering, okay, well, the workers are here, but some of them are testing positive. Then, of course, and they say that the virus lasts on the surfaces of the things that you purchase. Well, damn.
Well, how come the essential people that we claim are so essential are so replaceable?
Right.
Like, we don't, they're generally not union workers. They're not protected. Like, even if they are, they're not protected. They're not valued. Like, I think that they, the essential people are people that can't work from home. Like, they can't work from home.
Exactly.
They got to go there and stock those shelves and drive and do whatever. But we don't really appreciate them.
You can tell that by what they're doing in Ohio, where they're saying basically they're giving on their website, nonetheless, there is a spot where you can put in the name of people that you know.
You can snitch.
You can snitch on people who haven't returned to work.
The government has turned to the overseer. He ain't working, boss.
Right.
Take his unemployment. That's basically what they're doing.
The people that they just tried to kick out of the country, literally, at one minute they were infesting us, and there were caravans of them. Now we can't get now we can't get enough of them.
That's how we are.
I just think that this disease has exposed who we are. But what I thought was crazy was there was, I guess, right outside of San Diego, California. Everybody has to wear a mask or you can't get in. But who knew it would be this? Let me see the photo of. Let me see.
Now that's a big mask.
That is.
Oh, wow.
He should have went to KKK Mart. Right. He should have been.
Y'all got any more 7-foot lowercase t's?
I know he wasn't at a Ralph's close to Magic Johnson Theater. I know that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But when I saw his calf muscles, there's something about how a guy looks from the knee down.
Right.
I knew, he's probably, hood appropriate.
Right. I bet
I could tell.
I bet he's a responsible citizen of some type.
Okay.
Like, I bet he's like a city councilman or something. You can tell by the. He's
Police
like
chief. He's something.
Yeah, he's something.
He's a decision maker.
Yeah,
he's a decision maker.
He was proud. Did you see him just kind of leaning on his cart like, I'm here in the produce. What's up?
What was he next to? I know not the bananas. He wouldn't have been close to them.
I think he might have been close to the
If we
bananas.
could only pick where he get the shot.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Why don't you go to the 99-cent store
right
off of Prairie and right off of Imperial?
Any 99-cent store and standing next to the purple Fabuloso, you'll get your ass.
You'll get everything you need.
You'll get your ass good whip.
You'll get
your ass good whip. Puffy, said something. What did Puffy say?
So Puffy basically was doing an interview with Naomi Campbell, and he talked about how, the vote this year, he said, the black vote is not going to be for free. We're going to have to see some promises. What are we getting in return for our vote? Nothing has changed for Black America. In order for us to vote for whoever, we can't be taken for granted like always.
I think the sentiment of that is true, but obviously, what is it you want? It's like when somebody tells you, I want to be happy, but they never tell you the ways that you can make them happy. Like, what is it? Because we always compare our situation to the 60s, but the 60s, they were so much more in tune because they all had the same goal. And now our goals are so fragmented. So what is it you want? Like, what is it? What are the asks that you're going to ask for that would kind of satisfy your desires? Because you got to ask for something.
But at this point, I mean, anyone who is of color in this country should know the big thing that we need to get is for this clown out of office. Well, yeah, that's pretty simple.
But that's not for some people. Like, I think that you see right now we're dying disproportionately from COVID, but that is because the system was set up that the least privileged, the most underprivileged of us are dying, and that's not an administrative thing. That's just an American system of basically a caste system. But what is Puffy going to advocate that we should ask for? Like, it can't just be bringing Bad Boy. Like, what
right.
Take
that.
What are you gonna do?
I advocate for bright red suits.
We'll answer your question when you stick to one name, you motherfucker. How about that?
It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and boy, is it getting hot in here.
Yeah, we were talking about Puffy, and when he said we should get something for our vote, which I think that there's nothing wrong with that, but there has to be a level of specificity. Sure. And I think even if we talk about education, even if we talk about health care, even if we talk about the fact that some level of reparations, now you could say we don't all need the same thing. So say you need a business loan, or you need a home loan, or you need education for your children, or I might just take this taxes. There could be a pool of things. I think that one of the things that happens is all those young men and women who have been to jail for marijuana and now it's illegal should reap the profits of people who are now it's legal, and then you have these huge companies that are kind of enriching themselves off of other people's suffering. They should have a part of that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think that's why it's too dangerous to have one person trying to speak for all black people about their needs and their wants.
Let me tell you
it's
something.
Impossible.
It's 40 million people. Not one person can approximate a population that got Puffy and Ben Carson.
Right.
Take that.
I just don't think it's prudent. I don't think it's fair to approach it and go, because one person can't speak for us all, that nobody should say anything.
That's right.
That's my issue. There are things that need to be said.
Right, and I think that there are things that we should, like it's not 100% of one thing, it's 1% of 100 things.
Yes.
But I think that ultimately the sentiment is that we shouldn't be taken for granted is absolutely true.
That is true.
But you can't just say, like when a woman says, make me happy, and I go, how?
You
know me well enough, you should do it. Right, like,
now, what's wrong with that?
Figure it out.
You ever ask a woman where to eat?
Right, right. That's what's wrong
you
with
know
it.
You got to ask the right woman where to eat.
All right. So we don't have a doctor, but it doesn't matter because then we could be part of the Corona Task Force. We don't have a doctor at all.
Yeah. And none of them are doctors either.
We can suggest taking bleach. We can do that.
Right.
We wouldn't.
We can go on our doctors. Dre, Seuss.
Right. So Pepper. Right. So we couldn't find a doctor, so we got a motherfucker who looked like one.
And boy, does he look like
one. And it's time for You Look Like a Doctor.
You look like a doctor.
I don't know why you look like a doctor, but I know
But he does.
Yeah.
If I saw him in the grocery store, I'd swear he was a doctor.
Yeah.
And I'd say, what's this
Or a cab driver.
If my appendix was about to bust and I had
He'd
to
be
pick
the one you talk to.
I'd point at him. Here, you do it.
Me too.
The sad thing about it is his mother is so sad. Like, he should have been a doctor, but he's hanging out with us.
I left my house this morning with the surgical mask, and she was so disappointed. She was like,
just another reminder.
Late, Jay.
Right. It couldn't really happen.
It's too late.
So we don't have a real doctor. So you're our staff, like our resident doctor.
Our resident doctor.
And I have some questions for doctors.
I'm your not Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
There you go. Damn near not Sanjay Gupta. Should we, if you were a real doctor, should we ingest Lysol?
Hang on, let me check.
No.
He's got the Lysol can.
Okay. All right. It says it's good for removing HIV and hepatitis B from surfaces, but not in the bloodstream. So,
well,
I don't think it can cure the.
No. Okay.
Well, wait a second. What about alcohol? Can we drink alcohol to get rid of COVID-19?
Alcohol. If you have COVID-19, alcohol is the best thing for you, because if you get enough of that in your system, you 19. And if you get pulled over. If you get pulled over for having too much alcohol in your system, you get to be like, hey, doc, or hey, officer, it's a respiratory illness. Are you sure?
And this
blow
is
into
my
that thing?
prescription.
Just trying to take
I
care
don't
of
have
yourself.
corona, but I do have a DUI. That's it.
That's
Because everybody's telling us the protocols. Does wearing a mask help? Because generally for black people, wearing a bandana over your face is frowned upon. But does wearing a mask help?
For UDL, not at all, because you pulling it down to be like, I'm not going to rob you.
I'm not going to rob you. It's so stupid. So here's something that's been debated. Now, was the virus actually grown in a petri dish to kind of hurt Americans, to kind of get at us? Is that what happened? I mean, you would know, right?
No, you're thinking of blue cheese.
Thank you. I'll remember that the next time on my salad.
So you didn't go to medical school, but you could have been a doctor.
No, I couldn't have been a doctor because I hate science so much that I became a Republican.
Well, if you didn't go to medical school and you hated science, you could have been just where you could have worked at Kaiser. It'd have been the same thing.
It'd have been the same thing.
Where would you have gone to
Yeah,
medical?
no, but you look like a doctor, not but you look like a terrorist.
Wow. Terrorist doctor.
Oh, wait.
Which,
you definitely sound like a Republican.
I Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. And our guest today is an actor known for movies including Juwanna Mann, Black Dynamite, but most importantly, he played DL's brother on The Hughleys. Please welcome to the show, Miguel A. Nunez Jr.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, Skinny, what's happening, man?
You called him Skinny.
What's up, man? I love you, brother. You know you are my favorite person on this planet.
Thank you,
and
man.
most recently known for Rouse.
Oh, wow.
What are those pictures behind you, man? What are those pictures behind you? What are those pictures behind you?
That's I don't know if I can bring it over because I don't want to move my position.
Right.
Just some pictures of what's his name?
Kanye West.
Kanye West. Yeah. You better ask that nigga's name.
Terrence Howard. There you go.
Yeah, leave that right there. Leave it right there.
Thank you.
Right.
Terrence Howard.
Did you paint those?
Yeah, well, you know, when you're home, you got to do something.
Well, look how he's holding the picture. Now, you can leave that one back there. You don't have to bring it out.
What is the scar on the face right there?
My girlfriend slashed it because she got mad.
What does the back look like?
She got mad at
slashed
you.
all of them. She slashed all of my photos.
I so want to know what you did to make that happen, but I won't ask you.
Yeah. So you know this is a pandemic, right? And so
absolutely.
What's interesting is the last time, like we've gotten a chance to talk a number of times, I think America's having a hard time adjusting to not being able to do what it wants when it wants, to not having what it once had. Like I think it's affected us a lot of ways, particularly our psyche, like who we've seen ourselves as. You've made a lot of adjustments. Like I remember the stuff you've been through. You'd be the perfect person to tell America how to get through this thing, man. The perfect one to say.
Man, listen to me. I've been homeless. You know me. I've been homeless. I've been with and I've been without. And 90% of the time, I stay home all the time. Most of the times, anyway. Most of the time. Most of the times, anyway. And listen to me. Pretty much, I think this is a godsend for us.
Why?
It's a reset.
Yes.
It's a reset. If I look at the videos online and I see these certain celebrities and they'll be outside with their kids and they'll have a little tent in the backyard or a tent in the living room, and those little kids probably been dying to spend that time with their parents.
Right.
Wasn't for the coronavirus, the parents would have been at work, the kids would have been out. It's been a reset. It's taken away. I mean, all the things we cherish so much, it's been shown that it don't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean anything. The most important thing that matters is closeness to family and the people that loved you. And it took a virus for us to kind of get that.
Right.
But whatever it takes, and whatever it takes.
Don't you think that if we were able to be close, because now part of the protocol is that you can't be in proximity to people like that. So even you could be in somebody's
Social
space,
distancing, yeah.
but even the way we have to do this TV show right now, no one can be close to each other. So the
6
very
feet.
thing that the very thing that you say that you need, which is to be close to people, now you can't really have. You can't really be close to them.
No. Yes, but the thing about it is we've always been getting close to the wrong people. But what this has forced us to do is get closer to family. Families are pretty much together. It's just all those other extra people that you used to hang out with, or you won't be able to do that. But the people that are closest to you, your family, my daughter's in the other room, the closest people to you, you've been able to get closer to those people.
Yeah, but after like 6 or 7 weeks, now you're like sick of it. So
Let's
some,
kill
for
them.
some people,
We got to
it's
murder
like,
them.
you know,
now the murder rate's
combustible.
going up.
Yeah, right. It's funny because my daughter said something to me today. She said, I'm not going out. There's a casting director wanted her to come in for something. She said, oh, I'm not going out to dinner. I said, listen, this is going to be around with us for a long time. And you got to think about it. We're going to have to learn how to deal with this once we are open back up. Like you said, Dale, this social distancing, that stuff is going to be a part of our life. So we're going to have to get out there anyway. I think it's way too soon. I think it's too, and them dumb niggas in that lap, sorry, them dumb brothers.
You call that?
It's uncut.
Yeah, you can say, yeah, we all right.
It's
You
uncut, so you
Dumb niggas in that lap, wasting their money in a damn Nike line, in a long Nike line. Their stimulus money on Nike kicks. We are so backwards. It blows my mind. We should not be running out there when we are the ones dying the most.
What did you think? Because I wanted to call you immediately after I heard this happen, because it's a word I used to hear all the time, and I never really associated with anybody, but it is one I associate with you. Non-plus, like you just like whatever, and I think that's more difficult for a lot of people. Has it been the way that you live, your experiences that made you this way? Do you think it was always inherent? You think that it's just something you came by innately? What do you think?
I think it's exactly it's the way I was raised. You got to remember, I was raised in a Christian home on a little farm in North Carolina, way deep in the country. I had to go to church every Sunday. I couldn't curse, drink, smoke. I had to be in the house at 11 o'clock, even after I graduated from high school. It's like the Bible says, once it's in you, it stays in you. Everybody says to me, why are you so accessible? The one thing this Ralph situation taught me 2 lessons. And that's one is I can't just do what the hell I want.
No.
I used to think, man, I would do stuff. I would take weed and oil pins to states that didn't have it, where it's a felony. And I'm like, I ain't worried about that. I'm Miguel Nunez. Yeah. Ain't nothing gonna happen. And the second thing I learned, I'm famous. I'm real.
Well, yeah, that's a nice lesson to learn.
Let me tell you something.
That's a
He
lesson.
alluded to the Ralph's thing, right? Like arrested for shoplifting.
I didn't know.
And she called me, and I was running, and what'd you say?
As soon as I saw the story break, I called him. I said, hey, is he okay? What happened?
And I was like, what are you talking about?
I had no idea what was going on. I was like, you should probably get
you
into
hit
the
me up,
news.
DL.
Yeah.
Hit me up on Instagram, which I saw much later.
I said, because he was arrested for shoplifting. And I thought, oh my
I
God, I got to reach out to my brother. Like I can. And
that was the headline.
That nigga was like, I had the money, I just didn't want to wait in line.
Yeah. But you know, they're going to run with the headline, and that was that Miguel Nunez arrested for shoplifting.
I called the police. They did. I called the police because I said, I want you to go back. It's called a civil standby. and I got to be honest, because I told them, I said, I need to go back and pay for something to it. They said, okay, we'll go meet you there. And then the cop came back and said, well, she's not taking your money.
No.
But here's what I didn't tell you. Every day I went there, I had a problem with her. She would have us standing in this long line, and there'd be 40 people outside and 10 in the store. I'm like, what are you doing? There's only 10 people. Well, we got to practice social distance. But 40 outside until, you know, you're the dumbest manager. I mean, we've had problems.
Right.
She wasn't wrong. You can't leave and decide when you want to come
Right.
back. But I learned two things. I did not know, and I swear to you, that I was that famous. I didn't know I would make 8 million.
Well, you know it now.
I know it now.
It was headline news.
I gotta get this nigga GoFundMe.
And I remember Dio couldn't believe it. He was like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah,
"I'm
yeah.
telling you, I've checked 4 sites. It's there."
Yeah, man. And then I called you. You didn't
believe
call
I
me
was
back.
going on everything. I was excited for a minute.
How did it end up working out? What happened?
Oh no, well, it was dismissed because they said on TMZ, you know, he didn't go to jail because coronavirus. It wasn't that. It was that I never had a record, never been in trouble, and they weren't locking anybody. I didn't even get locked up. I just took me to the station, signed something, and left. Charges were dropped because because I did a civil standby, I went back to pay. If you steal, you have to have an intent to deprive.
Right.
Once I went back, that takes away the intent to deprive.
What did you
So
have?
What were you getting?
What did you get?
What were you getting?
A whole lot of shit.
I thought maybe one thing, but if you were walking out with bags, that's a lot.
No, I had a whole cart. I just put the cart out to the car. They were all.
I can't do that. I literally thought it was one thing. I didn't know it was a cart full
No,
of
it was a
stuff.
whole lot of shit. I learned a valuable lesson. It was a valuable lesson. No matter what happens to you in life, good or bad, there's lessons that come out. And I learned a lesson. I can't do anything. And before that, I literally thought
Yeah.
And I was doing shit that would have made this would have been like this and shit.
Oh no, we have some of them on the phone now. They want to talk to you too. So you
and I'm good friends with all the cops. They just came over here because my company makes this. Hold on.
Oh, wait a second. Only he could do this.
It's Miguel.
Only he could do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he says
now
he
I gotta
doesn't know
see Kanye look like LeBron James in the back.
Look
I don't know
like
what that
look
is.
like they ain't talking to each other.
Okay, we make these.
Louis Vuitton. Okay.
But this is the one I'm doing for them. So I got 4 officers coming over here today.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I ain't wearing that one.
No.
Yeah, I'm probably not
And what you don't want to do is go back to that same store with one of those on.
What's the other couple options? What other options?
Huh?
What other options do you have? You have Louis Vuitton. You got LAPD.
I got Louis, Gucci, Supreme, everything.
So the only you could find a way to make money off an international pandemic.
But all money goes to charity.
Oh.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
What's the name of the charity?
Shit, I gotta go get it over there. You know Leah Thompson?
I love this guy.
You know Leah Thompson?
Of course.
Yeah.
Casting director Leah Thompson. She called me right after the Ralph thing. We got together with Ralph's. We started this organization, and we raised all of these funds. We're going to take those funds and we're going to give them to the actors that are in the homes who can't afford to get out and who can't afford. We got Ralph gift cards, thousands of dollars, and we're going to give them out to those guys.
Why don't you just teach them how to
Her
rip?
Helping Hand Foundation.
Or you could teach them how to rip off a whole shopping basket full of shit and not go to jail. You can teach them that too.
And then turn it around and turn it into a charitable event. Only he could do this.
Do you think, what do you think will be the outcome of this whole thing? What do you think it'll look
I
like?
think it's going to be a better America. I do. I think because people have been locked up so much, and now because before this, we thought we were invincible. We can do anything and do anything we wanted. I think this has kind of brought everybody back down to a little reality. Now, I think once we go back out, we can't look at the world the same way. I think once we go out, it's going to be more, you're going to start getting closer to the people that truly mean something to you because you don't know. And because the virus is out there, you don't know who might be close to you that might not be around a year from now. So I think once we come out of this, our entire lives are going to change. The way we operate, I don't know about movie theaters. What do you think about that, DL? We won't be able to go to that.
I don't know.
But do you think, to DL's point, that in terms of in a world that was already socially distant anyway, and now having these mandates in place to also now be socially distant, that it's really going to bring us back together?
Well, you know what? It could make us worse.
You know,
because you know something that's weird. every time, and this bothers me, every time I'm out, and it's only happened with old white women. You'll be standing in the Starbucks or wherever you are, and they'll be like this. I'll be right here, and they'll be like, and I'm like, what is wrong with you, lady? I got on a fucking mask and you got on a fucking mask. Why are you running around like that?
Like my purse don't have a mask. My purse don't have a mask.
Yeah.
You left a small town in North Carolina precisely because you wanted something more and you didn't like being told what to do. You wanted to do your own thing. You didn't, and now you're saying that people kind of telling us what to do and limiting our freedom is going to make us better. I don't understand that.
Okay, well, me, I look at it like this. I don't listen to the government. I read everything I can from every single person who's saying something about it. The professionals. Definitely a lot dumbass Donald Trump, dumbass Mike Pence, and his dumbass, ignorant, pasty-faced son. Don't listen to them. Anybody who listens and believes anything Donald Trump says, I personally hope you catch corona and die.
Wow.
not both.
You better turn that Kanye picture around. You better turn that Kanye picture around.
I'm not taking it back. I said it, I meant it, and I'm here to represent it. I don't give a damn. The lionest, dumbest man in the history, and he's getting people killed. Period.
We know how he feels.
I am going to go on and live my life. Like I was telling my daughter, if somebody offers me a job right now in anywhere but New York, I'm going to go. I'm going to get on a plane. I don't give up no more. The virus is going to be there. I'm just going to have to learn to live and deal and work around it. I will wash my hands. I will wear my gloves. I will wear my mask. I don't care how long it takes, but I'm not going to stay in the house forever.
Right.
Period. And when I get out, I'm going to still be the same way. I don't care if people like this. You want to hug me? I'm going to hug you. You want to do this? I got on my mask. I still do the same shit. They be like, dude, you just hugged him. Hey, suck my ass. I sure did. And my cousin say hi.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, DL, what the hell on, man? Man, I can't believe they real DL. Man, leave him alone. He got to go.
Hey, Miguel, I love you, man.
Thanks,
Miguel. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. God bless you, too. Thank you, man. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey there, welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley Uncut. Don't adjust your dial. That was so 1970.
Dial, right.
That was so perfect, right?
So Ernestine, get the rabbit ears.
Get the pliers so we can turn the channel.
Get on top of the roof and fix the antenna.
I wish it was just that simple.
Well, we might as well go back there.
Might as well. It feels like it.
I think the language that, like, if you look up when Trump said when they start looting, we start shooting, it was taken, I think, from the 1960s, the Miami chief of police. And I think that really is the crux of what we have going on here. We have a society, Trump and his ilk, who are in power and in charge, have a certain mindset of the way things that should be handled. And that very mindset is why we're here right now. And I say this all the time, America is the Flintstones and the Jetsons, and the Flintstones are in charge. And that mentality, that idea, like a lot of the things he says is from a time earlier this week when he threatened to basically...
Oh, the vicious dogs, remember? That's straight 60s.
Right. Herbert Hoover did that. We called the army on his people. So I just think that mentality, that Rolodex, that idea, that point of reference is at odds with who we are and who we're trying to be. And those people are in charge. They're making the decisions. If something is wrong, when a president, uses violence and tear gas and concussion bombs to make people leave and have helicopters flying around and threaten people just for a photo op, and no one says anything about it, is that there is no moral balance anymore.
Oh, absolutely not. But I think he's proved that time and time again. The one thing that I will say that I keep finding interesting, but I do at least find a glimmer of hope when I watch these protests. I see a lot of young white people.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. More than I thought I would. And I'm not talking about just in Minnesota. I mean,
all over the world.
All
Everywhere.
over the country and the world. And at least that gives me hope, and it does remind me, I don't know if it was Oprah that said it, and we're talking about the only way racism would die, it would have to die with old white people. And I looked at the contrast of the people who were protesting and their ages, and I thought, wow, you know, a lot of young people do get it.
And look at the remedies. One, people think one man's protest is another man's insurrection. And ultimately, we have to decide. And I remember when you were growing up, and your bones used to hurt, and your mother, they used to call it growing pains. Mm-hmm. Remember that you would literally be in pain.
Right.
And you would go to the doctor, and you didn't know what it was, and it was growing pains. And that's really, because in the grand scheme of things, we're an extremely young nation. We're like a young, strong nation, but still very young. With all this strength and all this naive, we're very naive and very certain. But we still are having growing pains. But when you look at what happens here, we make the same mistakes over and over and over again. And then history judges us so harshly. And there are people who are determined to hold on to the idea of who we were instead of what we are.
And you could see it especially in the GOP. I don't know if you saw this, but, you know, after that scene in D.C. where the medic copter came down and they used the horses, the next day, a lot of reporters were asking GOP as they were going into meetings, hey, what did you think about that? And not one of them said anything. They were like, oh, well, I didn't see it, or I haven't really heard about that. And I'm thinking, you are flat out lying.
Yeah. And I don't even know why Mitch McConnell wear masks. I can't let him get through them lips. You know how skinny Corona would have to be to get through those lips? I think that even when you look at our reactions, and I think it's not 100% of one thing, it's 1% of a myriad of things. But one of the silliest things I saw for myself, my own perspective, was that whole blackout. Where black people thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to not do nothing.
Right. I did. And I do believe that the two execs, it was two female record execs who decided
nobody makes records anymore.
Well, there's still record companies, make no mistake about that. But there was a hashtag, a Blackout Tuesday. And they said the purpose of it was to be able to redirect the focus, not on yourself, but on the issues at hand. What happened to George Floyd, you know, obviously criminal justice reform. But, you know, Black Lives Matter was like, listen, get our hashtag off of that because you're taking us off point.
Okay, and it also happened on a Tuesday
Election
when there were
day.
elections all over the country, and while you were fucking blacking your screen out.
Yeah, and also the anniversary of Black Wall Street. Not a time to be quiet.
I just don't understand how the answer to anything is nothing.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna do shit.
And I posted on mine, and I'm posting information about voting in my hometown of Maryland and Washington D.C. I'm posting on that stuff, and I'm catching hell in my comment section talking about, you know, welcome to your unfollows. Well, if me giving information about voting and making this problem any better, you ain't with me anyway. So go on.
I can understand people who don't like their choices. I can understand people who, you know, lament the two-party system. I can understand people who have a problem. Because to me, I do not understand people whose idea is to do nothing. I can't, like Martin Luther King went all the way to the top just to go, all right, I ain't gonna do shit.
Well, the other thing is it is a complete contrast with what we saw with George Floyd, right? With the officer who murdered him. He basically sat on his neck and said nothing.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, the officers who were with him said nothing. So if nothing else, you should not be quiet on behalf of George Floyd for those officers who were quiet. You should be screaming. You couldn't scream then because maybe you weren't there. Now is the time to scream for him.
Yeah, it was people doing nothing when George was dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about bystanders too.
Yeah, I know.
So Charlie, can we roll that back? Because I want to have said what Jasmine said. It was so good. I think I should have said it
that way. Charlie, don't do it. He could never enunciate that way. Don't do it.
I think if you want your jobs, we will have.
He could do it.
If you want your free jobs.
Don't do it. But the point is, I think they probably had good intentions. I just think it was ill-timed. I think also they didn't explain it well. So you had all these people posting blackouts. They didn't really know what they were doing. It was just too convoluted.
Intentions are informed. I don't think they had good intentions. I think they wanted to say something and pretend like they were doing something. Those are different than good intentions. Intentions have ideas behind them. They have a point of reference behind them. They have integrity behind them. Just doing shit that they thought would sound cool is different than being well-intended.
Yeah, I don't know if they did it for that.
No.
I think it was not well thought out, but I think possibly they had the best of intentions, and it backfired.
Who always think
they didn't research it properly.
That's the point. Then you don't have.
But you could have good intentions and not research it properly.
Then you're. I disagree. I think that anybody who makes a decision where they're going to ask the collective to do a thing, to show something, has to at least, it's like when Kanye West tells me he don't read. I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to you for? What? All this information is available, and you take the public microphone and aren't even don't have the intentions of being informed. You didn't inform yourself that, you know what, they're having elections in a lot of states in this country, and that's one of the reasons that this could happen. That's not well intended.
No, I get that, but I do believe that you can make mistakes. I think people do it all the time. You speak up on behalf of people that you have not properly researched to understand. Maybe I shouldn't co-sign on this person because they were wrong.
Working for a record company, they don't even have records anymore. Yes.
You know what? I can't have a conversation with you. That's why you can't say what I said.
I can't. That's why you can't do it. I will be helpful.
Just saying.
My intentions are good.
You need to do better research. Then you will know. You can't say what I said.
And I did. I have a great editor. Hey.
And fabulous fashion.
I do.
Your editor gonna make me say it.
I didn't say you weren't dope.
I'm dope. I don't care what you say. Move this microphone. Let somebody see what I got working.
Oh my God. It's just too much. No, ain't nobody talking about your fashion.
And I didn't even loot or nothing. I just got this regular.
FYI, thinking about the looting, and I'm not saying that I am condoning it at all, so I don't want anybody to say that. However, shout out to fathers. You guys might get better gifts this year.
Yeah, finally.
Might get a better gift.
Wow, this sweater is awful smoky.
Yeah,
they got Chanel, Louis Vuitton. They hit them all. Alexander McQueen.
Like, thanks for this double extra large, baby. I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
You better wear it in green.
Why is the price tag singed?
Don't worry about it.
I just got to take this back to get this sensor off of it. No.
I got to say, man, and there are people like, there were all these policemen and police chiefs and, high officials, and they started kneeling, and people were like, it's too late. It ain't too late.
No, it ain't.
It's never too late.
We need it.
For somebody who if it's too late, then we might as well erase erasers. We might as well, omit the opportunity to change your mind. The fact that people like that who traditionally had a different view now are seeing things differently is the recognition that your message is getting through.
Yeah.
Right.
I do agree. I watched Keke Palmer try to convince some, the people who were policing a particular area. She was like, walk with us, understand. And I thought she had convinced the officer, and the officer was like, listen, I can't leave my post. Now I'll take a knee.
Yeah.
She's like, that ain't good enough for me. That is not good enough for me. You got to march with me. He was like, I can't.
He said, I'll watch Aquila and the Bee before I do this shit. I won't do this.
That was a good movie. That was a cute movie.
You want to make me watch Aquila and the Bee before I walk with you niggas down that street? You must be out your mind.
You watched a cute movie.
I did.
It was a cute movie.
I did.
He was like, I'm not going to leave my post, but I'll take a knee.
Right. Look.
She's like, that's not good enough.
Right, let me see. Aquila and the Bee or walking with you niggas. Oh.
But they all did kneel. So
Who was in it? Who was in it?
You know what?
I really think this can't be about vengeance. It's got to be about moving forward. It really can't be about, you can't be mad at people because they had a different opinion and they've been illuminated in some way.
Yeah.
You have to take your, like that Houston's police chief gave one of the most impassioned speeches that I've ever seen anybody who was elected or appointed to a position take. Now, I ain't talking about the Supreme Court justice where it's in lifetime in perpetuity.
Right.
We talking about the dude that eventually has to defend his position.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And he said some things that matter. So however you come to me, whatever it is, whatever timing you come to me, you doing something late is better than doing nothing at all. These dizzy ass record people. Let's not do
Leave
nothing.
him alone. And welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today hosts a weekly YouTube series called Truth Serum Weekly Wrap Up. She was part of Tiffany Haddish's They Ready series and killed it, by the way. And it's currently streaming on Netflix, and she can frequently be seen on the political network The Young Turks. It's Ida Rodriguez. Hey, girl.
Beautiful.
What's up?
What's
Hey,
happening?
what's up?
Now it look like you landing a plane. What are you doing?
This way.
You asked me something off air, and it really, it stunned me. And you asked me, well, tell everybody.
I asked
what
you how many death threats do you get a day now?
You know, it's funny. I can always tell when I got a lot of threats because two things happen. Sonia will say, you should bring a gun, and you should have somebody with a gun. And Derek will always, I'm gonna go to work with you today. So I never look. But the fact that you would ask me that because you actually count, you count yours.
Well, no, you know, it's funny. Somebody said on YouTube that the only place people should see me is hanging from a noose. And so I was like, see, black people? That's how they see us, too. So,
only you guys would have helped manufacture the rope. It would have been great. So
That is a scary thing, though. I do worry because I read the comments. He doesn't read them, but that's what I'm for because I read them. I'm saying, did you see what they said? Let me tell you what they said. He's like, don't tell me. But I can't even imagine, what it must feel like to go through the day knowing that there are people who are really wishing you harm.
yeah, they for me as a woman, they like to come for me as a woman. So it'll be, you should be raped by 10 black men since you love black people so much.
Was that Mel Gibson? Was that him that Mel Gibson said?
And I'm like, wait a minute, I am the black people.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what?
Why are they, okay, here's what I don't get. And it's something that has percolated for a long time. The black community and the Latin community, which I think have so much in common, oftentimes seem to be at odds when our goals and our objectives are really the same. And so you're taking heat because you're defending a human position.
All day, every day. And like I hate that talking point that I'm the mother of 2 black children because I feel like it sounds like white people who say they have black friends. Because I shouldn't have to have black children for black people's lives to matter to me.
Right.
African American black people's lives, because there are black people all over the world, and we act like it's an exclusive thing. It's the colonial thinking. The colonization was the greatest mindfuck of all time, right? You have self-hating black people within every group, including black people in America. That is a gift that they gave us to keep us divided. But the reality of it is that it's divide and conquer. And, when people start talking about immigrants, because that's what this whole thing has been spewing, all the hateful stuff. When they talk about immigrants, they're talking about Haitian people, they're talking about African people. They don't realize it because everybody who migrates here is not from Mexico or Central America.
Right.
But when they talk about black people, they're not just talking about black people in America. They're talking about Jamaicans. They're talking about, like I see a lot of the people who lead the groups were telling Ruben Paul, who's Haitian, like, you're not really black.
Right.
And I was like, black people should say you're welcome to Haitian people. They kicked the door down in that revolution. Of course they're black.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They're
And
so black that they hate them so much they'll
Yeah.
always be an impoverished nation because they had the temerity to win.
Absolutely. But Francis had their foot on their necks,
Right.
the proverbial foot. But the thing is if we're going to start dividing ourselves like that, we're not going to get anywhere, because then you can't have Malcolm X, You can't have Louis Farrakhan, you can't have Marcus Garvey, and you can't have Toussaint Louverture because they're Caribbean people.
Right.
So do we really want to do this?
No, we don't.
wanna-
But the other thing is a lot of us need a history lesson. That's the big thing. Because this whole division, because maybe you speak Spanish and I hear you, or maybe you got curly hair or you're light skinned, all of a sudden I think you think you're better than me and you're not black. We're all black. What are you talking about? Like, study your history. Know that. Me and my assistant have that conversation all the time. She's Dominican. She gets into fights all the time on social media about people who try to tell her she's not black.
Well, the thing is that was the greatest lie ever told, is you're better than somebody because you're lighter than them. That's how you keep everybody poor.
Yeah.
That's it.
So when you sit down, have this conversation, and for me, when it comes to, I'm not here to deny that there's not anti-blackness within the Latino arm of the world. Anti-blackness exists everywhere because melanin is divine. So of course they're going to tell everybody there's something wrong with it. That's why they keep trying to exterminate it.
Right. If only it were bulletproof. But even at that, what now? I shortly after we met on the previous show, I worked with you. And I had never got a chance to work. I mean, like, I'm talking about when we were getting paid. We worked. And
Yes.
when we got paid later, but
You
that's not the
make-
point.
okay.
That's not the point.
Or you make sure I got
Oh, you
paid.
got that
That's
right. But what you do is what I've always respected comedically. And not that I don't respect other art forms or other vantage points, but you take the unfiltered truth. Sometimes to a female prism, sometimes through a prism of a mother or the prism of a Latino, but you do it all in a way that really is so. It's what comedy is all about: taking your experiences through your filter and laying them out from everybody. And that's why I think you're probably as good a young comedian as we have in the country right now, because you just don't tell jokes. You weave this tapestry that is just so hard to do. It's so hard to. The reason that you get death threats is because I'm tired of you being funny and I'm going to stop writing you that way. I am. It's wrong for me to. I'll never threaten you like that again. No, but you get
The news?
you get threats and laughs, and that has to say something about your approach.
Well, like somebody like yourself, there are comedians, like, we need the spectrum, right? There are some people who are going to dance. There are some people who are going to talk about plain food. Some people who want to be silly, and that's fine. We need the spectrum. But for me, I don't want it if I can't talk about what's uncomfortable, because I really want to use comedy to change culture. So for me, it's all about how to make this world better for us, because straight white men have had a voice for so long, and it infiltrates every aspect of our lives. So if I could just do it in comedy, whatever angle I can get in, that my objective is to change the world better to make it better for us. As kumbaya as that may sound, that's what moves me every day.
What have you seen? This is to say 2020 is the most fucked up year I think.
It
a lot
is.
of us
I wish
have.
we could give it back. Just
Yes.
over it.
Wait, because 2021 going wait. Niggas, wait. So let's not.
Wait a second.
Remember when the worst thing happened to us was Prince dying? Remember that? That was it.
Oh God.
I killed Prince 1,000 times if this would stop right now. I swear to God, I would.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
but what are you seeing these days? What do you see? What does it look like to you? Lay it out. What do you see?
Oh man, what I see now is the work of white supremacy bearing all of its fruit, and the chickens coming home to roost all at the same time. And now it's the strong of the will. Like, this year when Kobe passed away, that was it for me. I was like, this year is a wash.
It's over.
And then coronavirus said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
And then here we are. But what I see is revolution, and something my grandmother used to tell me. My grandmother came here from Puerto Rico. She was hosed in the civil rights movement. She didn't speak English. She was a black lady. And she said, one thing about us, they know we're not violent they know we're not evil because they give us their children to raise, right? So we're never going to be. That's not in our blood.
That's one of the dopest things I've ever heard.
Yeah,
if we were evil, or they hate their kids. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean that too. That too.
But when you
but
look,
when
you look at what's going on, comedic. Like first off, no one's been on the stage in 3 months because you can't. No one. But when you look at what's happening, it seems so clear to me comedically. It seems like clear to me. I get it. But you can't. I can't pretend like this is not something we have. I don't know that I've ever seen this convergence of all of this at one time. Like you can, and so now there is a place where I think everything. I think we matter more than ever. I'm talking about comedically. We matter more than ever.
I got my hour special this year, right, for HBO Max. I just closed my deal during coronavirus. And I was thinking to myself, like, because, you know, my grandmother used to always tell me to lean into the conflict. Don't she was like, we don't raise any cowards here. And so I started thinking about it, and I was like, because I kept saying, what am I going to write about now? What am I going to write about now? And then all of this stuff happened, and I was like, oh, I got to lean into it. And as uncomfortable as it may be, the jokes got to come.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you funny things that have happened. I spoke about the Asian police officer that stood over and watched the lynching of George Floyd. And I made a mistake and called them Filipino. And them Asians came for me because he is song American and not, and I was like, you know what? The reality is that you're more upset about my mess up than you are about him witnessing a murder. Right. When y'all was screaming at us when a black dude sprayed an Asian man with Febreze on the train, y'all was like, hey, our lives matter too, right? And I was like, well,
right.
You know, it's amazing to me how everybody steps away from black people, but everybody got on just the clothes that's been validated by black people, listening to black music, emulating black people, doing dances on TikTok, trying to get likes and pats on the head. So this is going to be, my special is going to be called Call to Action. And I'm going to talk about all the stuff that, and my goal is to get canceled. I'm leaning into that.
That is a hard lean.
I love it. Oh, it won't be that hard. Matter of fact, I'm going to deny I know you by the end of the show. It's going to be great. You
get canceled all the time.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
You know what I see? I'm not like an overly optimistic person, but I see for the first time, you can see in a lot of, not most, but a larger segment than I'm perhaps as you, they're going, oh, wait a minute, it is fucked up the way people are. You can see Ben and Jerry's made a statement. Ben and Jerry's like, when they made Chucky Monkey, what used to make me mad, if it wasn't so delicious, I would have thought they were racist. But now I just think they know how to put ingredients together. But even corporations now, who traditionally just try to straddle the line, are saying what we all said all the time. So does any of that give you any inkling of hope?
You know what gave me an inkling of hope? When the first white woman got busted upside the head by a cop, I was like, we won! It's happening! It's happening.
It took for Karen to get hit in the face. Right? And you know what?
She had blood on her face.
But you know, it does. I saw that. But it does look really different now when, you know, you talked about Ben & Jerry's. You look at Nordstrom's has released a statement, which, you know, they never get involved in anything. And then I don't know if you saw, but Bank of America pledged $1 billion to the African American and minority community.
But they said, not in home loans, nigga. You won't get no home loans.
No, you won't get no loans.
So it's interesting.
I want to see people donating money to police action, actual police action, right? Because they keep donating money to these big organizations that already have money and are just capitalizing off of this because activism is mainstream now. So we can't rely on some of these organizations who've been around for a long time and still haven't gotten anything done. But I want to see people funding medical care for the people who got their asses beat by the cops who don't have medical
or bail
care.
money.
Or bail money.
Yeah.
And bail money, you know? So yeah, I am optimistic, but I am not gonna lie to you. Until I saw white people getting their asses beat by the cops, because then they were like, "Oh shit, they
these niggas are out of control." You know what I really knew? It wasn't Ben and Jerry's. It wasn't Nordstrom's. It wasn't. You know, I think that the fact that you're writing a special right now, you're absolutely perfect to do it. But when I knew stuff was getting different was when Michael Jordan said shit is fucked up. Hey, I love you, baby. Thank you for coming to see us. We appreciate it.
I love y'all.
Good luck to you, baby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. I figured I'd open the show drinking since you did it on Chris Cuomo.
First off, that's a little insulting.
That's not insulting. That's called true.
No,
But it's not inaccurate.
It's not.
You
Here's
were
the thing.
drinking it up.
I want to explain something, and you all are so disrespectful that, first off, Chris Cuomo was a friend of mine. I was doing CNN,
Yes.
and I didn't know that people could see me drinking.
Really? You did.
It was Friday night at 7 o'clock. What the hell I'm supposed to be doing?
Would you like me to get you
I'm
a bigger
just
shovel
saying.
for that hole you keep digging yourself?
No,
I'm just saying you didn't know that you were on TV
Right.
with Chris Cuomo.
I didn't know. First off, I did know, but I didn't know he could see me at the time I was drinking.
I got you.
Guess that makes it
And the
so
other
much
thing
better.
is, fuck you guys, I drink. That's what well, really? Oh, okay. Charlie, Big Honey, who was shocked that D.L. Hughley drinks?
Nobody that I know. And when I got the word up that we may be talking about it, I was like, why is this surprising?
Right, what the fuck?
Like, that's what I expect.
All I know is you called me and you said, I didn't know they were going to see
I
me.
didn't know.
I was drinking.
I didn't know.
And I'm like, but you drink all the time.
Right,
What are you talking about?
Right. First off, I'm appalled at you guys' reaction, not mine. I'm doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do.
At least he's consistent.
Right. You know me, son. How much
Yeah.
liquor have you ever bought me in your life?
There are not enough hours in the day.
Exactly.
Well,
I'm not ashamed of myself. That's the problem. This is the problem
I
with
get it.
America. Y'all live
Oh,
dual
God.
lives. I live mine out loud.
no, I get it.
Right.
There are a lot more things that people should be ashamed of.
Right.
I
I
will tell
agree.
you that. Like the
100%.
guy in New Jersey who was mocking George Floyd's death. You saw that?
I did.
When he put his
I think that you know, the one who there was one who was a New Jersey
corrections officer and the other one worked for FedEx.
FedEx.
He no longer works
Yeah,
there.
No. But there are people right now who are more angry at George Floyd for dying than angry at the policeman who murdered him.
Correct.
Yeah.
How dare he disrupt what we have going by dying because somebody placed their knee on his neck for 9 minutes.
Right. And think about all the people who've
said
said stupid things like, well, if he could say something, then he could breathe.
Right. There are people in America, and I hate to be this truthful, who don't believe that even a mayor in Temecula, California, basically doesn't believe that black people who have been killed by the police, that there's not one who didn't deserve it. There's not one. America, we're here where we are right now because America saw what it had seen for centuries and was repulsed by it. America watching black men and black women splayed and murdered in public square and public view is as much a part of Americana as baseball. It's older than baseball. And all of a sudden, America recoiled from it.
Yeah, well, it's not all, because, there are still some, like that bar, who says, listen, what are you talking about? Racism in police departments? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think we have an issue with that.
You mean the attorney general that looks like the husband on Roseanne?
Yeah, that one. That very one.
But there are people who are not going to see it. But what I'm more heartened by, and I hate to really be like this, I'm not a hopeful dude. I'm a cynical dude who drinks on CNN.
Yeah, with Chris Cuomo. Hey, Chris.
What I'm heartened by is the fact that so many people from around the globe and so many people from across, orientations and demographics and genders and ages see what we've seen and are acting on it.
Yeah, they're not having it now.
I gotta. It really brings. I was getting a haircut a couple days ago. This guy, Twain, he has a mobile barbershop. He comes, he's from Nashville. He's cutting my hair. Me and my dog, Charlie, who's laying down here right now. We're in there. All of a sudden, these two older white people come up, and Charlie's going crazy. And I calm him down, and they say, I'm sorry. And I said, what? They said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all that's going on. I'm sorry I never spoke out before. And I'm glad that we're starting to do the right thing. And I am, if this guy's in office brought us to this, then I'm grateful for it. And I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry.
Wow.
If it comes to that, then I have no choice but to be hopeful. And I have no choice but to be grateful. And the first thing I thought about is I wish my father were alive to have seen that. And the first thing in the thought is, wow, I never saw that happen. And this nigga's getting his hair cut in the driveway?
Welcome back. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. So Cops is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gone with the wind.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't want to see
all the
that
stuff
anymore.
we used to be proud of.
Yeah, gone. Although
Why?
I do think
Why do you
about,
think that is?
Well, I think that people are finally opening up their mind to the fact that, some of the stereotypes and the way that they portrayed us in these movies or glorified that is wrong. And we don't want to see it. Although Hattie McDaniel did win an Oscar, right?
Yeah,
she was the
Hattie
first black
McDaniel won an Oscar because that was the only way they saw us.
Yeah.
First black actor or actress to ever do it, if my memory's correct.
Yeah. Do you think, I'm really weirdly optimistic?
But you can't help to be optimistic because when you look out onto the sea of protesters all across this country, all across the world, actually, a lot of them are white.
Yeah.
Like they pulled the statue down of Christopher Columbus, decapitated one, and they put one in the river.
Yeah, but I hope that doesn't mean that people that work on Columbus, they can't get time and a half.
Oh, no, you lost that.
That'd be horrible.
That's no longer a holiday. What you going to do now?
They can cut off his head, but not their paychecks.
Do you think that's going to do more harm than good that Cops is off the air? Do you think that's actually going to do anything?
I just think, listen, I can't prove a negative. I couldn't know what it's going to be. But I'm very heartened that people are open to a different interpretation of a conversation that we've already had.
Fair enough.
I literally think, I don't want a world with no police. I just don't want a world that is populated with so many of these type of policemen.
Yeah.
I don't want a world where 4 policemen who are complicit in murder sit around and expect that they enjoy the same privileges of people who are doing the right thing. And I don't want a world where people tell me about all the good cops who are never where I need them to be when bad cops are acting out. That's my thing. All I want is what you make me be, accountable.
Yeah.
All I want, and I understand it's a tough job, and I get that people are, in challenging positions, but you have to understand, if you are holding people to a standard, you have an obligation to at least meet that standard. Not be above it. That's unfair.
Yeah.
But to meet it. If I can't if you said and acted the way policemen generally act in a time when they get mad, if you talk to somebody at a retail outlet, the way they talk to people that they work for, you wouldn't have that job.
Yep.
If you were in Afghanistan and you acted that way, you would be brought up on war crimes. You shouldn't be able to act in America the way you can't act in Afghanistan.
But I think we're taking a step at least in the right direction when you look at some of the statements that a lot of the companies that normally would be silent during these times have released very passionate statements about what they believe is right or wrong. When you think about the people who have now spoken up, you know, we joked about this, the fact that Michael Jordan actually spoke up and now donated millions of dollars. When there was
now
a
he
time
has the Air Justice coming out.
I think that's very important. I think, again, it is a reason for optimism. There is a reason to be at least hopeful.
But some people, like Bank of America, I appreciate the $1 billion you're going to donate to stop discrimination. How about approving loans for black people?
How about a credit card?
Literally, how about denying them credit based on the race? It's really simple. Do the fucking right thing.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what's on the brochure of America. When you look at the brochure of America, it's dope.
Yeah, it is.
You go, wow. But it's like, you ever booked a room on Priceline and the brochure looks so dope?
Yes.
And you get there and you're like, I didn't know y'all had a dead body in here.
And roaches. I've done that.
Still got the outline and everything.
That's all we're asking for, to do what you say you did.
Yeah. Well, not only that, don't just do the right thing because you think people are watching, but do the right thing when no one is watching.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, don't do it just because it's popular. Don't do it because, you know, it'll get you likes or whatever. Just do it because it's the base, you know, it's right.
Do it because it's what you said you would. Literally right now, people are employing Donald Trump to give a speech to quell the nation's fears, to talk about what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump is in no position to do it. Donald Trump